Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, a committee has lodged a proposal as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
I remind senators that the question may be put on any proposal at the request of any senator. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills, order of the day number 25, Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Banning Dirty Donations Bill 2022, resumption of second reading debate.
I'm just waiting for the deputy.
Senator Ward.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. And I welcome the opportunity to reintroduce this bill today and to continue our efforts to get big money out of politics. If passed, this bill would stop dirty industries with a track record of seeking to influence decision-makers through donations. The fossil fuel sector, banking, defence, pharmaceutical, liquor, tobacco and gambling industries. It would stop them from making political donations to buy outcomes to suit them. This bill would also limit the amount that can be donated by individuals and all other entities to $3,000 per electoral term, minimising the opportunity for anybody's big money to buy outcomes. There's never been a more important time for donation reform. Our democracy is in trouble. Public trust in Parliament and politicians is at an all-time low, and the community feels less and less confident that their representatives represent them, as opposed to the corporate donors. It's no wonder. $230 million have flowed in corporate donations to the Labor, Liberal and National parties in the past decade, from the likes of the big banks, from industries like mining, defence and big pharma, from property developers and from alcohol, tobacco and gambling companies. These are just some of the industries that have paid the Liberal, National and Labor parties to put their private profits ahead of the needs of our community. Now, these industries are not donating millions of dollars because they believe in the institution of strong democracy. They're donating because it gets results for them. The Greens have maintained the Democracy for Sale website for over a decade, tracking publicly disclosed political donations and putting the spotlight on influence peddling. In 2018, the Select Senate Committee on the Political Influence of Donations laid out examples of the nexus between donations made by industry bodies and public policy outcomes or project approvals. The cosy relationships and the proximity of donations and policy outcomes that boost industry profits suggest undue influence. And the community continues to pay the price through climate inaction, propping up destructive gambling practices, and governments that refuse to make corporations pay their fair share of tax so that everyday people can get the education, healthcare, dental care and income support that they need. Until we break the hold of dirty donations over the big parties, over all parties, big corporations will keep winning and the community will keep losing. Recognising the corrosive influence of donations from the development sector and the influence that they'd had on planning policy, infrastructure and development, the Queensland and New South Wales governments have both legislated to restrict political donations from property developers. The High Court has upheld those regulations, and this bill seeks to extend those to the federal arena, but it also recognises the influence of other key industries. Since 2012, the fossil fuel and resources industries have donated over $9 million to both of the major political parties. The Australia Institute estimates that in 2021 to 2022 alone, Australian governments handed out $11.6 billion in subsidies to fossil fuel giants in things like grants, loans, cheap fuel and accelerated depreciation. That was $1.3 billion more than in the previous year, despite there being a COVID crisis that saw so many ordinary Australians struggling to make ends meet. What a great return on investment. Rather than turning off the tap, in the most recent budget, the new Labor government gifted $1.9 billion of new money for gas in the Northern Territory, on top of continuing the nearly $40 billion in Morrison government fossil fuel subsidies, including $40 million for fuel tax credits enjoyed by that industry. Again, a very good return on investment for fossil fuel donors and a terrible deal for the climate and the rest of us. Generous donations bought a Liberal government at the time that was completely paralysed by the words climate change, at the same time as the Australian community was facing a future of more extreme bushfires, crippling droughts and floods. Donations continue to cloud the judgment of the Albanese Labor government as new coal and gas projects keep getting approvals and public money. The gas industry donates millions of dollars, so it was no great surprise when the former Prime Minister appointed his gas industry mates to a National COVID Coordination Commission without even needing to declare their conflicts of interest. It was also no surprise that the Commission then ultimately called for a gas-led recovery that directly benefited the gas industry, despite strong support for a renewables-led recovery from scientists, from economists and from policy analysts. Again, the community lost the opportunity for a sustainable recovery because governments are beholden to fossil fuel donors. The cosy relationships and financial support have led to a situation where, despite overwhelming scientific and economic evidence that we will not even reach the weak 43% emissions reductions targets unless we end our attachment to fossil fuels, the Albanese government refuses to rule out any of the 113 coal and gas projects that are currently under consideration. In fact, they continue to hand out public money to support destructive new projects in the Beetaloo Basin, Scarborough and more. We saw the bullying tactics by the Minerals Council kill the Rudd government's mining super profits tax, and now we're seeing the Minerals Council use the same tactics against the Queensland Labor government's current plans to get resources companies to pay more. Those threats only work because the major parties rely on donations. The possibility generous donations will be withdrawn is the leverage the industry uses to keep governments in check. The banking and financial sector is also a regular contributor and beneficiary. The sector has donated about $76 million since 2012 to both sides of politics, and that support secured them immunity for some time, despite the evidence of customers being ripped off right around the country. Both of the major parties had to be dragged to the Banking Royal Commission, something the Greens had campaigned for since 2014, following scandal after scandal and public backlash over their inaction. How much faster would the commission have happened if the Liberal, National and Labor parties weren't on the payroll of the banks? And would we have seen stronger action in response to the scathing Royal Commission report? The gambling industry is another significant donor to state and federal political parties, and their influence can be seen in the deeply entrenched support for poker machines throughout Australia, including exemptions for clubs from COVID restrictions, even when so many other venues suffered. And despite the innumerable human suffering and toll that the gambling industry wreaks on ordinary people. Property developers also continue to throw their donations weight around while fighting against planning restrictions or tax reforms or stronger environmental laws. In Queensland, a destructive proposal for a canal estate within a Ramsar-listed Toondah wetlands, the gateway to Minjerribah, or Stradbroke Island as Meanjin folk know it, that should never have gotten past the first hurdle. The department, the Federal Environment Department, recommended that the project be rejected as clearly unacceptable. And yet the property developer, Walker Corporation, was a generous political donor. And hey presto, the minister then allowed the deeply flawed proposal to proceed through the assessment phase. It was not rejected at the outset, like the department had suggested it should be. The minister at the time, who was Mr Frydenberg, even explored the possibility of changing the Ramsar boundaries to accommodate the proposal. And we have the documentary evidence of that. I live in hope that the new Environment Minister will finally reject this destructive proposal, but the local community should never have had to fight so hard and for so long against such a clearly unacceptable development. Now, these are only the donations that we know about, none of which have been illegal. It doesn't include the money paid to attend business forums or cash for access meetings. It ignores the exorbitant subscription or membership fees, and it doesn't include money funnelled through representative and fundraising bodies. But regardless of the source or the amount, the obvious expectation from industry is that donations will return results. They're buying outcomes. This feeds the public perception that decisions in this place are made improperly, with self-interest and with the interests of donors and mates consistently overriding the public interest. In banning political donations from those industries that have a history of seeking to influence policy decisions, this bill implements a key recommendation of the Senate Select Committee into the political influence of donations. It would make it an offence for a prohibited donor to make a donation or solicit another person to make a donation on their behalf. It would also be an offence to accept a donation from a prohibited donor. Another committee recommendation that this bill seeks to implement is to limit other political donations to $3,000 in an election term, or $1,000 per year. As the High Court recognised in McCloy v New South Wales, the uncontrolled use of wealth to influence decision-making compromises equal participation in democracy. By aggregating and capping political donations made by any person or entity, this bill seeks to level the playing field and avoid those with more money getting greater access to decision-makers. The bill will limit donations made for political purposes, but is not intended to limit donations made to third parties to support their non-campaign activities. The important work done by civil society organisations, many of them charities, must be allowed to continue. We will continue to call for the introduction of electoral expenditure caps to balance the participation of civil society organisations in the political process. This bill complements other reforms to strengthen the disclosure regime that the government has finally committed to acting on, including lowering the disclosure threshold and requiring real-time disclosure of donations so people aren't waiting 18 months to find out who's buying who. The Greens strongly support these measures, but we recognise that transparency alone will not remove the corrupting influence of political donations. The 2022 election results confirms that the Australian public want more transparent and representative governments that act in the public interest. This bill is an important first step towards getting big money out of politics and restoring public confidence in our democracy. If we are committed to enhancing the democratic process, which is surely something that every parliament should regularly turn its mind to, this should be a priority. This bill does not stifle debate or prevent individuals from donating a small amount to support a political party. It bans donations from industries that have become associated with having a corrupting influence on how we work as decision-makers, and it will return democracy to the community. Democracy should not be for sale to the highest bidder, and it's about time that we banned those big corrupting donations to political parties and capped the amount that anyone can donate to support the political party or grouping of their choice. I commend this bill to the Senate.
Senator McAllister.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, democracy is precious, and it's one of the most important features of our obligations here in the Senate to think carefully about the work that we do here and the way that it protects and bolsters our really proud legacy as a multicultural, democratic nation with a universal franchise. And we should always be thinking carefully about the way that our system supports and recognises that. One of the puzzling things about being a participant in debates in this chamber over the last few years is the consistent approach that the Greens political party takes to democratic institutions, because almost every occasion that sees the Senate debate these questions sees members of the Greens political party come into this chamber and talk endlessly about how democracy is broken. Strangely, for a party that I think would see democracy as a core part of their tenets, the Greens political party choose always to assert that democracy doesn't work. And I would invite Greens senators to carefully reflect on the consequences of that narrative, because one of the interesting things from sitting in this part of the chamber as a member of a party of government and sitting on that side of the chamber as a member of a major political party that seeks to form government and enact change through the institution of government, I observe very close relationships between the rhetorical positioning of members who sit on that side of the crossbench and members who sit on that side of the crossbench. Because what the Greens political party and One Nation have in common is a determination to tell their voters and their supporters that democracy doesn't work. And that's the basis of their pitch to voters. It's important that we talk about our democratic institutions, and we'll always welcome that conversation, and I do thank the Greens for putting it on the agenda today. But I invite you, as a political party, to think about the consequences of that contribution and to reflect on the similarities between your own approach and the rhetorical approach taken by some of the people that I know that you do not agree with.
I look forward to your, Senator Shoebridge, I look forward to your second reading when it comes.
The truth is that electoral reform requires support from across the parliament. And in August this year, as is always the case after an election, the Special Minister of State asked the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters to inquire into and report on all aspects of the conduct of the 2022 federal election. And I think the terms of that referral are important and significant and provide an important opportunity for all senators in this chamber to participate in a structured way in a dialogue with other political parties and civil society about how we best conduct elections. But it is worth looking at the terms because they refer to reforms to political donation laws, particularly the applicability of real-time disclosure and a reduction of the disclosure threshold to a fixed $1,000. Potential reforms to the funding of elections, particularly regarding electoral expenditure caps and public funding of political parties and candidates. And thirdly, the potential for truth in political advertising laws to enhance the integrity and transparency of the electoral system. As a government, we are interested in exploring with the parliament the ways that we can improve and enhance our electoral systems, and we're interested in doing that in a collaborative way, not in a way that seeks to score cheap political points off political opponents. And the truth is that we are very proud as a party of the contribution that we have made in leading reforms to electoral laws. It was Labor that secured the ban on foreign donations, protecting our political system from foreign interference. It was Labor's amendments that linked public funding to campaign expenditure, preventing parties from profiting from the political system. Go back to Bob Hawke in 1983. Under Labor, under Prime Minister Hawke, we introduced a donations disclosure regime for the first time. It's a Labor reform. And we do those things because we know that transparency is the key to preventing and identifying corruption. I think that those are shared values across the chamber, or at least I hope that they are. And it's why we continue to drive a reform agenda. It's actually Labor, not the opposition or indeed the Greens, who have been driving the agenda for political donation reform over a very long time, driving the agenda for transparency and driving the agenda for government accountability. It was Labor who fought for that ban on foreign political donations. The Liberal Party didn't want to stop taking donations from foreign sources, despite the risk of foreign influence to our democracy, and they had to be dragged kicking and screaming to accept those amendments. It was Labor, of course, who protected charities and—
Senator Koenig.
Thank you, Deputy President. I do want to draw to your attention the interjections persistently coming from Senator Shoebridge. I know you've already raised the matter directly with him in the chamber, but I do ask that you draw his attention to your ruling earlier.
Senator Shoebridge, please exercise restraint.
It is Labor working to protect charities and not-for-profits from government legislation from the previous government that sought to silence and suppress their political advocacy. It's Labor again delivering an independent anti-corruption commission. Now, we should, in this chamber, hold ourselves to the highest standards. We should be concerned about the persistent data and information that comes to us about declining trust in public institutions. I'd like to see this chamber firmly commit to an entirely cross-party approach to improving the standard of democratic institutions and improving trust in the parliament and all of the institutions of government. But I would make the point that I began with. I think it's important that we talk up our democracy. I think we should talk up how incredibly successful we are in having transparent elections conducted with integrity, with universal franchise that the public have confidence in. I don't think it's helpful to constantly and repeatedly assert that those processes are not working for Australians. And I do think it has real consequences when people persist in that approach. We will take a different approach. It is to say that we have done well, but we can always do better. Everyone in this chamber has the opportunity to do so. I note the process going along that is on foot at the moment through the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. But this is an important opportunity for a conversation, and I look forward to the contributions from other senators.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy President. Imagine waking up a Green. Just imagine waking up a member of the Greens of Australia. You'd just wake up each morning, just be so angry with the world. You'd wake up and they wake up and they just punch the pillows because they're so angry with the world. I feel sorry for the Greens that woe is me that Australia was such a bad place that we're all going to hell in a handcart, and guess what's going to make Australia a better place? We're going to stop someone who owns a pub from giving a donation to a political party, because that's what this bill is about. This bill is about stopping someone who owns a pub, whether it's the Queen's Arm or the Sandy Creek pub down the road from me, the Ainsley Hotel, any of the many pubs across Queensland, that if the publican and their family want to give $50 or $100 to a local political party, whether it's the Sun-Ripe and Warm Tomato Party or the Greens or the LNP or Labor, that nah, you own a pub, you support so many community groups, but you can't give $50 or $100 to your local political party, because that's going to make Australia a better place by stopping people who own pubs from giving donations.
Senator McGrath, I have a point of order.
Thank you. A point of order on misleading the Senate. The limit is $1,000 a year, and I'm sure Senator McGrath will get enough free booze anyway based on previous years.
Well, I thank you for alerting Senator McGrath to the clauses in the bill. I haven't read the bill, but I think Senator McGrath was referring to not necessarily the maximum. But anyway,
And you're very lucky, Deputy President. You do read the bill. It's about 5 minutes of your life. You're not going to get back in a hurry. So I'd suggest you go for a walk.
That's my choice, Senator McGrath.
Pat a cat.
My choice, how I deal with my life.
Kiss a dog. Do something like that. But do not read this bill, because this is a waste of space, a waste of time in writing. This is what this is. People wonder what people in Canberra get up to. Well, guess what? We waste time on pointless bills like this. Pointless bills that want to stop law-abiding Australians from supporting the political party or the political cause of their choice. That's what this is about. This is about the Greens, who've become the Puritans of Australian politics. They've become the Puritans. Soon we're going to be all walking around sort of like the brides of green, sort of wearing these sort of dark green, soft green sort of outfits, covering up any bodily features, because the Greens have become so puritanical in wanting to stop people from having fun unless it's their type of fun. And quite frankly, what the Greens get up to in their spare time is, I don't care, I'm a libertarian. If they want to do things behind closed doors with the windows shut, they can do it. But if someone is involved in a legal industry, if someone is running a pub, because pubs are terrible places, aren't they, ladies and gentlemen? Pubs are terrible places. This shows how out of touch the Greens are, because around Queensland, and I'm someone, Deputy President, who each year sends out a pub calendar. I pay for it myself and send out a pub calendar, because guess what pubs do? Pubs are actually community groups. Pubs are a community organisation. Country pubs do so much for their local organisations. And I look at the pubs in my district in the Darling Downs, and I look and you go past, and so often you'll see a ton of cars out the front of a pub at 11 o'clock in the morning. You think, geez, people are starting early today. You know what it is? Often they're having community meetings there. They're using the pub as the local community hall to talk about land care, to talk about issues impacting the local community. Because what pubs do is they are the bastion of their local community. But under this bill by the Greens, they don't want those people supporting political parties or supporting political causes. Heaven help me. Because publicans are such bad people. So if you don't think that people should participate in the democratic process, well, why don't you just go and ban them? Go and ban pubs. Look, because this is why the Greens are the Puritans. The Puritans of Australian politics. They don't want you to have fun. They want to ban stuff that they don't like. They're quite happy, to sit in their darkened corners and, munch on a bit of moss and sort of talk to each other about the grand old days when Bob Brown was lead, and wasn't it fantastic? We stopped everything from happening in Tasmania. Isn't it brilliant? Unemployment rates up to 20% under our policies. That's what the Greens are all about, because they're the party of misery. Just waking up a Green each morning. I suppose it could be worse. You could wake up next to a Green, but anyway. But the other thing they want to ban, is they want to ban. And I have wasted 5 or 10 minutes of my life, reading this bill, because, quite frankly, an episode of Andor hasn't come out. And Andor's a great series for those people who are watching it. Anyway, I got up to episode 12 last week. Got to wait for the next series to come out. So they also want to stop people who to give money to political parties who are involved in the sale, marketing or distribution of pharmaceutical products. So they want to stop pharmacists. They want to stop chemists. They want to stop community pharmacy. So the other bastion of regional towns and of suburbs and of the villages across Australia, those evil people, are pharmacists. Do you know one of the most trusted professions in Australia are? Pharmacists, community pharmacy. So they want to stop community pharmacists, those people who do so much for the health and well-being of Australians. They want to stop that evil industry, pharmacists, from getting involved in the political process by supporting a political cause. I mean, are you serious? Like, what were you on when you wrote this? Like, You probably were on something that was either prescribed to you by a pharmacist and you overdosed on it, or quite frankly, you should go to a pharmacist and get some medication to stop you from writing such rubbish. This is just bonkers stuff. There are so many more important issues in Australia at the moment that I'm sure this chamber could be united upon in terms of how we can make the best country in the world that much better. But quite frankly, being a bunch of wowsers on heat and wandering down the main streets of the towns and villages of Australia, being these Puritans and stopping law-abiding citizens from participating in the democratic process does not assist, doesn't help democracy at all. What this does is it stops people from participating in democracy. It stops law-abiding people from participating in democracy, and that is not a good thing. That is not a good thing. I refer to the comments by Senator McAllister. And the government, as is the case, after each election, regardless of the political colours of the government, write to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters and ask them to conduct an inquiry into the previous election. And there are specific terms of reference that Senator Farrell has put in his letter asking the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters to inquire into. And I sit on this committee along with Senator Cadell, and we are taking a very serious and sober look into the running of the 2022 election, and also looking into the proposals by the Labor Party that they have outlined. And it won't surprise people in this chamber to know that, of course, we do oppose many of the proposals that have been put forward by the Labor Party. For example, giving New Zealanders and other foreigners the right to vote in Australian elections. We oppose that. We certainly will oppose spending caps, because we do not believe that spending caps will assist in promoting a pluralistic democracy. When you look at what's happened in Queensland, which is not run, the Queensland state elections are not run on an electoral system that is fair. In Queensland, there is a financial gerrymander. The political parties in Queensland, for example, are capped at spending $15 million, but unions are capped at $10 million. There are 26 registered trade unions in Queensland. There is one Labor Party, there is one Liberal National Party, and the Greens and various other minor parties. But what it means is that those on the centre-right of politics are capped at spending $15 million in an electoral cycle, but those on the left, the Greens, Labor, 26 unions, well, 26 times 10 is 260 for those who are arithmetically challenged. That's $260 million that the unions can spend campaigning against the election of a Liberal National Party government, plus $30 million from the Greens. That's $290 million, whereas my party is limited to $15 million. So there is a complete and utter financial gerrymander. There is no fair electoral system in Queensland. And what under the proposals that I suspect Labor may bring forward, is that they will attempt to bring in a financial gerrymander at a federal level, and that would not be fair, and that would not be appropriate. But also, what is not fair and not appropriate is to bring in a similar financial gerrymander that locks out those who are engaged in legal industries, locks them out from participating in the democratic process. So, if you don't think to go through that someone who is involved in the defence industry or a financial institution or who has a pub or in the resource sector or runs a chemist or anything like that, or a property developer, now if you don't think that those people should participate in the democratic process, well, that just shows the Stalinistic approach of the Greens to a pluralistic democracy, but it also shows that the failure to understand how the Australian economy works. Because you talk at the tens of thousands of people, indeed the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Australians who depend on these industries. And so what the Greens are saying, Deputy President, is that you might work for your local pub, but you're a bad person because you work for a pub. We don't like pubs because we don't like fun. We don't like people getting out and enjoying themselves. We don't think your pub should be able to donate or support a political party of your choice, unless it's the Greens, because let's face it, the Greens want to turn us into a one-party state, which is just a massive example of waking up in a bed by yourself being a member of the Greens party. This is what the Greens want to do to Australia, that you can only have thoughts that the Greens agree with, you can only have beliefs that the Greens agree with, and you can only support causes that the Greens agree with. Now, if you want to support the Greens, because quite frankly you're one chromosome short of the village idiot, well, go ahead and do it. That is your choice. But I'm not going to stop you from doing that. And if you want to support my party or the Labor Party or any other minor parties, do it. I encourage people to get involved in the political process. I encourage people to join political parties or causes of their choice. I'm not going to stop you doing. I don't want to stop you doing. We need more people to get involved in Australia's democracy, not fewer people. We need to stop shaming people. We need to stop telling the look. Quite frankly, how many people work in the resource sector? I reckon it's almost 300,000 people whose jobs depend on the resource sector. So saying to them, oh, well, too bad. You can't really work there. We're saying to people who work in the financial sector, it's probably 300,000 people or so. And then we're talking about people who work in the property sector, probably talking about another 200,000 Australians. Then we're talking about the hundreds of thousands of people who work in chemists and pharmacists across Australia. We're saying to those people, you are not worthy. You are not worthy of participating in Australia's democracy because we don't like you. Because we're the Greens, we're the Puritans, we're pure, we wouldn't do anything wrong. Well, the more that someone tells me that they're pure, the more that someone tells me that they're righteous, the more that someone tells me that they're on the side that's all that's good, the more I check my back pocket to make sure I've not been pickpocketed by them. The more I make sure that I go to my house and make sure my TV hasn't been nicked by them. Because this is what the Greens are all about. They sit in the peanut gallery and they throw rocks and stones at the parties of government and say how terrible we all are. They say how terrible Australia is. They run down Australia. They run down Australia from a democratic perspective. They run down Australia from a financial perspective because their party is the politics of grievance. Their politics is angry politics. Their politics is not about what's doing best for Australia. It's about what is doing best for the Green political movement. Because they want to stop people who run chemists, who run pharmacists. They want to stop people who run country pubs who run country pubs from getting involved in the political process. This is what the Green movement has come to. Now, I don't know what Bob Brown's doing at the moment, but he could basically become a wind turbine at the moment in terms of oscillating around with his disappointment with the modern Green movement, that they've shifted on from the great environmental battles of the 1980s and 1990s to become the party of just, nah. Computer says no, we're a bunch of Puritans, we don't want you to have fun, we don't want people who own pubs, who run pubs, country pubs, to get involved in the political process. This is a waste of time. This is a waste of the Senate's time. Look, go back and do better, Greens.
Thank you,
go
Senator
and do a lot
McGrath.
better.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Thanks for the entertainment. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to commend Senator Waters on this bill. Clearly, if you want to trigger the major parties, just bring up meaningful political donation reform. This is the inconvenient truth in Australian politics, that we're in a situation where companies are gaming the political system. A system that is about people, Australians casting their vote, every vote having the same value, is now being co-opted by companies across this country to buy political influence. 4 of the 5 last federal elections have been won by the major party with the biggest war chest. I would suggest this is not a direction we want to head down. Australians want meaningful reform when it comes to political donations. Australians want to know that our politicians are making decisions based on what is good for their communities and not just what may be good for their donor. Senator McGrath talked about how this will limit people being able to participate in democracy and donate. On the contrary, this makes it more accessible to Australians, to actual people. Corporations are not people, and corporations are gaming the political system. If you look across the country, reading this bill, I tend to think that $3,000 per person per year, per term, is probably a fairly level playing field. We don't want to be in a situation where, because you have more wealth, you can then donate far, far more than the average Australian could ever afford to donate. And clearly, when we allow corporations to donate, they can outspend almost all but maybe the richest Australians. This is about returning democracy to the Australian people. People in the resources sector, workers who work in mining, making personal donations to a political party of their choice is not the same as resource companies making large political donations to the major parties. In the last 3 years, the Liberals have accepted just over $2.3 million from fossil fuel companies. Labor have accepted just over $1.1 million. The Nationals have accepted $221,000. That's $3.7 million of money that is clearly influencing the debate on crucial issues like global warming, like this parliament's response to what we're seeing on the news now every day, with worsening climate impacts, with a climate that is breaking down, and we're seeing weather that we haven't seen before. We're moving into a new climate. Clearly, this isn't a good way to be able to make decisions that are going to benefit everyday Australians and future generations. Political donation reform is something that Australians want. People in communities across the country are calling for it. And today we're seeing the vested interests in the major parties. Senator McAllister, that may be nonsense, but let's take gambling as an example. I'm sure senators here would receive a fair bit of correspondence about gambling. There are Australians across the country very worried about the impact that gambling is having, gambling advertising specifically, on children. And the statistics show that it is having a huge negative impact on young people. We know that. Government agencies have the data saying that there are a large percentage of children now that think that gambling is just something that adults do. It is normal. We're seeing children who are 16 and 17 not just gambling, but being at risk of problem gambling before they're even legally allowed to gamble. And yet neither of the major parties is willing to implement the kind of gambling advertising reform that most Australians want. Most Australians do not want to put on sport and see gambling advertising when they're watching with their children. And yet you try and get the new government to take that seriously, and we get a change in slogans. You cannot tell me that all of this money that is flowing into the major political parties from the gaming lobby and gambling industry is not having an effect. Because if we were listening to everyday Australians, we'd be saying, this is a huge problem. It is not good for the future of our country, and so we're going to have a response that deals with it. And experts have said one of the things that should be done is to ban any gambling advertising in the hours that children watch television, as we've done with other products that are harmful. And yet we get this lukewarm response. So, Senator McAllister, I simply do not accept your interjection that this has no effect. Clearly it does. And we can say the same when it comes to climate politics in Australia. This has become a political football. We've seen the fossil fuel industry use politicians, political parties, to kick this problem down the road to the point where we are now in a crisis. And we're going to have to do things that rise to the level of crisis that we're facing. Whereas if we had have had a parliament that was connected to everyday Australians, connected to the science, willing to listen, we could have started dealing with this a long time ago. It would have been a much steadier and simpler transition. So I would urge the major parties to reconnect with Australians, to reconnect the people that we are all in here to represent. And certainly my sense talking to people in the ACT is political donation reform is right up there. People realise that our political system is being gamed. Companies have huge influence in this building. They walk the halls, they walk into politicians' offices, they make donations, they run events. We have to deal with this.
Order. You have a colleague on his feet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I welcome the government's openness to review this and to look into it, and I look forward to having the kind of reform that is being called for by both everyday Australians and experts who have looked at this issue for a long time. This is not a new issue or concern, and both sides of politics have been in government in recent history. So clearly, like now having a National Anti-Corruption Commission, which was on the back of the Greens and Independents pushing for that for a long time, it's politically inconvenient, but it's good for Australia. And as senators, we have a duty to do what is good for the people that we represent, not the party whose line we vote along. That's a huge challenge for all of us, and I commend Senator Waters for continuing to push this issue. It resonates with everyday Australians, and the longer we leave this, the more we're going to see Australians start to find candidates who are willing to stand up and say, we can do better. We can return our democracy to people. We can have rules in place that ensure that it is a level playing field, that big companies can't donate hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, which clearly are having an effect, and it's inconvenient on both sides. We've got, for the Liberal Party in 2021, The biggest donor for the coalition was Pratt Holdings, with more than $1.2 million in donations to the Liberal Party. On the Labor side, the biggest support came from its associated entities and several unions, including the SDA, UWU and the CFMMEU, who donated $3.67 million collectively. And again, Senator Ciccone, I appreciate your interjection, and I've really welcomed the renewed focus on political donations now that we're seeing.
Order. Order.
Now that we're seeing tens of thousands of Australians making donations to independents and minor parties. For the first time that I can remember, we had the former Prime Minister during the campaign talking about it, highlighting the need to tackle political donations, and indeed we now have a government that is committed to doing that. But let's remember that there is a clear difference between Australians donating their own money in a personal capacity versus companies or unions donating. And I sense there's a real appetite to go back to having rules that make it a level playing field, that ensure that everyday Australians have the ability to donate should they want to. We don't want to stop that, but we do want to stop the undue influence that is clearly being seen and is playing out in the way that we are dealing with some of the really big and thorny issues we face, like action on climate, what our response to gambling is, being the biggest losers in the world when it comes to gambling, $25 billion or so a year. So I commend this bill. On behalf of people in the ACT I represent, I will keep pushing this. This is something that is important to people in the ACT. They want to see meaningful action. They're sick of seeing decisions being made that aren't in the best interests of Australians. They're sick of having governments that argue that the government doesn't have a duty of care to future generations. If we don't have a duty of care to future generations, what are we here for? What are we here for? And this is a meaningful way of putting checks and balances and added transparency in place so that Australians can look at this place and say, I can be more confident now that decisions are being made that are going to benefit me, that are going to benefit me and my family, that are going to benefit my children and their future and their children's children, rather than some big gambling or fossil fuel company that can spray $100,000 a month, $100,000 a year to buy a bit of influence in this place. I commend this bill.
Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I rise to speak to this bill, which is basically laced with hypocrisy, because this bill does nothing. It's got one side of the picture in terms of private sector, but it doesn't mention anything about money coming from unions. It doesn't mention anything about money coming from super funds, and it doesn't mention anything about the inherent influence inside bureaucracies. Now, I know that the promoter of this actual bill worked for the Environmental Defenders Office for about a decade, and of course she's just one of many left-wing Marxists in the bureaucracy who get paid by the taxpayer to be impartial. But I have no doubt that this is a scheme that's employed by the left. Whenever you talk about any environmental stuff, they always run off to the Environmental Defenders Office and then use the law and use the legislative, what do they call it, lawfare, to effectively shut down any sort of new production. And we have this slur going around, fossil fuel, we can't have money from fossil fuel donors, and somehow a diesel fuel rebate is somehow some sort of a rort. If you want to know what a rort is, it's the people who live in these inner-city houses. The biggest tax expenditure discount in the budget is the CGT grant on wealthy houses in inner-city electorates. And yet these same hypocrites come in here and call the actual diesel fuel rebate that is incurred by producers who don't go anywhere near a road a rort. That is not the case at all. You know, farmers have to actually, when they plant their crops, don't go anywhere near a farm. You know, I myself am from a farm of 150,000 acres. It could take you 2 hours to get to the boundary just to go and check your waters. I mean, we would drive thousands of kilometres a year just to check our waters, the bores, and somehow we're meant to pay for roads we don't use. How is this somehow a rort? And as for, like, you know, I noticed there's a key word in there that, you know, we're going to exclude people that volunteer their time. Well, the thing is, in the private sector with small business, if you didn't actually know, small business works 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. They don't always have the time to actually to donate to the parties. That's why they decide to actually give money, because they go, look, we'd love to help you out. We don't actually have the time, but look, you know, use it for advertising or whatever. So there's this implication that all donations are bad. And look, I don't like gambling any more than a lot of people in this chamber do. But you know, the fact of the matter is that was brought in by a crony deal between the Goss Labor government and Kevin Rudd, who was the Chief of Staff at the time, and the unions, who wanted to bring gambling into Queensland. And what have we got for it? Well, I'll tell you what regional Queensland got for it: nothing. What we've got is a lot of heartache. I mean, my hometown of Chinchilla, I've said this hundreds of times, when I grew up there, we didn't have any poker machines in the pubs in Chinchilla, but we had a maternity ward, we had a council, but we don't seem to have a maternity ward or a council anymore, but we've got poker machines. So you got no one's going to be influencing me, and can I say no one does influence me when it comes to donations. But the other thing that this bill completely overlooks as well is the influence of lobbyists who don't have to disclose how much people pay them. That's the real. You want to know what the real shadow government in this country is? It's the bureaucracies who are stacked with left-wing supporters, and they are left-wing supporters, and the lack of accountability in these so-called independent bodies. I mean, I've just did a post again this morning. It's about my 10th one on the RBA, how they refuse to actually bring our gold home. They refuse to do a proper audit. There's no accountability there. There's no accountability. I mean, I'll give you another great example. The Bureau of Meteorology just used to have the weather division. And these guys would go out and they'd measure the temperature, or they'd record the temperature, and that was it. End of story. But now they have this whole new division called the Climate Division. And their job is to go and create new sets of data that's been manipulated from the original raw data. They wrap big words around it like homogenisation, etc., so that most people don't even understand what they're talking about, but it's actually manipulated data. You don't actually go back and create a new data set, fudge the data. You report the original data with a margin of error. That's what you should be doing, but that's not what these guys do. And then I've spoken to the ABC, another so-called independent body, why when they report this data, they don't actually distinguish between homogenised data and raw data. Why don't they report the raw data with a margin of error? That's how you do it. In the private sector, if you went back and started coming up 3, 4, 5 sets of different accounts, a la Al Capone style, you'd be thrown in jail. But no, not within the bureaucracy, because it doesn't suit the narrative of the bureaucracy that maybe the temperature hasn't risen as high as much as what they claim it to be, and it hasn't. The raw data doesn't show anywhere near the increase in temperature as what the homogenised data is. So that's just another example of the influence that can be coming not from money, but from the use of volunteer or paid power, when people who are paid by the taxpayer to deliver goods and services aren't actually delivering goods and services at all. What they're doing is using the bureaucracy to push their own ideology, and that is corruption. That is corruption. And then we go to the hypocrisy here of this bill again with superannuation. The first thing the Labor government did when they got in was to actually try and remove— well, they did remove the disclosure laws around how much money superannuation funds donate to political parties via the unions or whatever. Did the Greens vote for greater transparency there? No, I don't think they did. They didn't do that. What about the pharma industry, Big Pharma? I'm not talking about pharmacies, by the way, Senator McGrath. I'm talking about Big Pharma. Did the Greens back our bill to actually get that contract disclosed? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. And if we go and look at who the Greens' all-time biggest donor is, it's none other than Graham Wood, a guy that made his millions through travelling, for basically an online booking agent for people to travel the world. How much CO2 does travelling the world actually consume? And they've got the height to come in here and cast slurs on our primary producers, our miners and our farmers, that somehow these guys are bad. But it's the gross hypocrisy. And if we look at the Victorian Greens Party, their biggest donor was, of course, the Electrical Trades Union. The Electrical Trades Union. Now, of course, they'd be making a lot of money out of all wiring all of these solar panels and these wind turbines that we can't recycle and all the batteries that are going to be installed. Can you see the connection between the Electrical Trades Union, that's going to get paid a lot of money, a lot of jobs for the Sparkies, by setting up all of this new electrical wiring? And think of all the transmission lines that are going to be ripping the guts out of, scarring our beautiful landscape. Think of all the dead koalas from these transmission lines, the dead wombats from these EVs with greater braking speeds. Think of that. Think of that. That's terrible. All those inner-city elites, as they're driving down from their North Shore suburbs or the inner city of Melbourne, as they drive up to the snow every year and there's extra, EV cars with an 800-kilogram battery in the middle of it that increases the braking the speed. The hypocrisy of these people is breathtaking. And that was another comment I heard, accelerated depreciation is somehow wrought. No, no, no. If you're going to drop $1 million on a tractor, and it costs a lot of money to buy a tractor to go around and around, you won't sell that tractor again anytime soon for anywhere near $1 million. It costs a lot of money for big capital-intensive equipment, and to somehow claim that getting a tax deduction for a genuine cost of doing business is somehow a rort, it's just absurd. It is just absurd. But yet again, we have the Greens that are completely divorced from reality. They don't seem to understand that small business in this country don't have the time to go out and campaign. And we saw that, and the other great big hypocrisy in all of this is with the Teals, for example. I mean, their biggest funder, of course, is Simon Holmes à Court, and he's got his wealth from his father, Robert Holmes à Court, who made lots of money in the 80s from investing in mining companies. And yet again, we have this classic hypocrisy. Don't worry about where my wealth came from. Once I've got my millions, I'm then going to do the backflip and suddenly start being holier than thou to alleviate my guilt. And, it's like, I know Senator Pocock often talks about he grew up on a farm and he respects the farmers. Well, I suggest, Senator Pocock, if you want to come out to our property one day and look at how far it takes to drive from our house out to our boundaries and how much petrol we spend a year. And by the way, my dad never claimed diesel fuel rebate. I used to tell him to get and do it because he just won't take any sort of handout from the government. Or he doesn't, just doesn't want anything to do with government. He doesn't want the government in his life. That's why he lives on a property 150,000 acres, miles from anywhere. And obviously I've inherited some of his traits because that's how I feel when it comes to government as well. Hey? Yeah, no, I came to the Senate to get government out of my life. To get government out of my life. Thanks very much, Senator Shoebridge, and I enjoy your interjections, and you'll quickly learn that you won't get away with it with me because I will eviscerate you. My intelligence will put you back in your spot very, very quickly. And
Senator Rennick, pause for a moment. Interjections are always disorderly, so if everybody could just enjoy each other's company and enjoy Senator Rennick's speech in silence, please. Thank you, Senator Rennick.
Senator McGrath. And it's always I might just I look at these figures and I ask myself, where will we end up with? And of course, the other thing we haven't spoken about, and I must touch on this, of course, is the influence of the childcare industry, because I've often said, and you've only got to look at the union movement in this country, they're down to about 10% of the workers. And the reason why they grasp onto our children and childcare is their only growing union in this country is the actual United Voice because of the rapid increase in childcare. Now, these people say they want to, look after our children. I don't want the government looking after our children. I want that childcare payment going directly to the parent and letting the parent choose, just like when it comes to the transgender stuff, letting the parent decide. Because when it comes to our space in this country, the government doesn't invade our personal space. And there's too much of that happening with big government, and I've seen that since I've come down here, whether it's childcare, whether it's what sort of, you know, how we look after our health, you name it, how we save our money. The unions and big government and the bureaucracy, they are the true shadow government of this country, and they have no accountability. And if you want to, you know, and this is the hypocrisy of this bill, when we tried to move bills or amendments to get greater transparency over costings on reaching the 43% target by 2030, don't have a clue. Don't have a clue. Senator McAllister doesn't have a clue on how many kilometres of transmission lines we need to reach that target by 2030. They don't have a clue on how many batteries, how much energy needs to be stored, and they certainly have no idea on costings. We've done the same for the pharmaceutical contracts. I'm about to bring up another OPD on the Auditor-General. The Auditor-General came out, another ex-Labor staffer, didn't declare he was an ex-Labor staffer when he applied for the job. Seemed to think that was 30 or 40 years ago, so it didn't matter, but yet again it matters, because a leopard doesn't change their spots. So if you want to declare, if you want to get all this stuff and tamp down on donations, I think every bureaucrat in this country should be made declare who they vote for at every election, so we know whether or not they're impartial. They shouldn't be allowed to vote. That would be their way. Once you become a bureaucrat, you've got to be completely impartial. Don't let them vote, or we can make them disclose which way they vote. So we know how they think, because for too long these guys have been running a protection racket for the left side of politics. And we actually had one public servant in estimates started, saying "we the government, we the government." He got, Senator Holly Hughes very quickly picked up on the fact that he should have actually been impartial. But as I said, if you want to know who really controls this government, it's the bureaucrats and the unions and the super funds and the big end of town, the inner city elites. It's not the battlers. It's not the battlers. Okay, they're out there. They're voiceless. They're voiceless. And most of them are too busy working. I mean, whether you like it or not in this country, politics is only followed by a very small slither of people in this country. And it's a genuine, and most of the reason why is because they're too busy working. They're too busy working. Now, some people, when they get later in life and they have a bit of money, they might want to donate to the party. They may want to donate to the party. But no. This bill will destroy the right to exercise their right to participate in democracy, because they don't always have the time. They don't always have the time of young uni students who, like that's how Josh got rolled. Basically, the Teals got about a couple of thousand people to go door knocking, paid them $40. Paid them $40. I wonder is it going to apply to the Teals who pay their volunteers to go door knocking? Is this bill going to apply to that? Is this going to because this says non-volunteer labour? So how does it work out when the Teals and the Greens pay their volunteers to go door knocking? Is that yeah? They're not volunteers. That's right. So they should be called out as well. We're going to make every little volunteer disclose how much they're getting paid. We're going to do that? No, of course not. Of course not. So if we want to have true democracy in this country, and I'm all for disclosure, but this is one-sided. This is one-sided. So next time I'll bring that big pharmaceutical bill up, Senator Walters, and see whether or not you want to vote on what we spent the $8 billion for with these vaccines. Senator Waters, and what we spent what we got for that and what was in that deal. But you didn't do that, so I don't want to hear any big end of town, how you're against the big end of town, because every time we try and wedge you guys on making the big end of town more transparent, you always vote with Labor. Because we know that Mr Albanese, and I'll be putting the bureaucrats up to ICAC. I'm going to have a lot of fun doing this because Mr Albanese, the Prime Minister, will shut that down.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Turns out if you want to trigger Labor and the coalition, mention political donations. And out comes the sort of wacko conspiracy theories, out comes the love of corporate Australia, and out comes, I think, one of the strangest arguments that I've heard in this debate. The argument from Labor is what's eroding trust in democracy isn't taking hundreds of, thousands of dollars, millions of dollars of donations from the fossil fuel industry and the gambling industry, big pharma, defence, the finance industry. That's not what's eroding trust in politics, not taking the dirty money. But what's eroding trust in politics is telling the public about it and asking for change. Now, that would have to be one of the most perverse arguments that I've heard against calling for donations reform, but it came from Labor today in this chamber. And then, of course, we have this kind of wacko weird conspiracy theory coming from the coalition, obviously triggering some deep emotional problem they have, if you ever suggest we should take them off the teat of corporate Australia. So I commend Senator Waters for bringing this bill, and I commend Senator Rhiannon and so many others that have been campaigning now for decades to clean up Australian politics. And do we need to do it? Well, of course we do. Right now, there's a live discussion about the future of coal and gas, and the Greens and millions of Australians are trying to keep it in the ground. And there's about 114 live proposals for new or expanded coal or gas projects. And of those, at least 56 of them have made donations to the major parties. And that's just what's on the public record. It's likely to be much more. So we're about to decide key questions on climate policy. And we know that coal and gas has bought their way into this place. Just in 2020-2021 alone, there was more than $1.1 million of donations made to Labor and the coalition by fossil fuel companies. Woodside dropped more than $100,000 to the government of the day. And do you reckon they have a seat at the table while we're talking about climate change? Of course they do, because they bought it. Because corporations don't give money to politics because they love democracy. Corporations give money to politics because they want to buy outcomes. They want to buy approvals for their coal and gas projects. So if we want to save democracy, if we seriously want to clean up this parliament, this bill is essential. So I commend Senator Waters for bringing this bill. I'm disturbed at the unhinged response we get from the major parties whenever we mention donations reform. And, Acting Deputy President, I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. In a minute and a half, let me just say that, first of all, this bill has very many positive aspects. But there will be industries that will get around this. There's one industry that the Greens not represented on their list. Without doubt, it's the worst industry for influence peddling. This is an industry that actually owns outright 7 Teals members of parliament, 6 in the House of Representatives and 1 here in the Senate, all on a mission to drive as many sales for their sponsors as they can. The industry I'm talking about, of course, is the nature-dependent power industry, unreliable, expensive solar and wind. The members of parliament I'm talking about are the Teals. The very reason for the existence of the Teals party is to drive sales for companies associated with their financial sugar daddy at Climate 20. Simon Holmes Accord bought government in his first public foray into election funding. He bought his way into the Senate's Labor, Greens, Teals governing.
You'll be in continuation. The time for this debate has expired. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of government business. I call the clerk.
Government business order of the day number 1, Fair Work Legislation Amendment Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022 in committee.
Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022 and Amendments 1 to 68 on sheet PV 24, moved by Senator Watt. Senator Cash.
Thank you very much. And just again, before I start this line of questioning, because it is going to be quite a technical line of questioning in relation to the Better Off Overall test, I do just want to again remind the chamber that in terms of the questions, as I asked last night, and I am again going to proceed to ask today, they are very deliberate questions, in particular to enable, to the extent possible, due to the significant uncertainty about how this legislation could be interpreted, that we get, to the extent that we can, if possible, clear and concise answers to provide guidance to those interpreting the government's legislative intent. And again, for that reason, and just for the benefit of the Hansard record, I do remind the chamber and the minister that the official records of parliamentary debates, which includes questions in the committee of the whole stage, and for the benefit of those in the gallery, that's exactly what we are doing now. We are in questions of the committee of the whole stage in relation to Labor's industrial relations legislation, they are a vital source of information when it comes to statutory interpretation. So, Minister, I do now want to turn to a line of questioning in relation to the Better Off Overall test. And in terms of that line of questioning, I just want to set the scene by referring to the Minister's comments in the second reading speech in the House of Representatives on Thursday, the 27th of October 2022. In relation to simplifying the Better Off Overall test, the Minister stated, "We will make the Better Off Overall test simple, flexible and fair. There's consensus that approval requirements for enterprise agreements are onerous, complex and unnecessarily prescriptive. We'll make key changes to fix this. First, the concept of prospective award-covered employees is removed for enterprise agreements that are not greenfield. For the majority of proposed enterprise agreements, the test will be applied in relation to actual workers and patterns and types of work that are reasonably foreseeable. The bill will restore the original intent of the test as a global rather than line-by-line comparison against the modern award. And thirdly, if there is a common view that the employer and union have that the agreement passes the test, the Commission may give primary consideration to that view." And again, in particular, I just want to go back to the comments. First, the concept of prospective award-covered employees is removed for enterprise agreements that are not greenfield. For the majority of proposed enterprise agreements, the test will be applied in relation to actual workers and patterns and types of work that are reasonably foreseeable. So that was the Minister's statement in the House of Representatives on Thursday, the 27th of October 2022, when he was referring to the bill that was tabled at the time. And again, if one was to go to that in terms of a matter of statutory interpretation, it would appear at this stage that the concept of prospective award-covered employees will be removed. If I then go to the regulatory impact statement, just in terms of the Better Off Overall test, it states, as well as the concern over the genuine agreement requirements, employers have consistently raised issues about the application of the Better Off Overall test. In the Coles decision, for example, it goes through what the Coles decision is, and then it basically says employer groups are strongly of the view that the broader decline in enterprise agreement coverage across the labour market is in part referable to these changes in the application of the test and the uncertainty it has resulted in. And so there appeared to be consensus that the changes proposed by the government in relation to the Better Off Overall test, and in particular, to quote the Minister, the concept of the prospective award-covered employees being removed, etc. So what I would like you to do is, just in relation to the bill that was tabled before the amendments last night were tabled, could I just go through that with you now to understand in particular what happened here in relation to the prospective employees and the hypothetical employees? What was the change originally intended to do?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Cash. Good to be with you again on the important piece of legislation. Just in general terms, can I say that the government's motivation in reforming the Better Off Overall test is that I think pretty much anyone involved in the workplace relations system in Australia at the moment accepts that it's not working as it was intended. So what we're trying to do here is to remove uncertainty that currently attaches to the Better Off Overall test by allowing the Fair Work Commission to only consider patterns of work that are reasonably foreseeable, meaning the Commission will no longer be able to consider unrealistic scenarios. And, of course, there are Senate amendments that we put forward that will clarify that the Fair Work Commission must consider whether reasonably foreseeable employees would be better off overall. These changes will ensure that the Better Off Overall test is simplified while providing strong protections to ensure no worker is worse off. You'll remember, Senator Cash, that at the Jobs Summit both employers and unions agreed that the Better Off Overall test is not operating in the way it was intended. So, as I say, that's why we are making these changes. The amendments clarify that when applying the Better Off Overall test, the Fair Work Commission must undertake a global assessment. It must also consider the views of the parties and give primary consideration to any common view about whether the agreement passes the Better Off Overall test, as expressed by the employer and bargaining representatives that are employee organisations. In terms of our amendment that provides that the Fair Work Commission will consider reasonably foreseeable employees, I've already addressed that, but the Fair Work Commission would also only have regard to patterns or kinds of work or types of employment if they are reasonably foreseeable. A further government amendment would provide that in making this assessment, the Commission must have regard to the nature of the enterprise or enterprises to which the agreement relates. If a view is expressed by a reasonable employer, employee or bargaining representative as to whether a working arrangement is reasonably foreseeable, then the Fair Work Commission must determine the matter. If the Fair Work Commission makes an amendment to an enterprise agreement to address a concern about meeting the Better Off Overall test, the amendment must be necessary to address the concern, and the Fair Work Commission must seek the views of the relevant parties. Additionally, the bill includes a reconsideration process to allow employees, employers or their representatives to seek a reassessment of the Better Off Overall test where particular working arrangements were not considered by the Fair Work Commission when the boot was first applied, either because they were not being engaged in or by omission. If the Fair Work Commission has a concern that an agreement does not pass the Better Off Overall test, as part of the reconsideration process, it must amend the agreement with retrospective effect if it considers it necessary to address the concern. However, penalty orders won't be available for any contraventions that only arise because of a retrospective variation. So hopefully that clarifies the intent behind these amendments.
Senator Cash.
Minister, could I just ask what document you were quoting from, just so I can go and get a copy of it? And then there are a number of issues that have now been raised in relation to that response. And if I'll just appreciate getting a copy of it so that I can then question you in relation to those issues.
Minister.
The comments that I've just made have been provided to me as explanatory points, but I suspect that you'll find that at least some of it, if not all of it, is covered in the supplementary explanatory memorandum as well.
Senator Cash.
So what I really do want to focus on then is employers welcome the changes to the boot, and in particular the fact that going forward under the original clause that was tabled, the Better Off Overall test would not apply to the hypothetical or unlikely work. And I'll take you through shortly the Officeworks case study and the Prouds Retail Employees Enterprise Agreement, because, as you know, they are not hypotheticals, they are actual cases that were decided. What I want to do, though, because there just does appear to be now some inconsistency in what you have just advised the Chamber of and the press release that was issued on the 27th of November 2022 by Adam Bandt on behalf of the Australian Greens. Now, this has caused, as you could understand, absolute confusion now amongst employers and employees across Australia. So on one hand, what we had was the government allegedly working with employers following the Jobs and Skills Summit. There was an agreement that there needed to be changes to the boot. Within reason, those changes were reflected in the first draft of the legislation that the minister tabled and spoke to, as I stated, on the 27th of October. On the 27th of November 2022, after the deal was done with Senator David Pocock, and the amendments are now before the chair, a press release was issued by the Australian Greens. And I just want to read this into that Hansard record because I then want to explore with you what the differences are in this press release and the statement that you've just given to the Australian Senate. Greens leader and workplace relations spokesman Adam Band MP and Greens employment spokesperson Senator Barbara Pocock say that the Greens have agreed to back the government's IR bill after securing significant additional improvements, including giving parents an enforceable right to request unpaid parental leave and protecting the existing Better Off Overall test. The Greens have been locked in negotiations with the government on the bill for several months, very interesting, and the government has already included a number of long-standing Greens initiatives, and I'll get you to take me through them shortly. This is the paragraph of concern that has been brought to my attention, as I said, by multiple employers and employees. The government's original bill, the one that we've just been talking about, attempted to remove prospective workers from being considered under Better Off Overall test when agreements are approved, something the Greens were concerned could have led to prospective workers being worse off. The Greens have ensured that the test in the existing Section 193 will remain. Further, the bill will be amended to clarify that when applying the boot, this is the important bit, and considering potential work patterns of current or future employees, the Fair Work Commission will still have to apply the existing tests and assess any work patterns the employer, union or employees consider foreseeable. This is where, obviously, the concern has been raised. We have a statement by the minister in relation to the original bill. We have the explanation that you've just given to the Australian Senate. We have the amendments in front of us, and we'll go through them in detail. But at the same time, we have a statement from the Australian Greens that basically says all bets are off in relation to considering potential work patterns of current or future employees, and the Fair Work Commission will still have to apply the existing tests and assess any work patterns the employer, union or employees consider foreseeable. Seeing that was probably the biggest win that the employers have, I just need to genuinely understand, again, this is statutory interpretation. There's a press release here. It appears to not be consistent with what you've just said. Is the press release correct? The bill will be amended to clarify that when applying the boot and considering potential work patterns of current or future employees, the Fair Work Commission will still have to apply the existing tests and assess any work patterns the employer, union or employees consider foreseeable.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Cash. Well, I think you'd be drawing a bit of a long bow to argue that a press release issued by a non-government party would somehow be used by a future court to interpret the meaning of this legislation. Well, I know, and I'm not, and no one in the government is responsible for the words that are issued by a non-government party, whether it be the Greens or anyone else. That's a matter for them, how they want to characterise things. What I can tell you, and this is from the supplementary explanatory memorandum, is that the new, from paragraph 24 onwards on page 5, new subsection 193 capital A subsection 6 provides that when applying the Better Off Overall test, the Fair Work Commission may only have regard to patterns or kinds of work or types of employment if they are reasonably foreseeable at the test time. This amendment amends subsection 193 capital A6 to provide that in considering what is reasonably foreseeable, the Fair Work Commission must have regard to the nature of the enterprise or enterprises to which the agreement relates. And then it importantly says at paragraph 27, the Fair Work Commission must have regard to the reasonably foreseeable patterns or kinds of work or types of employment for both existing award-covered employees and foreseeable employees. And it does refer to the Coles case, which I assume is the same Coles case that you're referring to. So the Fair Work Commission would no longer be required to consider hypothetical working arrangements that are not reasonably foreseeable.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. And just to ensure the record is correct, despite what you said, I in no way was suggesting a Greens press release would be utilised. I was, though, stating your statements in response would be. So what I've just heard from you is, and with all due respect to Senator Barbara Pocock, and I'm sure you'll have an opportunity to respond, Senator Pocock, the statement in the press release issued by Adam Bandt, the leader of the Australian Greens, is wrong, based on what you've just said.
Minister.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and assess on a 1 to 10 point scale or any other means whether what the Greens say on any matter is correct. What I'm telling you is what the government's position is and what the law is. The core change we are making here is to require the Fair Work Commission to only have regard to patterns of or kinds of work or types of employment that are reasonably foreseeable. The Senate amendments will not change this. And in the Senate, what we're seeking to do is simply clarify that the Fair Work Commission must consider whether reasonably foreseeable employees would be better off overall after considering the views of the parties and the nature of the business. This capacity is relevant where there are no employees actually employed under a particular classification in an agreement at the time of approval, but they are realistically likely to be in future. And any working arrangements considered by the Fair Work Commission, whether for current or future employees, must be reasonably foreseeable. But it's a matter for the Greens what they want to say about this debate, and I'm not here to say whether they're right or wrong. That's for them to say.
Senator Pocock, I'm going to have the call Senator Cash at the moment because Senator Cash has a line of questioning, and after Senator Cash, there is a break. I will come to you, unless you. Sorry, Senator Pocock.
I feel that certain statements have been made about the Greens, and I'd like the opportunity to respond while they're before us.
Well, I think if it would probably assist the chamber if we could let Senator Cash finish this line of questioning in relation possibly to those statements, then I'll come to you so that you can respond in full. And I'll make sure the following chair knows that too. Senator Cash.
Well, in relation to your political comments, Senator Watt, I would say you have done a deal with the Australian Greens to get this legislation through. That is actually in the public, and therefore it is appropriate I ask questions in relation to the deal that has been done, so we do get an understanding as to the impact of the deal on the legislation. Given the press release and given your statements, and given obviously the concerns that have been raised by employers, because as I said, there is the original draft, there is the agreement with the employers in relation to the Better Off Overall test changes, there is the statements, or there are the statements made by Minister Burke in his second reading speech, and then jump forward to but a few days ago, there is an announcement about a deal. Employers have expressed their disappointment. In particular, there didn't appear to be any statements made by Minister Burke in relation to the deal that had been struck with the Australian Greens, but for the press release issued by Mr Bandt. Based on the Green statement, the issue of prospective employees would remain. I'm still struggling to understand. So you're saying they're wrong and you're right. So if we could perhaps turn to two case studies, because I think the case studies will actually take us through what actually will be in and what actually will be out. So the first case study is in relation to it's the 2019 Officeworks case. I know the department and the ministerial advisers will know the Officeworks case. So the 2019 Officeworks Enterprise Agreement provides a compelling example of where process prevails over substance. After objections were lodged by one union, the Fair Work Commission asked Officeworks to provide undertakings about a cold work allowance and a liquor licence, despite the fact that these have nothing to do with the Officeworks business. This is for an agreement which was voted on by more than 80% of eligible employees, with 97% voting in favour of the agreement. This is one example of what had become too common when seeking to have enterprise agreements approved, and I think that would have been raised with you by employers because the Officeworks case is one of the most famous cases when it comes to looking at being asked to provide an undertaking about a cold work allowance and a liquor licence, despite the fact that it had nothing to do with your business, the fact that it was voted on by more than 80% of eligible employees, and of that 80%, 97% voted in favour. So in terms of would the changes proposed by the government to the boot mean that the Fair Work Commission would now find this decision differently?
Minister.
Senator Cash, as we were discussing yesterday, I'm not going to categorically say what an independent Fair Work Commission will or will not find when a case is brought to it. But it is certainly the intention of the government to, if you like, fix the Officeworks type situation. And again, I direct you to the supplementary explanatory memorandum. Paragraph 28 says that the Fair Work Commission would no longer be required to consider hypothetical working arrangements that are not reasonably foreseeable given the nature of the particular enterprise, and employers, this is the important part, employers would accordingly no longer need to provide undertakings in relation to such arrangements as occurred, for example, with an undertaking about the holding of a liquor licence and work in a cool room, despite the enterprise not serving liquor or having a cool room. And there's a direct reference in the explanatory memorandum to the Officeworks decision.
Senator Cash.
Thank you, and there is, and that is why I asked the question. So, based on the new test that you are applying, if you look at the Officeworks Enterprise Agreement in the 2019 case, you've just said you can't rule it in or out, and that's the issue that I have. The explanatory memorandum looks like it rules it out. You're saying you can't, it's at the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. This is actually one that you are. It is in your own regular explanatory memorandum. So on that basis, my understanding is that hypothetical, you would no longer need to give an undertaking, in particular, for example, an undertaking about the holding of a liquor licence and work in a cool room, despite the enterprise not serving liquor or having a cool room. So on that basis, what we could all agree with, the Officeworks case doesn't matter about it would be decided differently.
Minister.
I think that would be reasonable to expect, that it would be decided differently, because the explanatory memorandum says that the types of undertakings that were required in that decision would no longer be needed. What I'm not going to do is predict what the Fair Work Commission will decide on any matter, but I think it is reasonable to expect that the Officeworks decision would be decided differently because of the clear wording of the explanatory memorandum.
Senator Cash.
I'll just go through another case study, then I just have a few questions on prospective employees, and then I will obviously cede the call to Senator Pocock for what time she needs. Just in relation, and again, this is not a hypothetical, these are actual cases. The Prouds Retail Employees Enterprise Agreement. In May 2019, 86% of voting employees voted to support the agreement, but the Shop Distributive and Allied Employees Association, the SDA, argued that the agreement should deal with outlets that employ more than 15 employees per week, despite the fact that Prouds never employs more than 50 employees in any one of their stores on a regular basis. It took 16 long months from the date of lodgement with the Fair Work Commission to have that agreement finally approved. The issue the business had with that was it took them away from creating jobs and it left employees worse off while arguing about completely hypothetical situations, again, similar to the Officeworks case. They had to provide undertakings to the Commission in relation to a cold work allowance and a liquor licence, despite that having nothing to do to their business. And we've now confirmed Officeworks will be very happy to know that has been ruled out. That is very good. But this is now another agreement, and it is in relation to very similar outlets that employ more than 15 employees per week, despite the fact that Prouds never employs more than 15 employees in any one of their stores on a regular basis. 16 months longer. At that time, the business literally says it stopped them from creating jobs and it left employees worked off. And the whole point there was they actually had to argue about completely hypothetical situations that did not exist. When we look at clause 28 on page 5 of the supplementary explanatory memorandum, this is, again, does the Prouds retail case now fit within that? Minister.
Well, again, I'm not going to say what the Fair Work Commission will decide on a particular matter. That is always a decision for them. But the entire point of this amendment is to eliminate hypothetical working arrangements that are not reasonably foreseeable. The entire point of this amendment is to speed up the process and avoid the sorts of protracted matters such as the one that you're referring to. So I don't really think I can be any clearer than to say that in any matter that the Fair Work Commission is going to be considering, they won't be required to consider hypothetical working arrangements that are not reasonably foreseeable.
Senator Cash. So can I just confirm then, there is nothing stopping the Fair Work Commission from considering a prospective employee. Is that correct? Minister.
Reasonably foreseeable. That is correct if that prospective employee is a reasonably foreseeable one. It all hinges on that.
Senator Cash. And could I just, and this will be my final question if I can get the answer from you, in relation to the original bill that was tabled and the amendments I now have in front of me, I need you to take me to what are the key differences in terms of inserting back in reasonably foreseeable employee, because my understanding is under the bill that was tabled that the minister spoke to, the concept of prospective award and covered employees was removed, and reasonably foreseeable. We're now adding that back in by way of section 524B12, for example, and all the subsequent sections that add back in reasonably foreseeable employee. I just want to make sure I've got absolutely certain what the key differences are. Minister.
So what? Sorry, just to be clear, what you're asking is where are the new references to reasonably foreseeable employees within the amendments? Is that what you're asking?
So, original bill, you took that out. You're now reinserting it back in, and I just need to understand, is that what's actually going to happen? Minister.
Thanks, Senator Cash. Just for the sake of completeness, I might take on notice and come back to you with each of the instances where there's been that change, but I can point you to amendments 526 capital C, 526 capital D, and then, of course, there's the ones that we've been talking about in relation to the Better Off Overall test as well. But I will come back to you on notice as to the complete list. Yep.
Thank you. Senator Barbara Pocock. Thank you. And thanks, Minister, for your explanations there. Senator Cash has implied that there's some kind of inappropriate or nefarious kind of discussion or negotiation underway and that that's somehow illegitimate. I just want to reassure people at home watching that since coming here as a senator just 6 months ago, I've seen nothing but discussion, compromise, negotiation, often improvement in things. There's nothing untoward about it. And anyone who wants to know what values or issues the Greens took into those discussions with the government can look on our website. There's nothing secret about what we did. And our vote increased, and it increased in the last election because people want an end to things like pay secrecy. They want a group of senators in here who are making sure that those low-paid retail and hospitality workers don't fall through the bottom of the boot test. And I think it's very important that we have been in discussion to improve the test for making sure those young employees, very powerless, are protected. And our sole focus has been on those protections in relation to the boot test. We've sought to preserve the essential elements of the boot so that new workers or foreseeable working conditions don't put workers backwards. And I just wanted to follow that statement with a question to the minister and ask him, you've clarified the questions of reasonably foreseeable circumstances and the way in which the boot will operate to protect those low-income and many of them young workers. I wonder if you could say a little about the reconsideration process and how that will work to also make sure that those workers don't fall, young workers, low-paid workers don't fall through. Minister.
Thanks for that, Senator Pocock. I don't remember whether I made this point earlier in responding to Senator Cash, but you're quite correct that the bill includes what's known as a reconsideration process to allow employees, employers or their representatives to seek a reassessment of the Better Off Overall test where particular working arrangements were not considered by the Fair Work Commission when the boot Better Off Overall test was first applied, either because they were not being engaged in or by omission. The fundamental point, of course, here is that the government does not want to see workers left worse off. If the Fair Work Commission has a concern that an agreement does not pass the Better Off Overall test as part of the reconsideration process, it must amend the agreement with retrospective effect if it considers it necessary to address the concern. However, penalty orders won't be available for any contraventions that only arise because of a retrospective variation. Really, the intention of the reconsideration process is to permit adjustments to the bargained outcome only to the extent necessary to address a concern about the Better Off Overall test because of a working arrangement that was not initially considered. The intention is not to interfere with the working arrangements for employees who are not affected by the concerns or unnecessarily disrupt the operations of the enterprise. The Business Council of Australia and the ACTU both support a Better Off Overall test reconsideration process for enterprise agreements.
Senator Pocock. Senator Cash.
At this stage, I'll move on to another section of the Act. I may have to come back to you in relation to further questions on the changes to the Better Off Overall test. One of the issues that came up at the committee hearing, but we didn't get very far with the department, and it's just getting a better understanding from you in relation to what is just the actual effect and the intention of this particular section of the bill. So what I start then with, Minister, is just the general question. Can you please advise what the changes are to section 186 of the bill?
Minister.
I'll just track that down for you, Senator Cash. So section 186 that you refer to falls within the part of the bill that deals with enterprise agreement approvals. And overall, what we're seeking to do is to simplify the process, remove unnecessary complexity for workers and employers by simplifying the agreement pre-approval requirements. As to why we're doing this, there's consensus that the pre-approval requirements for enterprise agreements are onerous, complex and unnecessarily prescriptive. This can be a disincentive to bargain and can sometimes have significant consequences for employers and workers where an agreement has been reached but cannot be approved because of a procedural error during the course of the bargaining process. As to what the amendment involves and the proposal involves, it would replace certain pre-approval requirements with a broad requirement that the agreement has been genuinely agreed to by relevant employees. A government amendment retains the existing requirement that employers must take all reasonable steps to ensure that the terms of the agreement and the effect of those terms are explained to employees in an appropriate manner, taking into account their particular circumstances and needs. The Fair Work Commission must also be satisfied that the employees requested to approve the agreement by voting for it have a sufficient interest in the terms of the agreement and are sufficiently representative, having regard to the employees the agreement is expressed to cover. The Fair Work Commission will issue a statement of principles on genuine agreement to provide guidance to employers on how to ensure an enterprise agreement has been genuinely agreed to by employees. I suspect, Senator Cash, that might be something of interest to you and the people who've been in touch with you, is what does genuine agreement amount to? And that's something that the Fair Work Commission will issue a statement of principles on. That document, when it's issued, will play a significant role in ensuring the changes do not erode employee safeguards. A government amendment also provides that before an employer requests employees to approve a multi-enterprise agreement by voting for it, the employer must obtain written agreement to the making of the request from each bargaining representative for the agreement that is an employee organisation. The government wants to ensure that employers are not unreasonably prevented from putting agreements to a vote, and that's why a further proposed government amendment would permit the Fair Work Commission to order, on application by a bargaining representative, that an employer is permitted to put a multi-enterprise agreement to a vote where employee organisations' failure to provide their agreement is unreasonable in the circumstances.
Senator Cash. Because that was the global overview of section 186. Can I just now go to some of the specific amendments that are being made? So section 647, after subsection 1862, you are inserting in brackets 2 capital AA close bracket. In applying paragraph 1862b, the Fair Work Commission must disregard anything done and the effect of anything done by a person other than one of the employers who bargained for the agreement that is authorised by or under this Act, including protected industrial action. What is the effect of this new section?
Minister.
Could I please just get that specific section again?
It was section 647, after subsection 186 in brackets 2, insert in brackets 2 capital A close bracket, and then it refers to in applying paragraph 186 in brackets 2 in brackets B. So there's been the insertion of a section above that says, in applying the paragraph 1862b, the Fair Work Commission must now disregard anything done and the effect of anything done by a person other than one of the employers who bargained for the agreement. And my question obviously is, what is the effect of this new section?
Minister.
Sorry, just I think, putting it simply, Senator Cash, what this is seeking to do is to make clear that what would represent genuine agreement needs to be based on the content of the agreement rather than necessarily the process of getting there. And so, for instance, if a majority vote of employees at a workplace resulted in the employer being brought to a multi-employer agreement, that would not in itself demonstrate genuine agreement or opposition to that agreement from the employer.
Senator Cash. Can I then ask, in terms of the definition of coercion in section 186 of the Act, what does that actually then include? Minister.
Senator Cash, I'm sure you'd be familiar that there's extensive case law on the meaning of coercion as it relates, for instance, to the general protections provisions of the existing legislation. So our expectation would be it would attract the same meaning in the context that you're putting it forward.
Senator Cash. Can I then confirm coercion then does not include taking industrial action or threatening to take industrial action? And again, with all due respect, and we went through it last night, whether or not I have any knowledge is actually irrelevant. I'm deliberately asking these questions for the benefit of the Hansard record. No, thank you. And obviously, as I said, very genuine questions. This is a new section. There's a section in the Act that says currently approval of enterprise agreements by the Fair Work Commission, section 186, when the Fair Work Commission must approve an enterprise agreement general requirement, sets out the basic rule. It then says, 186.2 currently, the Fair Work Commission must be satisfied that, B, if the agreement is a multi-enterprise agreement, the agreement has been genuinely agreed to by each employer covered by the agreement, and 2, no person coerced or threatened to coerce any of the employers to make the agreement. The point of the line of questioning is, I then look at the amendment. The amendment says we're now swooping in above that. And what we're now saying is, if the agreement is a multi-enterprise agreement, no person coerced or threatened to coerce any of the employers to make the agreement. And the bit I'm struggling with then is, you're now saying, insert new 2A, in applying paragraph 186.2b, the Fair Work Commission must disregard anything done and the effect of anything done by a person other than one of the employers who bargained for the agreement. Again, what, in terms of the definition of coercion in section 186, does it not include taking industrial action or threatening to take industrial action? Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. And as I say, I wasn't having a go, Senator Cash, in suggesting that you might know that there's extensive case law. I was recognising your experience in this area, but what I can also direct you to in the revised explanatory memorandum is I think the next paragraph from the one that you were reading from. So paragraph 1119. About halfway down, it makes the point that protected industrial action taken by the employer's employees during bargaining for the agreement would not amount to coercion. The employer, having requested its employees to vote to approve the agreement, could be taken into consideration, as could any unprotected industrial action taken by the employees.
Senator Cash. So proposing to take industrial action which would financially cripple a smaller family business or a business over, say, 21, in order to get an employer to sign an enterprise agreement, is that permitted?
Minister.
Well, Senator Cash, my limited recollection of the case law on coercion is that simply proposing to take protected industrial action does not amount to coercion. I mean, whether we're talking about employers or employees, given that the current legislation that your government presided over allowed for protected industrial action to occur, albeit with significant constraints around it, that the mere fact that that is provided for in the legislation would suggest pretty strongly to me that that does not amount to coercion. What the explanatory memorandum is trying to say is that coercion could, for example, be unprotected industrial action, unlawful intimidation or threats. And I've been reminded that the leading case on the meaning of coercion in this context is the Esso decision, and that found essentially that coercion needs to involve negation of choice and the use of unlawful, illegitimate or unconscionable means.
Senator Cash.
And I'm disappointed, Senator Watt, that you had to refer back to the Act you presided under. Just so you're completely aware, whenever you say that, you don't insult me, but you do insult former Prime Minister Gillard and Prime Minister Rudd, because it is your regime. So please be aware, no one here is insulted by the comments that you are making. We didn't have the numbers in the previous Senate. We relied on you. You opposed everything, including our changes to the boot. So every time you want to say that going forward, please note none of us are insulted, but I'm quite sure in insulting Prime Minister Rudd and Prime Minister Gillard, given it is Labor's Fair Work Act, there'll be many on your side who are disappointed.
Minister.
Senator Cash, I think it's pretty well recognized. I mean, the fact that we are putting forward amendments to this legislation indicates that the Albanese Labor government does think that the Fair Work Act needs improvement. Yes, the Fair Work Act was introduced by the Rudd-Gillard governments, and as time goes on, it needs improvement, just like every piece of legislation. The point I'm making is that over the course of this debate, both last night and today, you have suggested that there are things in the amendments that we're putting forward that are wrong or immoral or will do this or do that, when in many cases they are picking up concepts that were contained in the legislation that existed when you were the minister. You did attempt to make amendments to the Act while you were the minister, many of which would have actually made workers' position worse off. And I'm very proud of the fact that we resisted those. And now that we're in government, we're actually about trying to improve this Act from where it began under the Rudd-Gillard governments, from where it was under your government, to where it needs to be to make sure that workers in this country get a decent pay rise and that we can lift productivity in businesses as well.
Senator Cash.
Can I just go back to clarify again for the Hansard record? So proposing to take industrial action which would financially cripple a smaller family business or a smaller business in order to get an employer to sign an enterprise agreement based in particular on the case law that you have referred to is permitted?
Well,
Minister.
I repeat that proposing, in the example you're giving, proposing to take protected industrial action, which is a legal right that employers and employees have, does not amount to the negation of choice and the use of unlawful, illegitimate or unconscionable means. Similarly, just as you give an example of employees proposing to take protected action, if an employer was to propose to lock out its employees in line with the law, that would not be coercion, because it's not unlawful, illegitimate or unconscionable. What would be unlawful, illegitimate or unconscionable and therefore could amount to coercion is unprotected industrial action, unlawful intimidation or threats.
Senator Cash.
Can I then just go to the effect of the amendment itself? Is it then to actually make explicitly clear, given the wording of the amendment, the Fair Work Commission must disregard anything done and the effect of anything done by a person other than one of the employers who bargained for the agreement? The effect is to make it explicitly clear that anything done by an employee or their union under the umbrella of industrial action is permitted when negotiating an agreement.
Minister.
Senator Cash, that provision is really just for the avoidance of doubt, and all of the existing powers of the Commission in relation to protected action, for example, by employees or employers, would remain on foot for the purposes of this section, as with every other section.
Senator Cash.
Well, again then, and this is the whole point which employers have raised with me, what was then the rationale behind including the section, given what you've just said, other than the government is effectively telling Australians that to get what you want in the workplace, all you need to do is threaten industrial action, and that is the whole point. What is the rationale then behind adding or inserting section 2 capital A, capital A? Why the difference between what unions do and what employers do? I don't see any need for this particular section other than you do want to make it clear anything done by an employee or their union in undertaking the application of section 1862B, the Fair Work Commission does not need to take into consideration unless it is one of the employers who bargained for the agreement, and you have confirmed, therefore, that proposing or threatening to take industrial action that would financially cripple a small or family business or a smaller business to force them to sign the agreement is actually not coercion and therefore allowed.
Minister.
Well, Senator Cash, there's a very good reason that section 1862 capital A refers to employers, and that's because it relates to the existing section 1862 paragraph B. That existing provision provides that in order to approve a multi-enterprise agreement, the Fair Work Commission must be satisfied that the agreement has been genuinely agreed to by each employer covered by the agreement, and that no person coerced or threatened to coerce any of the employers to make the agreement. So given that the focus of 1862B in the existing legislation is on the behaviour or mind of employers, that's why section 8162 capital A also deals with employers. There's no reference in the current section 1862B to employees or to unions. It's focused on employers, and that's why 1862 capital A also refers to employers. If, as I think you're suggesting, this new provision were to also refer to employees, it would be completely meaningless because it connects back to 1862B, which is all about employers.
Senator Cash.
If I could go to 647 after subsection 186 in brackets 2, insert 2A. If the agreement is a cooperative workplace agreement that is not a Greenfields agreement, the Fair Work Commission must be satisfied that at least some of the employees covered by the agreement were represented by an employee organisation in relation to bargaining for the agreement. One of the issues that has been raised with me time and time again in relation to this particular amendment is when it says that the Fair Work Commission must be satisfied that at least some of the employees are represented by a union, how many does this mean?
Sorry, the question is how many. Sorry. Yeah.
So you're inserting, after subsection 1862, you're also inserting 2A, if the agreement is, the Fair Work Commission must be satisfied that at least, and it is, some of the employees covered by the agreement were represented by an employee organisation in relation to the bargaining of the agreement. So the question is an obvious question that has come far and wide. It literally becomes, must be satisfied that at least some of the employees. What literally does that mean?
As was the case last night, we're trying to get into strictly defining terms that have ordinary meanings in the law, and the word some employees would be considered under its usual meaning. I think it would be fair to assume that we're talking about more than one, because if we were talking about one, the word one would be used. So I think it would be fair to assume that we're talking about more than one, but of course the word some has a usual meaning that would be applied by the Commission.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. That's exactly where I wanted to get to. What is the minimum number? I mean, for very obvious reasons, an employer or an employer reads this. There is no explanation anywhere in the bill. You say that the word some has its usual legal meaning. Well, that's great, but they don't have the time to go and then actually grab a book and look up what is the usual legal meaning in Australia of some. But I just do want to confirm, because again, statutory interpretation, this is very, very important, because this has been raised with me by numerous, well, actually across the board. More than some means more than one, because this is the exact point that employers have been raising with me. Whilst there is no minimum number, you are saying one employee alone will not suffice based on the usual legal meaning of the word some of the employees covered, because that's the exact issue that's been raised. Would it require more than one?
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'm not sure that I talked about the usual legal meaning of some. What I'm talking about is the usual meaning of some. That people use that word every day in Australian life, and I think they know that some is more than one. But let's remember that what we're talking about here is cooperative workplace agreements. There are obviously a range of different streams of agreements being provided for by this legislation. What we're talking about here is the cooperative workplace agreement, where there is agreement between an employer and a union that a particular workplace should have its terms and conditions governed by a cooperative agreement. So the entire basis of this stream of bargaining is that there is agreement between an employer and a union, of which there are at least some of the employees. And really the point of it is saying that not every employee at that business needs to be represented by a union, but at least some of them are.
Senator Cash.
No, and I do appreciate that guidance, because that was literally the issue that was being right. Some did equate to one, and that will give people satisfaction that, based on that answer, some does not equate to one. So it will. That actually does clear up. It could be two, but it is not one. Now, if there has to be a ministerial changeover, I'm going on to a new topic. If that, yeah, that is no problem.
Yeah,
no, that's fine. I'll let you gracefully.
Now may be a good time to do that.
No, gracefully exit. That's not a problem at all.
I'm not sure if I ever gracefully exit.
No, and you'll be disappointed to know I'm about to get on to your favourite topic, the ABCC. Seriously.
I'm sure.
Seriously, when I got the news Minister Watt was leaving, it almost disappointed me.
I'm sure Senator Chisholm will do a more than adequate job of dealing with the ABCC.
Senator Cash.
Thank you very much. Minister, one of the issues that has been raised both at Senate estimates and in relation to the inquiry, and as you are aware, we just have not had that opportunity to properly go through any of this, is in relation to the powers of the Fair Work Ombudsman, or should I say the current powers of the Australian Building and Construction Commission under the relevant Act that transfer over to the Fair Work Ombudsman. And I want to now take you through, and it's going to take some time because we're going to go through each power, because we received something back from the department which had words to the effect of minimal difference, no substantive difference. So we'll be going through all of that as well. But if in the first instance I could just turn to some just basic questions. Senator Lambie, in a question on notice, said, I just have one follow-up question because we're on the ABCC. It has a tremendous amount of powers. What's the difference between their powers and what's being passed over to the Ombudsman and the Fair Work? What's the difference? Ms Sheehan replied, it might assist. We took a question on notice and estimates to put it in a simple table form, and then we have the simple table form. I've now gone through the simple table form, and as I said, it will take us some time because we're actually going to, and I'm saying this to give the heads up to the department, that somebody probably with knowledge of the transfer of powers may well be required. In the first instance, can I confirm that in relation to the transfer of some of the powers of the ABCC to the Fair Work Ombudsman, the Fair Work Ombudsman will not have the ability to make submissions in Fair Work Commission proceedings?
Minister.
That's correct, but the minister does.
Senator Cash.
But the Fair Work Ombudsman does not, unlike the Australian Building and Construction Commission, which did.
Minister.
There's nothing stopping the Fair Work Commission asking for that.
Senator Cash.
Again, though, I really want to be specific in relation to the actual transfer of the powers. The Fair Work Ombudsman themselves, unlike the Australian Building and Construction Commission, does not have the ability on its own volition to make a submission in Fair Work Commission proceedings. They may well be asked, but they also may not be asked. So of their own volition, they won't have that ability.
Minister.
A limited ability for stand-down and right of entry provisions.
Now, when you say a limited ability in relation to, you said, stand down and right of entry, because we're about to go through some right of entry cases, I need you now to explain what you say by limited ability, and can you take me to where that transfer of power is?
Minister.
My understanding is we're talking about existing powers that the Fair Work Ombudsman has.
Thank you.
Senator Cash.
Thank you for that clarification. There is no transfer. Can I confirm that you are merely referring to a power that currently exists in relation to what was under the BCIIP Act that does not transfer?
Correct. Minister.
Oh, sorry, correct.
In relation to, then, the stand down and right of entry that you stated under the current powers, the Fair Work Ombudsman has a limited ability. What is defined as a limited ability?
Minister.
We believe that the Fair Work Ombudsman is well-resourced and has the ability to regulate laws. We've provided them with $70 million over the next 4 years. These resources will ensure there is no shortfall in workplace relations regulation within the industry after the ABCC Commission has been abolished. The ABCC's legal cases will be transferred to the Fair Work Ombudsman for them to manage independent of government.
Senator Cash.
With all due respect, I don't know what question you answered. Maybe the shaman was talking to you, because I genuinely did not ask that question. The question I asked was, you said limited ability. There is a current power for the Fair Work Ombudsman, according to your evidence. They have a limited ability to intervene in relation to stand down and right of entry. I've asked you, show me where the current power is and tell me what you define by limited ability.
Minister.
In any proceeding, the Fair Work Ombudsman can tell the Fair Work Commission it has relevant evidence to put that evidence or intervene in proceedings. The Fair Work Commission has broad power to grant such requests.
Senator Cash.
Can I just confirm that unlawful picketing in section 47 is definitely not in the Fair Work Act? So would the Fair Work Ombudsman have the ability to intervene in relation to unlawful picketing proceedings?
Minister.
No,
Minister.
but they can be dealt with under a range of other regulations.
Senator Cash.
Excellent. So now take me through the other range of regulations.
So unlawful picketing provisions could also be a breach of the industrial action provisions of the Fair Work Act, secondary boycott provisions of the Competition Consumer Act 2010, and obviously state and territory criminal laws, for example, the offence obstruction of people or traffic in a public space. The common law as well, for example, the torts and trespass and nuisance.
Senator Cash.
Can I just confirm then, is the Fair Work Ombudsman required to intervene in Fair Work Commission matters, or is it discretionary?
Minister.
Discretionary.
Senator Cash.
If I could then just go back to the ability of the Fair Work Commission to intervene, which we now understand there is a difference. The powers of the ABCC do not transfer over to the Fair Work Ombudsman in this regard. You have stated that you believe the Fair Work Ombudsman does have a limited ability to intervene in relation to stand down and right of entry matters, but what we have also determined is the Fair Work Ombudsman is not required to intervene in Fair Work Commission matters it is merely a discretion the Fair Work Ombudsman has. So depending on their workload, to be fair, we've heard a lot about the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. To be fair to the Fair Work Ombudsman, they may say there's too much going on, we will not intervene. Can I just ask you, though, based on your last answer on unlawful picketing, can you take me to exactly where in the Fair Work Act is unlawful picketing itself? What section?
Minister.
We'll take the specific references on notice and come back to you.
That is absolutely an unacceptable answer.
Senator Cash.
Given you are abolishing the Australian Building and Construction Commission, you have key figures from the department here who have provided a table. It is a very, very simple question, and I would ask, don't take it on notice, we're going to be here until 2 o'clock, with all due respect. Find me the section in the Fair Work Act, please, that directly refers to unlawful picketing. Can I then also ask, it is my understanding that the Fair Work Ombudsman will not have the actual ability, and we've actually determined they don't, to intervene in such cases, for example, stopping union officials such as Luke Collier from holding a right of entry permit. In September 2022, only after the ABCC Commissioner intervened, Dean Riley was denied to renew his federal entry permit. Now, just for the benefit of those listening in, Dean Riley is a man who used homophobic slurs against a safety inspector. Again, can I confirm there is no obligation on the Fair Work Ombudsman, unlike on the Australian Building and Construction Commissioner, to intervene?
Minister.
Under section 507, right of entry, the Fair Work Ombudsman Inspector may bring proceedings against a permit holder, so it's discretionary.
Senator
Thank
Cash.
you. It is discretionary, so they do not have to. In September 2021, only again after intervention of the Australian Building and Construction Commissioner, CFMMEU Queensland State Secretary Michael Revbar abandoned his application to renew his right of entry. Under Mr Revbar's watch, the Queensland Division and its officials have contravened industrial law on 175 occasions in 28 separate proceedings. Can I again confirm there is no obligation on the Fair Work Ombudsman to intervene?
Minister.
The Fair Work Ombudsman operates as an independent regulator, so it'll be same as the ABCC, so it'll be up to them.
Senator Cash.
The discretion, it is completely up to them. In May 2021, Assistant Secretary of the New South Wales branch of the CFMMEU, Michael Greenfield, only discontinued his application for a right of entry permit because of the submission of the Australian Building and Construction Commission. For the record, in the Botany Cranes case, Mr Greenfield was found to have said to the Managing Director, "If I were you, I'd effing sign it," his threat. What do you think will happen to you? Followed up the next day by, "If you sign the EBA, we will leave your sites alone." So in a case like this, where there is clear coercion, as shown in a court of law, the Fair Work Ombudsman is not obliged to make a submission against the right of entry permit application. They merely have the discretion to, based on their workload.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's a hypothetical question that you've put to me there, Senator Cash, but what I have said, and I think it's been repeated here today by my colleague Senator Watt, The Fair Work Ombudsman will be well-resourced over the next 4 years, so almost $70 million that we've put there. This includes an additional 80 staff, and these resources will ensure there is no shortfall in workplace relations regulation within the industry after the ABCC has been abolished.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. Can I just ask the Minister, how is it a hypothetical question to ask whether or not, under the abolition of the ABCC and the supposed transfer of powers to the Fair Work Ombudsman, the Fair Work Ombudsman would have had an obligation to actually intervene? I'm asking directly about a transfer of powers. How is that a hypothetical situation?
Minister.
Because the Fair Work Commission has broad powers to invite submissions or evidence in relation to proceedings.
Senator Cash.
If there is no obligation, when would the Fair Work Ombudsman exercise their discretion? I know that it is independent, but what is the government's expectations?
Minister.
We expect them to operate as the independent regulator. We've ensured that they're well-resourced, so that would be a decision for them.
Senator Cash.
So, with respect to employers within the building and construction industry, can you please detail what powers are available to the Fair Work Ombudsman to take action in relation to industrial action or thefts thereof on a site and other related or unrelated sites if all subcontractors do not have a union-endorsed enterprise bargaining agreement?
Minister.
It's the Fair Work Commission that has those powers, and that hasn't changed.
Senator Cash.
My question was in relation to the Fair Work Ombudsman and what powers they have. I mean, genuinely, are you saying they don't have any?
It's always been the Fair Work Commission that would have been responsible for that part of it, and that hasn't changed.
Senator Cash.
With respect to employers within the building and construction industry, can the minister detail what powers are available to the Fair Work Ombudsman to take action in relation to stoppage of work by a union because a subcontractor would not enter into a union-endorsed enterprise bargaining agreement?
Minister.
There are various areas of the Fair Work Act that would apply, and they would enforce them.
Senator Cash.
In relation to my first question and now my second question, so in relation to the question with respect to employers within the building and construction industry, can the minister detail what powers are available to the Fair Work Ombudsman to take action in relation to industrial action or thefts thereof on a site and other unrelated related or unrelated sites if all subcontractors did not have a union-endorsed enterprise bargaining agreement? Was this power available to the ABCC?
Minister.
For unlawful industrial action, the Fair Work Commission can act in that regard. That was the same under your government, and that hasn't changed.
Senator Cash.
So that wasn't my question. My question was this power available to the Australian Building and Construction Commission? Can I just preface, I started at the beginning by saying that we had asked a number of questions in relation to the transfer of powers from the ABCC to the Fair Work Ombudsman. So I'm not interested in what the Fair Work Commission can or can't do. That is the current law. I understand. I'm talking about today we will formally abolish, or tomorrow morning, the Australian Building and Construction Commission. They operate under a specific piece of legislation. The purpose of this, and again, I'm asking the questions very genuinely, and I said to Senator Watt last night and I said to Senator Watt again this morning, these are important questions when it comes to statutory interpretation. So I'm only dealing with the powers the Australian Building and Construction Commission had and whether or not they transfer over to the Fair Work Ombudsman. What other bodies may or may not be able to do is the current situation. So my answers or the questions are in relation to the transfer of powers from the ABCC under the BCIOP Act to the Fair Work Ombudsman.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. We are confident that there will be no gaps and that those workplaces will be regulated appropriately.
Senator Cash.
Okay, that is going to come back to bite you. We are confident that there is no gaps, because we're about to work through 74 gaps. So it's going to be a long afternoon. Again, I'm going to have to ask you, and again, I have no problems with someone from the giving you the advice. You have said we are confident there are no gaps. So again, I'm going to go back to the first one. With respect to employers within the building and construction industry, can the minister detail what powers are available, not the Fair Work Commission, not any other body, to the Fair Work Ombudsman, to take action in relation to industrial action or threats thereof on a site and other unrelated or related sites, if all subcontractors did not have a union-endorsed enterprise bargaining agreement, and was this a power available to the ABCC?
Minister.
The powers under the Fair Work Act are what will apply.
It's going to be a very
Senator Cash.
if I have to keep asking the questions and we do not get the answers. Again, there is an entire industry watching these proceedings. They genuinely would like to know what exposure they have to the likes of John Setka, the most militant union in Australia, the construction division of the CFMMEU. This is genuine questioning. You're abolishing a body, and that's your decision. I accept it's an election commitment. But there is also a transfer of powers or not. You have said on the Hansard record, and I quote, "We are confident that there are no gaps." To date, we've discovered there are some gaps. So I really need, Minister, with all due respect, answers such as "we are confident, we've given them money." It's not the line of questioning I'm going down. I am very much going down. We're going to go through each one, each power they had, and whether or not it transferred over. I'm going to have to assume, if you cannot give me an answer, because you've got advisers there, it is going to be no. And then we're going to have to go through later on today what you mean when you say you are confident that there are no gaps. So we'll now turn to, again, with respect to employers within the building and construction industry, can you detail the powers that are available, not to the Fair Work Commission? I want to know specifically to the Fair Work Ombudsman, and take me to where they are, in relation to stoppage of work by a union because a subcontractor would not enter into a union-endorsed EBA.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. And once again, it's the Fair Work Act that would apply.
This is unacceptable, and if we need to take a break to actually get someone to come into this place, I don't care who it is, who is actually going to inform the Senate. You knew you were going in here today. I'm quite sure both the Minister's office and the department and your office, you knew there would be a line of questioning in relation to the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission. And do you honestly think it is acceptable? There are people in the gallery here today who are witnessing a minister within the government either refusing or being unable to provide the Australian Senate to answers to incredibly simple questions. You have said you are confident there are no gaps. I'm now exploring the statement that you have made to the building and construction industry across Australia. They employ in excess of 1.1 million employees. Over 400,000 small businesses rely on them. They contribute about 9% annually to Australia's GDP, and you have no answers in relation to some of the most basic questions which either the Minister's office or the department should have anticipated. Again, it is going to be a very, very long 3 hours because I will go through each one of them. And as I said, what I'm reading out of powers that the ABCC had, I am asking you, it's a simple yes or no. It's a simple yes or no. Has this power transferred over to the Fair Work Ombudsman? An answer, it's in the Fair Work Act, is not helping anybody. So we're going to go through this again. Pauline, did you want to?
You're seeking the call, Minister. Minister.
Thanks for the lecture there, Senator Cash. We know your position on the ABCC, and as you pointed out today, you've acknowledged our position on the ABCC, which we took to the election. I did actually have a look up at the gallery when you mentioned it. I do see some familiar faces up there, and I get a sense that they are here, a lot of them, because they want to see this bill passed. We know that you've been opposed to this legislation from the beginning, as you are entitled to. But stop the lectures. I'm answering your question. Happy to sit here for as long as you want, and I'm providing the answers that are required.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Actually, I do want to proceed with this about the ABCC. Minister, you are actually from Queensland. You're a senator representing Queensland. Well, actually in Queensland there has been a 50% spike in the number of new investigations launched in alleged wrongdoing in the building sector in Queensland, more than any other state or territory. Actually, it was the Militant Construction Union, the CFMMEU, was also hit with 88% of the $3 million in fines for breaches of the Fair Work Act imposed by the soon-to-be defunct Australian Building and Construction Commission. And there was of the $5.1 million in fines the ABCC imposed in Queensland since it was restarted in December 2016. 4.4 million, or 87% of these, were against the CFMMEU or its officials. How is this behaviour going to be dealt with in the bill?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Hanson, and I think we've covered this substantially. We have well-resourced the Fair Work Ombudsman. We've traversed this through questions this morning, and they are the ones that will be responsible for it.
Senator Pocock, and then I'll come back to Senator.
Thank you. We've heard a lot this morning and last night about fines and business and industrial action and how the sky's going to fall if this bill is passed. There are millions of workers out there who we haven't heard anything about. The millions of women, for example, who are hoping for a pay rise, a narrowing of gender equity, an improvement in their circumstances, some flexibility so they know what their rosters are tomorrow. Could you fill us in on how this bill will assist that group of workers who, and people for whom this bill is a very important, it holds great potential to improve their lives? So I'm particularly interested in gender and women.
Minister.
Thanks, Senator B. Pocock, for your constructive work on this issue over a long period of time, but particularly since you've been elected to the Senate. And the government has made no secret of its desire to get wages moving, and where we see that the most acute need is in feminised industries. Australian women are amongst the most educated in the OECD, yet the gender pay gap is currently 14.1%, which means women earn $263.90 less than men per week on average. The total remuneration gender pay gap based on Workplace Gender Equality Agency data is 22.8%, meaning men earn almost $26,000 a year more than women. So as you can see, there is a real urgency in terms of how we address this and the need to address this. To promote gender equality, to close the gender pay gap, we need to change the law as the reality. In the design of these reforms, we have deliberately focused on the needs of lower-paid and feminised workforces and believe that the bill that we have put forward best deals with those issues. As Senator David Pocock has pointed out in this chamber, there are some of the very workers who put their health and safety on the line to guide us through the pandemic who are really struggling, particularly with the cost of living that people are confronting at the moment. So that's workers in healthcare, aged care, disability support, early childhood education care and other care and community sectors. And I think as part of the discussion we had last night is also about attracting workers to these industries as well, because they are areas where we are suffering from a significant labour shortage at the moment, and keeping those workers, attracting new workers to those industries are going to be much easier if they are better paid. So work in these industries is undervalued because of unfair and discriminatory assumptions about the value of the work and the skill required to do the job. The undervaluation is one of the biggest causes of the gender pay gap, and our reforms take a number of key steps to address it. Another key cause of the gender pay gap is that our laws are outdated and don't support workers with caring responsibilities well enough. We will take a number of historic steps to address these issues. One is changing the objectives of the Fair Work Act to include gender equality. Two is fixing gender pay equity and creating new expert panels. Three, fixing bargaining for low-paid feminised sectors through our new support stream. Banning pay secrecy. 5, stamping out sexual harassment. And 6, providing greater access to flexible work. So that's what the focus of this bill is. That's why it is important. That's why it's urgent that it be passed, and that's why the government has made it a priority since we were elected.
Senator, I've already indicated I'm going back to Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much.
I note you want the call, Senator Pocock.
Look, to listen to the minister's response about they want to get wages working, moving, everyone wants that. The fact is, this could have been dealt with also under the state and federal awards to actually move the wages there if you really want to. There's, and to refer to Senator Pocock and what he's actually has said, that really concerns me, because in a small crossbench meeting that he had with my advisers, Malcolm Roberts and the other smaller of the crossbench, he admitted that this bill was being rushed through. He has said that publicly, that it hadn't had enough time for consultation to actually address it and to pull out these things to do with the ABCC, with multiple enterprise bargaining, should be actually further consultation was to happen with it. It's quite interesting what he says. He said, because the committee hearing date last week wasn't passed to extend the time for it, and it wasn't going to get passed in this chamber, it was blocked by the Labor and it was blocked by the Greens, that you didn't want to extend the consultation time or the committee to actually further listen to about the IR. So it's very interesting in Senator Pocock's comments, and he said after the motion was defeated and it was clear the bill would be voted on this week, he did the research. We're only talking about last week to this week that he did the research. These are his words, not mine. And then he said, I knuckled down and got to work and tried to get across this issue as best I could, to be able to make a decision and vote on behalf of the people of the ACT. It's not just the ACT, but he admits that he wasn't really across it. When the ABC came into this chamber, we actually then spent 3 months plus. We spoke to unions, we spoke to the government, we spoke to advisors, we spoke to everyone, businesses. It took us that long just to get our heads across the ABC and the impact it has on the construction industry. You can't tell me that a rookie senator in this place, who's dealing with all the other legislation, has got his head around, knows what's happening in this industry. This has been a push by the Labor. I don't know what deals you've done with him, but there's no way in the wide world that he can actually be across this and knows exactly what's going on. And not only that, the fact is that the rest of the crossbench, you have Labor and you have the Liberal and you have the National Coalition government. But the fact is that the crossbench, we are not beholden to any of the political parties, that we actually do represent. Over 33% of Australians voted for us in this last election, and to push this legislation through is disgusting, that you have not really given big business the chance. Now, I went to the hearing last week and I asked some questions. And I asked the Fair Work Commissioner, I said, have you ever run a business? Have you ever employed anyone? They looked at me stupid. And then they had to say, well, no, I've only been a public servant. And you really have only listened to them. And I asked a question also. I said, about the public servants. I said, do you realise that right across your own board in public service, you actually also don't have enterprise bargaining, because if you work under the E4 or E5, just as a case, in one government department, whether it be defence or another government department, they're actually paid different wages. So that's something I'd like the minister to answer, is also at what point are you, is it in the bill to deal with the public service? You're dealing with the outside, the private sector. You're telling the private sector what they should be doing. What have you got in the bill to cover the public service?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Hanson, and I think you covered a wide range of subjects there. That I understand that, and I'll get an answer for that. But in my experience with Senator David Pocock, and I'm certainly not going to attack him like you did, I have found someone who is diligent, who is thorough, and applies himself to the task that he has done. He obviously was engaged in discussion with the government and made the decision to support this legislation because he thinks that this is going to deliver for the Australian people, and it's also going to be the focus from our government of getting wages moving again. And the bemusing thing for me is I hear people say, oh, we all want to get wages moving. We all want to get wages moving. I'd be a bit sceptical about the opposition doing it, given their record in government. But when we actually put something forward to do something about it, that's not the right thing. Well, how do you think Australian workers are feeling about that now? That for 10 years it was a deliberate design feature of the previous government for low wages. But now we have a government that wants to do something about it, that we've put forward legislation to do something about it, and people saying, oh, well, this isn't the right thing to do. No one has actually put forward any other alternative. This is what we put forward as the government. I've ran through some of the reasons why we think it will be successful, and particularly targeting some of those lower-paid industries and feminised workforces, which we think are so important, and those people who are doing it tough. So that's the legislation that we put forward. In terms of the public service, the Fair Work Act covers the public service as it does other workers in the country.
Senator Pocock, is this on the same line of questioning? Because I'm happy to give a couple of calls to—
Yes, it relates to research and timing.
Okay, then I'll give it to Pocock, and then I'll come back to you, Senator Hanson.
I'm just a rookie, another rookie in this place, but I want to point out that this bill relies on decades of research about problems for our industrial relations system that have been there for 30 and 40 years. The gender pay equity has sat flat for 4 decades. Job insecurity in this country is now at a level that makes us an absolute standout in the OECD area. So my question is once again about millions of people whose experience has not been talked about in this debate today, and that's people who are casual, who are on limited-term contracts, who have no security about their work for years over their working lives and suffer a pay penalty, insecurity in their jobs. And how will this bill help deal with that problem of the 21st century, not the old wars, the wars that we're hearing about in other people's questions, the reality of Australian labour now? How do we get more security there for those millions of workers?
Senator Minister, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah. Thanks, Senator B. Pocock, for that contribution. And I think it is an important issue you raise, and I acknowledge your long history in this area before you got to the chamber, and plenty of us come with experience before we got here, and I think Senator D. Pocock would be in that space as well. But it is an important issue, and the Albanese Labor government wants to close the loopholes that are undermining job security and wages. And too many Australians are stuck in insecure work, and that's dragging down wages. And I see that on my travels through regional Queensland, the prevalence of casual work or labour hire, and the undermining of communities that does. People who are waiting for a phone call to know whether they've got work that day, the debilitating impact that has on just surviving. So whether you can get a housing loan, whether you can get a home loan as well, given that people are treated differently in those casualised workforce. So once upon a time it was that those insecure jobs were students or people looking for some extra pocket money, but now too often it's people who are trying to support a family, run a household, or just try and get ahead in life. So I think when we think about that, it's the pressures of being part of a family. The rent doesn't operate on a casual basis. The mortgage doesn't operate on a casual basis. They're things that you are responsible for every week or month, depending on what your commitments are. People in insecure work, they can't take sick leave, they can't get a loan, they can't get ahead, and there are too many rorts and loopholes that the previous government allowed to flourish. There are nearly 2.7 million casual employees, or 23.5% of all employees who are casual, and these are workers with no paid leave entitlements. Of the 1.3 million low-paid employees in 2021, nearly 60% of them were employed on a casual basis, and around 704,000 casual employees have had regular work with their employer, and nearly 2/3 of these have had regular work with their employer for more than 12 months. So it shows you that the way that these people are being treated. So it is something that is important, and what this bill will focus on is improving job security and gender equality by including both concepts in the objects of the Fair Work Act. Part 4 would amend Section 3 of Division 2 of the Fair Work Act to introduce the promotion of job security and gender equality into the object of the Fair Work Act. And in addition, Part 4 would amend Section 134 of the Fair Work Act to include the promotion of job security and gender equality in the modern awards objective. It would also amend Section 284 to include the promotion of gender equality in the minimum wages objective. And we are also making bargaining more accessible to those who've traditionally been shut out of the benefits of enterprise bargaining, including workers in low-paid and feminised sectors of the workforce, of which you're well aware. Job security is at the heart of the government's agenda, and this bill puts job security at the heart of the Fair Work Act. By making job security an object of the Fair Work Act, this is more than just a symbolic change. This will now be a legislative expectation that the Fair Work Commission has regard to job security when performing relevant functions, and we think that is a very important change for those impacted.
Senator Hanson.
I'm just amazed that you actually say about the casualisation of jobs and that type of thing. Let me remind you, it was actually One Nation that pushed for people who are casual, if they've been with the business for 12 months or more, they then have the right to go to the employer and say, we want to be classified as full-time employment. That was One Nation that did that. Aren't you aware of it, Minister? That was actually addressed. So people, if they want to move from being casuals to full-time employment, they have every right to do it now. But a lot of people wish to stay as casuals because of the pay that they're getting, the higher rate of pay they have at the time. So that was something that One Nation. So we do care about the workers out there. We do understand the stresses and strains that they are going through. Minister, can you tell me what consultations did you have with businesses to ask them if they can actually afford to pay this? So if you're a smaller business, you're competing with a bigger enterprise organisation, what consultation was taken and what consideration was taken into effect whether they can afford the enterprise bargaining agreements that larger organisations have actually agreed to, and it will flow onto them because like-minded. So what consultations have been taken?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Hanson, and a very thorough consultation process was undertaken before the introduction. So meeting with key business peaks, the BCA, ACCI, the AI Group and COSBOA on multiple occasions, as well as the ACTU. Many business groups representing single interests, such as Clubs Australia, Master Builders Association, National Farmers Federation, Australian Resources and Energy Employer Association, the Australasian Convenience and Petroleum Marketers Association, Manufacturing and Installation Association, individual employers such as Qantas, DP World, Team Global Express, formerly Toll, the National Women's Alliances, including representatives from Migrant Women in Business, Harmony Alliance, National Rural Women's Coalition, Women with Disabilities Australia, YWCA Canberra, academics with a focus on workplace practices and law, including Professor Anthony Forsyth from RMIT, Professor Shay McChrystal from University of Sydney. Written submissions ahead of the Jobs and Skills Summit, including peak business groups, 34 were sought, 20 were received. The Committee on Industrial Legislation, including business representatives from the peak body, Business Council Australia, Housing Industry Association, National Farmers Federation, Master Builders, Pharmacy Guild of Australia representing COSBOA, Australian Industry Group, Australian Business Lawyers and Advisors, Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The Australian Resources and Energy Employer Association was invited but did not attend. From the 10th to 14th of October 2022, the department had held 10 dedicated consultations, including business peaks, employers, example Woolworths, academics, ACTU, state and territory officials and national women's alliances. In terms of consultation on government amendments, since the introduction on the 27th, the Minister's Office and Department had at least a dozen further meetings with employers and employer groups to discuss concerns, including the Franchise Council, Business Peaks, BHP, Clubs Australia, Wesfarmers, Woolworths and Coles. And obviously the Senate inquiry was held as well, which had 5 days of hearings. And my understanding is there was only a one-day hearing into the bill re-establishing the ABCC.
Senator Hanson.
Minister, wonderful you've given me that list, and just listening to Woolworths and Qantas and all these ones, my question basically was that something the smaller end, if they could afford the enterprise bargaining agreements of the larger businesses. You know, it's just ridiculous to say you've had all these meetings with these people, but the fact is, have you actually consulted with these businesses? Can they actually afford it? If a small business is actually going to have to get legal advice and consultation and everything they have to go through, you're going to put an extra over $14,000 that it costs to a small business to actually to be able to deal with all this. So my question again, I'll repeat it. Have you had any feedback from businesses that are saying they're going to have trouble actually affording this? And will it affect their businesses? Has any businesses told you this will impact on them that possibly may force them to shut down their business or take it overseas?
Minister.
Not to my knowledge, Senator Hanson, but I think the focus and I think the important thing for smaller businesses to understand is the cooperative workplaces, which is where we think small businesses would more than likely end up. It's entirely voluntary and allows small businesses to opt into agreements without having to incur the costs of negotiating it. It gives them access to the benefits of bargaining for productivity, simplicity and flexibility that currently only bigger businesses can access. So that is where what we feel will be appropriate, and we think that would be also cost-effective at the same time.
Senator Hanson.
Minister, I just want to ask you something else also. did you actually take into consideration, because this is, if you're going to increase wages, and that's what you're wanting, is to increase wages, but also there's this plus on top of it, so it's just not to do with wages. Enterprise bargaining means that they could bargain for four days a week, they could bargain for, you know, extra holidays. This is all added cost to the employer. But if they actually do increase their wages, have you actually considered to have negotiations or talks with the states? Because what this is going to do is put added cost onto businesses with payroll tax in the states. Have you taken this into consideration, and have you actually tried to negotiate with the states to actually look at the payroll tax?
Minister. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Hanson. The states and territories, as I mentioned when I went through the consultation list before, were consulted as part of the bill.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Because actually, you either I just didn't get a word of that. Can you please repeat that?
Minister. Thanks, Senator Hanson. I just said that as the list I ran through previously of consultation, the states and territories were part of that, so I mentioned them as part of that process. Senator Hanson.
So the payroll tax, you understand that it possibly could have an impact on businesses because they're going to pay more in wages, the costs involved with all this. It could actually drive it up, and instead of putting more employees on, you're actually going to reduce the staffing level. So is this being taken into consideration? That's what I want to ask, not about consultation. Was this taken into consideration in the bill that if you're going to drive up wages, you're actually going to create unemployment because businesses will not be able to afford the extra they're going to pay in payroll tax, and each state varies in the amount of payroll tax that businesses pay.
Minister. Thanks, Senator Hanson. As I said, the states and territories were consulted. You would have to ask them their views on that issue. Senator Hanson.
You haven't. It was not part of this. You're not interested. You just passing the buck to the states. They deal with payroll tax. I'm sorry, if you put out a bill like this, you have to take in consideration of the impact it's going to have on businesses, whether they can afford it or not. And I'll tell you now that this is going to have an impact on businesses that will have to reduce their staff because they won't be able to afford the overheads and the costs. And this is something I've been on about for years and years and years, about the unfair payroll tax, which is destroying workers. You know, they are not employing more staff because they can't afford it with that unfair tax. Just tell me also, is when an agreement is not reached, can protected industrial action commence?
Minister. It would depend on what stream you're referring to, Senator Hanson. So we've sort of been talking about the cooperative stream because we were discussing small business, and that's where we think they would most likely end up. So in the cooperative stream, the answer is no. Senator Hanson.
Minister, this bill goes across and it says basically businesses who are similar in their what they may do. Okay, so if you sell fish and chips, if you sell actually seafood, or if you sell, you haven't really clearly defined what the similarities are going to be. So it doesn't mean that in producing, whether you're a retailer, whether you're a restaurant, whether you're a manufacturer, whether you box in the same way, are you in the same shopping centre? You haven't defined that, what similar entities are. That is not in the bill. So you've left it open-ended. Can you explain that part to me? Please define, so businesses out there know, what enterprise bargaining agreement they're going to be tied up with another supposedly like-minded business.
Minister. Thanks. Again, it depends on the stream. So we were talking about the cooperative stream there, where there is no single interest test there in that space. But in terms of other streams, there would be, it's called the the common interest test, which would be determined by the Fair Work Commission.
Senator Hanson.
Unidentifiable common interest test, and you've left everyone out there wondering what the hell is going to happen here, and meaning that what I see written over this bill is union, union, union. This is payback from the unions this is payback from the Labor Party to the unions for all the funding, all the money that they've given you, and this is just basically about giving the unions the rights to walk into businesses and, with enterprise bargaining, sign up here. I can just see it now. They're going to walk into business, going to say to the employee, "Do you want higher wages?" Of course we want higher wages. Who's stupid enough to say no, we don't? And of course, when they get the agreement that they all want higher wages, well, listen, mate, you sign up to the unions and we're going to go and fight for you for higher wages. That's written all over this bill. Union, union, union. And I'll tell you another thing. We've got a bill that you want to actually get through to this parliament. And I'll tell where's Senator Pocock? I'll tell him also. Pages and pages of amendments. Even the government amendments, 9 pages. You know what that tells me? If you were to go and buy a car and you had all these defects in the car, 9 pages, all these defects, and that's just not the Labor, this is all the Liberal Party, the Greens, David Pocock, Jackie Lambie, all these amendments. And it's like you go to buy a car. Well, listen, with this car, we've actually got to make changes here. These are the defects. You know what it would tell me? You're buying a friggin' lemon. And that's what it would tell me. And that's exactly what this bill tells me, that you have not researched it properly. You're rushing it through this parliament. You've got a rookie senator that you've talked into supporting this bill. And, you know, it's a real shame, because you cannot guarantee the people out there that they're actually going to get a rise in wages. Because there is a lack of workers out there, businesses, I'll inform you what's going on. A lot of businesses are actually paying their workers above the award just to get good staff, just to get them. So they want to hold on to them. So they have risen and paying a lot of them above the award and all the other agreements plus that they want. But also what you're going to tie up here, and I'll tell you, because I've been a small business person most of my life, you're going to have enterprise bargaining right across the board with a lot of these workers as well, instead of a single enterprise bargaining with the worker. Is that a lot of these workers are no-hopers, the ones that do not do a decent day's work. You've got one person working beside them who works their guts out and does a damn good job, and the other one beside them, they're on their phone all day, don't work, productivity is down the bloody drain. So you're going to tie them up into getting the same pay, the same rights, same everything. That is going to really upset the worker who does his job and takes pride in his work and productivity. And that's what's going to happen as well. This whole bill stinks. As I said to you, the public service hasn't even got their own act together. And I say to you, clean up your own backyard before you start telling the private enterprise how to run their businesses and whether they can afford it or not. Because you're going to drive a lot of these businesses into the ground who can't afford it. And you're pushing this on to them. You're actually going to create unemployment with this bill. It is ill thought out. It is not dealing with the real issues. There is not enough consultation. You're going to get rid of the ABCC because it suits the CFMMEU to get rid of it, because they won't have to be answerable to anyone. They are nothing but thugs on some, not all, I'm talking about the officials, that are actually can be thugs on these building sites that have destroyed small businesses. It has driven up the cost on these building sites by 30%, and that's going to be the same effect again. And yet you think it's a good thing? You know, your promises, and I'll tell you, you don't have a mandate. When only 32 or 33% of Australians voted for Labor, you don't have a mandate at all. Not at all. The system got you the seats in here that gives you government. That's not a mandate to me. A mandate is 50.1% of the vote. You didn't get that. So I don't believe you're listening to the Australian people.
Minister. Thanks, Chair. And I don't know where to start with Senator Hanson's contribution there, but I could probably go for a while about a lecture of how democracy works. I don't think any government in Australia has got 50.1% of the vote for a fair while, Senator Hanson. But when I see this bill, I know you said you see unions, I see workers. And I see workers throughout it because that is who we want to support. And more importantly, I see a bill that is designed to ensure people do get that wage rise. And that is what we are absolutely dedicated to do. So that has been the focus of what we've wanted to achieve through this. Again, I mentioned it earlier, everyone tries to claim their full wage rises, but then they keep coming up with 1,000 excuses of why they don't support them. We are unashamedly in favour of it. I think one of the clearest memories for the Australian people during the election campaign was the Prime Minister, the now Prime Minister, holding up the dollar. And I think that resonated with the Australian people. I have no doubt that there is support across the community. There is obviously the support in this chamber, and that's the way our democracy works, Senator Hanson.
Senator Cash.
Before I go back to questions on the ABCC, Senator Hanson has actually raised questions in relation to the common interest test in the single interest stream. And after the questions that were asked last night, Senator Sarah Henderson was actually approached by the Geelong Manufacturing Council. She has the media release. So I could just refer you to the Geelong Manufacturing Council's media release of the 23rd of November 2022. Minister, are you aware of a request by the Geelong Manufacturing Council to exclude the manufacturing sector from aspects of this bill, including the multi-employer bargaining provisions?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. I'm not aware of that specific one you talked about, but I am aware that other industries have put forward similar cases.
Senator Cash.
When you say other industries, could you just, again for the Hansard record, just take us through what other industries put forward the case that they should be excluded, given that there is a civil construction carve-out, and we'll go through the reasons later as to why you determined that, but what are then the other industries?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. I'm aware of mining. I'll see if I have any further advice.
Senator Cash.
So just in terms of the Geelong Manufacturing Council, in their media release they raise a number of serious concerns, including in relation to provisions that they say undermine the system of enterprise bargaining and the comprehensive system of modern awards that have served manufacturing and employers well for decades, risk unfairly subjecting broad sectors to centralised settings, and Senator Hanson has just referred exactly to what their concerns are in that regard, a centralised setting of terms and conditions, a one-size-fits-all policy that actually doesn't fit all employers, reducing individual enterprise-level autonomy and competitiveness. Again, did the government give any consideration to excluding the manufacturing sector from the multi-employer provisions in the bill?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. No.
Senator Cash.
With respect to the definition of common interest, they've given some very specific questions they would like an answer to. So I'll just run through them. Does the shoe manufacturing business Emu Australia, headquartered in Geelong, have a common interest with Boundary Bend Olives, a manufacturer of olive oil based in North Geelong, in terms of, obviously, the key word there, a common interest?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. We believe in giving the Fair Work Commission a reasonable level of discretion on this. So we deliberately provided discretion to the Commission to determine in any given set of circumstances where there is a clearly identifiable common interest between the employers. and whether or not the bargain is contrary to the public interest and whether or not the employers in question are reasonably comparable.
Senator Cash.
So again, you're not able to actually answer the specific question, and we did go through this yesterday with Senator Watt. The answer, though, again, is it is ultimately at the discretion of the Fair Work Commission, and Sarah Henderson obviously has just joined us in the table, the Senate chamber. So, Senator Henderson, the answer to the first question, just so for your constituents you understand what the answer is, does the shoe manufacturing business EMU Australia, headquartered in Geelong, have a common interest with Boundary Bend Olives, a manufacturer of olive oil based in North Geelong? That is a decision at the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. Yes, no certainty at all for them. Let's see if we can get some certainty for the next group of employers that have put forward this question. Does the manufacturer Backwell IXL based in South Geelong, which manufactures a range of products including homewares and steel fabrication, and which employs around 60 people, have a common interest with the oil refinery Viva Energy based in North Geelong, which employs about 700 people?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister. Same answer as before.
Senator Cash.
Senator Henderson, could I just confirm for the Hansard record there is no further guidance that can be provided to these employers who have come to you? The government doesn't have any further guidance in relation to what the common interest is, whether it is a regulatory or, in this case, potentially geographic that you're putting forward because they're in your electorate of Geelong.
Put your comments through the chair.
I'll put your comments through the chair. They unfortunately don't change. Again, that is at the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. Can I therefore go to then this proposition that has been put forward to Senator Henderson? Does AKD Softwoods, based in Colac, Australia's largest producer of softwood timber with more than 1,000 employees, have a common interest with Buller Dairy Foods, a large manufacturer of ice cream and other dairy products, also based in Colac?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. And same answer as previously.
Senator Cash.
For the benefit of the Hansard record, because I don't want to verbal you, can I confirm that there is no further guidance that can be provided? It is ultimately at the discretion of the Fair Work Commission to determine whether or not they have a common interest.
Minister.
We've already answered that question, Senator Cash.
Senator Cash.
Again, I'll just ask you to say yes. I don't want to verbal you when we go back to these people. That's why. So, yeah, on the specific cases, I don't want to verbal you. If the answer is yes, I will accept it's yes, but I don't want to verbal you.
Minister.
We've already answered that question.
Senator Cash.
To take it, the answer is yes, because that was the answer given yesterday, that there was no further guidance and it was at the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. If I could just now turn to, with respect to the definition of geographical area again, is the shoe manufacturing business— that was actually the same questions.
Yeah, but just in the same
so this is a geographic area. Yeah. Is the shoe manufacturing business EMU Australia headquartered in central Geelong in the same geographical area as Boundary Bend Olives, a manufacturer of olive oil based in North Geelong? So now we're looking at the geographical area.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and same answer again, Senator Cash.
Senator Cash.
It is left to the discretion of the Fair Work Commission, so there's no further guidance that can be given in relation to that particular example. Is the manufacturer Backwell IXL based in South Geelong, which manufactures a range of products including homewares and steel fabrication and which employs around 60 people, in the same geographical area as the oil refinery Viva Energy based in North Geelong, which employs around 700 people?
Minister.
Same answer again, Senator Cash.
Senator Cash.
Again, there is no further guidance that can be given. It is left to the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. Again, in relation to the definition of, or further guidance even, in relation to geographical area, is AKD Softwoods based in Forest Street, Colac, again Australia's largest producer of softwood timber with more than 1,000 employees in the same geographical area as Bullard Dairy Foods, which is located in Connor Street, Colac, and that distance there is about 3 kilometres away.
Minister. Thanks, Senator Cash, and same answer again. And I think I was paying attention last night. You traversed a lot of these issues with Senator Watt, and I think it was a similar response at the time.
Senator Cash.
That is correct, and that's why I just wanted to ensure that overnight we couldn't suddenly provide further detail or clarification in relation to some specific examples, and that's fine. But so we can now go back to these. We've been asked to put these questions and say there is no further detail, there is no further clarification. The answer is consistent. It remains at the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. Just in terms of my questions to you that Senator Henderson had provided in relation to, I asked you, had the government given any consideration to excluding the manufacturing sector from the multi-employer provisions? You said that and the answer to that question was no. Did the department provide any advice to the government about how this sector could be excluded or carved out?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. No.
Senator Cash.
Did the department provide the government any advice in relation to how the mining or the mining and resources sector could be carved out?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. My understanding is that Senator Watt dealt with this issue last night, and I have nothing further to add to his explanation.
Senator Cash.
I didn't ask Senator Watt a question in relation to what departmental advice was provided to the government about how these sectors could or could not be carved out. This is the first time I'm asking this particular question, so Senator Watt did not give me an answer last night. You have now stated that you are aware that there were certain industries that did make representations to government in relation to potential carve-outs. You said you've got one for me, mining resources. You said you're not aware of the manufacturing industry or manufacturers putting any request into government. You've said you'll go away on notice, and the good news is we're open-ended tonight, so we'll be able to get that information, if not shortly, then after question time, in relation to the other sectors that approach the government and ask for a carve-out. So this is information that you've given me that I'm now questioning you on. So I ask again, did the department provide any advice to the government about how the mining or the mining and resources sector could be carved out or excluded from the single-interest multi-employer bargaining stream?
Minister.
There was general consultation, but no advice from the department, is my understanding.
Senator Cash.
But you are aware of representations made by the mining and resources industry in relation to, very similar to civil construction, how they could actually be excluded from multi-employer bargaining.
Minister.
Thanks. I think in my answer to Senator Hanson's question, I talked through that industry was consulted.
Senator Cash.
I said, so you are confirming, though, that they made representations that they should be, similar to the civil construction industry that we discussed last night, excluded from multi-employer bargaining. I'm not verbling you. I just want to make sure that I understand you were aware of those representations.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Correct, Senator Cash.
Senator Cash.
Is there a carve-out? There is a carve-out for civil construction, etc., and we did go through that tonight, and we'll explore that a bit more this afternoon. Can I confirm there is no carve-out or exclusion then for the mining and resources industry in terms of multi-employer bargaining?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. That's correct, Senator Cash.
Senator Cash.
Given the front page of The Australian, and in particular the concerns raised by Mike Henry in relation to BHP, given the concerns also raised by Rio Tinto, and one's the West Coast, one's the East Coast, obviously, Given the evidence in relation to why there is a carve-out for civil construction that was provided by Senator Watt last night, and I quote, it was because, without verbling him, the high use of agreements at an enterprise level that had been negotiated, I think Mike Henry might argue that within the mining and resources industry on the East Coast, and in particular for BHP, there is a very, very, very high use of enterprise bargaining agreements. Why did the government ignore the concerns of these industries?
Minister. Thanks, Chair. I believe Senator Watt dealt with this last night, and I have nothing further to add to his answers.
Senator Cash.
Well, unless Senator Watt is talking to the shaman, he definitely did not see, in questioning yesterday the front page of the Australian newspaper. I accept that you do take advice from shamans and spiritual healers and magicians and dog walkers and dog trainers in terms of costings for your regulatory impact statement. But again, I didn't put the front page of the Australian to Minister Watt last night, unless we were sitting at 1 a.m, which I don't believe we were. So again, in terms of the front page of the Australian, the issues raised by Mike Henry on behalf of BHP, the issues that have also been raised on behalf of Rio Tinto, the evidence that was given in relation to the rationale behind the government carving out the civil construction industry from multi-employer bargaining, and the evidence was because there is a high use of enterprise bargaining agreements. Mike Henry, as I said, on behalf of BHP, would argue there is a very high use of enterprise agreements in the mining and resources industry on the East Coast. Why did the government ignore the concerns of those industries when it was prepared to carve out the civil construction industry?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. I think Senator Watt traversed these subjects last night. In regards to the article in the Australian, BHP, Rio Tinto are entitled to their view.
Senator Cash, I have Senator Pocock who also wishes to ask a question, but you have priority, so okay, in that case you continue.
I'm happy to jump again because I still do have a line of questioning on this.
Sure. Senator Cash, you have the call. Senator Henderson on the same line.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much.
Henderson.
Just picking up on the issues with the manufacturing sector. If a Geelong manufacturer is compelled to bargain with Viva Energy, a large oil refinery in Geelong, I have been advised a short time ago by one employer that if it was required to match the same terms and conditions as those offered by Viva Energy, including up to 2 years severance pay, that would force this business to close. How can Geelong manufacturers be given certainty that they won't be placed in this situation and forced to close if required or compelled to bargain with the likes of Viva Energy in Geelong?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. What you put forward there was a hypothetical.
Senator Henderson.
Chair, with respect.
Senator Henderson, you have the call.
Chair, with respect, that's actually completely incorrect. I have just put to you a particular case. I have literally got off the phone from a Geelong manufacturer who has said to me, the Chief Executive Officer and Proprietor, Minister, has said to me that if this business, based in Geelong, was required to bargain with Viva Energy and match the terms and conditions that are offered by Viva Energy to its employees, which include up to 2 years of severance pay, then that business will be forced to close because it cannot carry that level of contingent liability. So again, Minister, this is not a hypothetical. I ask you, how will you give manufacturers in the Geelong region the certainty that they will not be placed in that situation so that they can have certainty as to their future?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. I think the key word in your question was if. So it obviously and clearly was a hypothetical situation that you're putting to me, and that is my response.
Senator Henderson.
That's a ridiculous answer, with respect. I have put to you that there is an employer in Geelong, if compelled. These laws are not in effect as yet, but if these laws are passed, as I assume they will be, and Geelong manufacturers are required, are compelled under your laws, they are manufacturers which employ more than 20 people. So if they are required and compelled to bargain with Viva Energy, please provide this chamber with the advice as to how Geelong manufacturers can be given certainty that they won't be placed in this situation and forced to close. And the response that you gave before is totally inadequate and does not address my question, and I would ask you to address my question.
Minister. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Henderson. And it is a hypothetical proposition that you're putting to me. In terms of a single interest test, if an employer does not want to bargain for a single interest multi-enterprise agreement, there are factors the Fair Work Commission must be satisfied of before granting an authorisation, such as a majority of the employees must want to bargain. If the business is in a franchise, the business is reasonably comparable with other businesses to be covered by the agreement, and the employers have clearly identifiable common interest, and it is not contrary to the public interest. So again, that's some level of information for you, but I won't answer a hypothetical situation that you're putting to me.
Senator Henderson.
Situation, Minister, and it seems to me that you are failing to address this question. These are real life fears in the Geelong community about Geelong manufacturing. And, Minister, the former coalition government, after inheriting a situation where when we came into government in 2013, Ford had announced it was closing on Labor's watch. So we came into government in 2013 when Geelong was on its knees. Manufacturers had no confidence in the future. And we worked extremely hard as a coalition to turn the economy around locally. And now we have a vibrant manufacturing sector. A vibrant manufacturing sector, Minister, which is working well together also. And now, under these laws, you are proposing, your government is proposing, to pit manufacturer against manufacturer, to create a war, an industrial war in Geelong. We are one of the most successful manufacturing regions in the country. And now, under these laws, Minister, you are proposing to pit manufacturer against manufacturer. And your answer, the fact that you, under your laws, cannot provide Geelong manufacturers with any guidance, or in fact any manufacturer around this country, is a disgrace. I am not posing hypothetical questions, and with respect, Minister, your answer is pathetic. And it shows how little this government cares about manufacturing. It is ridiculous, Minister, that you cannot tell AKD Softwoods, again an incredible company based in Colac, supported heavily by the former coalition government, which has grown exponentially, now the largest producer of softwood timber in this country, with more than 1,000 employees. Your government, and you as the responsible minister, the acting minister, cannot tell Australians if this business is in the same geographical area as Buller Dairy Foods, which is located 3 kilometres away in Connor Street, Colac. I mean, that is absurd. So again, Minister, I would invite you to provide manufacturers in Victoria, including in the Geelong region, with the certainty that they require, so that they know that perhaps their futures are assured. Because right now, in the offices of the Geelong Manufacturing Council and in the offices of every manufacturer in Geelong and across Victoria and, frankly, across this nation, there is deep fear. So again, I ask you to address the question. And if the answer is this is a matter for the Fair Work Commission, then that's fine. But please address the question. Thank you, Minister.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Senator Henderson. And I've already answered the question that you've put, and it doesn't take long for them to get back on the scare campaign, because that's all they've got, because they've learnt absolutely zero from the last election campaign. And if Geelong was going so good, how did you get voted out? What happened there? If Geelong was going so good, how did you get voted out? So clearly they were not happy with you, and clearly the local workers weren't happy with you, and clearly the local manufacturing workers weren't happy with you as well. But the good news that I have for manufacturing workers in Victoria, in Geelong and across the country is they now have a federal government that is absolutely committed to working with them and rebuilding manufacturing in this country. That is what will be a focus on, and I've got the Assistant Minister for Manufacturing in the chamber as well, who was working very diligently with this. I saw that Minister Husic announced, put forward the legislation yesterday implementing our election policy. So I am absolutely confident that the manufacturing sector in Australia will be very, very well supported by this government. And we had big plans that we took to the election, and we intend on delivering on them, and I'm sure the manufacturers of Geelong will be very excited by that.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. And just in terms of, we were previously talking about the carve-out of civil construction from multi-employer bargaining, and you have indicated that you were aware that the mining and resources industry had provided representations to the government in relation to being carved out. You weren't aware if representations had been made by the manufacturing industry, and you'd come back to me in relation to other industries. Again, as discussed with Senator Watt last night, the rationale for the carve-out of the civil construction or of civil construction from multi-employer bargaining was the high proportion or percentage or number of single enterprise agreements in the sector. Could I therefore ask that you bring back to the chamber the number of single enterprise agreements in the construction, mining and resources and manufacturing sectors, so we can just do that comparison compared to civil and construction?
Minister.
We'll see what we can provide, Senator Cash.
Senator Cash.
You probably won't get anything, I'm assuming, which is a great shame, but we can do the analysis afterwards. Just in terms of also, and Senator Henderson was talking about numbers of employees in businesses, and one of the amendments that was, I understand, negotiated with Senator Pocock, I think it was also a recommendation of the committee, of the Labor members on the committee that looked into the bill, was increasing the employee headcount of businesses who will be excluded from multi-employer bargaining to 20. Can you confirm how the government came to this specific number?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. And obviously, we take Senate inquiries very seriously, and it was changed on the recommendation that they made.
Senator Cash.
So, can I confirm this was not part of the deal done with Senator David Pocock? This was actually part of the recommendation of the Senate inquiry?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. That's correct.
Senator Cash.
Can I just ask, was any assessment, consideration or modelling undertaken for the legislation, given all the concerns when the legislation was initially tabled in relation to the definition of small business in this particular section, to increasing the headcount to, say, 25 employees, 50 employees or 100 employees? Did the government undertake any further work in that regard?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. So, increasing it to 20 excludes 97.5% of small business. Sorry,
Senator Cash.
With all due respect, that wasn't my question. My question was any assessment, consideration, modelling undertaken given in particular all of the concerns that were raised in relation to the definition of small business in this particular section, to increasing the headcount to 25 employees or 50 employees or 100 employees, 125, 150, 175 or 200. What further modelling? And if the answer is none, I can accept the answer as being none, but was there any assessment, consideration or modelling undertaken?
Minister. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. And my understanding is that in the Fair Work Act it's currently 15, and we based our decision to go to 20 on the recommendation from the Senate inquiry. So that was the substance of our decision-making.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. And so I don't want to verbal you for the Hansard record. So there was no assessment, consideration or modelling undertaken by the government in relation to increasing the headcount, for example, 25, 50 employees, 100 employees, etc. You accepted the recommendation of the committee.
Minister.
There was some consultation with the department, but that was our decision-making process that I ran through before.
Senator Cash.
In relation to the consultation with the department, was any consideration given to, again, 25 employees, 50 employees, 75, 100, any number above 20 employees?
Minister.
I would just refer to my earlier answer about the recommendation from the Senate inquiry was the basis of our decision on the 20.
Senator Cash.
If I could just now turn back to, again, I said I had a very long line of questions in relation to the transfer of powers.
Senator Cash, just before you continue, I notice Senator Pocock has left the room, but we had sort of an agreement when you went to a new line we'd pass the call, so when she does come back in, I'm conscious that she has thought the call a couple of times. Senator Cash.
So if I could just go back to the line of questioning in relation to the Australian Building and Construction Commission, and maybe it will assist the Minister in answering the questions if I also then refer to the sections in the BCIIP Act that I am referring to, so that we can actually determine whether or not there is that transfer of powers again to the Fair Work Ombudsman. Sections 54 and 55 of the BCIIP Act, the ABCC would take action to seek injunction and bring prosecution seeking penalties on behalf of an affected subcontractor. Can I just confirm, in relation to sections 54 and 55, does that actually transfer over to the Fair Work Ombudsman?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. So, there is no transfer of powers. The powers already exist in the Fair Work Act, and the Fair Work Ombudsman is an independent and well-resourced regulator that we expect to do that job. The key relevant general protections in the Fair Work Act, Part 3-1, Division 4, inclusive activities, Section 346, a person must not take adverse action against another person because the person does not engage in industrial activity. Section 347, engage in industrial activity if they comply with an unlawful request made by or requirement or industrial association. Section 348, coercion, a person must not organise or take a what's that one? A person must not organise, take or threaten to organise or take any action against another person to coerce the other person or a third person to engage in industrial action. The penalty is 60 penalty units, and Section 539 of the Fair Work Act can make application to enforce.
Senator Cash.
Could I just ask then, who actually brings the adverse action claim?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. So it would be employee, an employer, a employer organisation, or the Fair Work Ombudsman. Or an inspector.
Senator Cash.
So can I just want to confirm that you're saying the Fair Work Ombudsman can bring the adverse action claim?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Correct, Senator Cash.
Senator Cash.
With respect to employers within the building and construction industry, can I get you to detail what powers are available to the Fair Work Ombudsman to take action in relation to union officials restricting or threatening to restrict a subcontractor's opportunity to obtain work if it did not sign up to a union-endorsed EBA? And in particular, the issue that I do want to hone in on is what's the difference between the powers of the ABCC and the Fair Work Ombudsman?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. So those key relevant general protections that I outlined earlier are appropriate.
Senator Cash.
It doesn't really answer the specific question, though. So, sections 54 and 55 of the BCIRP Act, the ABCC would take action to seek an injunction and bring prosecution seeking penalties on behalf of an affected contractor. The ABCC could also required to ensure competition laws are upheld and would refer any related issues to the ACCC for investigation. The Code required that employers maintain compliance with competition laws at all times, and non-observance is sanctionable. So that was under the BCIRP Act. The Act is being abolished. What is now the difference between what was under the BCII Act in terms of what I've read out and what is now the power of the Fair Work Ombudsman?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. So the Fair Work Ombudsman can enforce any breach of the Fair Work Act.
Senator Cash.
Again, though, we go back to, is it mandatory for the Fair Work Ombudsman to do this, or is it at the discretion of the Fair Work Ombudsman?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. And it is at the discretion, exactly the same as what it was under the ABCC.
Senator Cash.
Again, all of the questions are prefaced with it is respect to employers within the building and construction industry. Can you detail what powers are available to the Fair Work Ombudsman to take action in relation to union officials pressuring head contractors to replace subcontractors on a site because they did not have a union-endorsed EBA? And can the Fair Work Ombudsman represent employers?
Minister.
Previous answer, Senator Cash, but the Fair Work Ombudsman would enforce against any breach of the Act by any person.
Senator Cash.
Can the Fair Work Ombudsman represent employers?
Minister.
He represents himself, so he institutes proceedings.
Senator Cash.
With respect again to, as I said, employers within the building and construction industry, what powers are available to the Fair Work Ombudsman to take action in relation to the threat by union officials to prevent subcontractors with particular types of employment categories, such as casual employees, from working on site? And in particular, can you take me through the difference between the powers that the ABCC had to gather evidence and the powers that the Fair Work Ombudsman will have to gather evidence?
Minister. The Fair Work Ombudsman would treat them the same as any other industry. Senator Cash.
And can you take me through, in terms of the powers, is there a difference in the powers to gather evidence that the Fair Work Ombudsman has and that the ABCC had?
Minister. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. As you'd be aware, we've long been of the view that the powers previously were excessive. We believe there are now adequate powers. There will be adequate powers under the legislation that we've had, and we believe that all workers should be treated fairly and evenly across the country. Senator Cash.
Again, that wasn't my question. My question was, and I just need to understand, what are the powers the ABCC currently has in relation to gathering evidence? And in terms of the translation over, I accept the powers are less, but I do just want to understand what the difference in the evidence-gathering powers is.
Minister. So just to be clear, Senator Cash, there was no transfer of powers. What we're saying is the Fair Work Act has the necessary powers that they need to ensure that all workers are treated fairly, but also that workplaces are regulated accordingly as well. Senator Cash.
Can I just confirm, in terms of the statement that you had made, you had previously said that you were confident that there was no gap in terms of the difference between the ABCC and the Fair Work Ombudsman and the powers that could be exercised. You've now gone to saying, if I understand you correctly, there is a difference, so they won't have the same powers and they'll only have the powers of the ABCC that the government believes are not excessive. So I'm just trying to explore, we were at the stage where you were confident there were no gaps, but now you're actually saying there are gaps. Can I just get you to take me through, and in particular in relation to the gathering of evidence, what powers do you believe are excessive, just so I can get a better understanding of that?
Minister. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. So, as you'd be well aware, the government has been, the now government has been of the view for a long time that the ABC is ineffective and was a waste of taxpayers' money. It's been a disaster for productivity in the sector and did little to address exploitation of workers through wage theft and sham contracting, which has been allowed to run rife with often devastating consequences. The government stands for safe, fair workplaces for all Australians. Under our government, the Fair Work Ombudsman will enforce the Fair Work Act across all industries. Offensive behaviour has absolutely no role in our society. Criminal conduct on worksites is wrong, and the police should and will continue to take appropriate action where it concerns. The ABCC, I would point out, has never had a role in enforcing criminal laws. Senator Cash.
Again, with all due respect, thank you for reading the talking points that were provided, and I have no issues with talking points being provided by the advisers to you, but that wasn't actually the question I asked. There is a difference in terms of the powers that were able to be exercised under the BCIIP Act and the powers that the Fair Work Ombudsman is able to exercise. and I just need to understand what are the powers that you believe are excessive.
Minister. Thanks, Chair. And as I've said, we believe that the provisions of the Fair Work Act are what will ensure that all workers are treated evenly and across all sectors of the economy, and that is what we are supporting as part of this legislation today.
Senator Cash. Thank you, and again, with all due respect, and I know Senator Barbara Pocock has returned to the chamber, and we had agreed that we would cede time to Senator Barbara Pocock. And so I will come back to the question. Again, the talking points don't answer the question. The question was quite specific. You've admitted that there are gaps, even though your evidence earlier this morning was that you were confident there were no gaps, and I'm happy to accept the change in evidence. There are now gaps. I'm assuming you're of the opinion it was merely the vibe of the ABCC that was excessive, but the issue does become there is a difference. You've stated there is a difference. I am asking you, what are the powers that you thought were excessive? I'm happy for you to come back to that because we had an agreement that I would cede time to Senator Barbara Pocock. Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I'm willing to wager that most Australians won't know what the ABCC is, but an issue that's had no discussion in the 9 hours of questioning that we've had so far are two sections in the bill. The section in relation to sexual harassment. Now, 53% of Australian women will experience sexual harassment in their lives, and it's an issue that really does deserve some discussion. And I would like to ask the minister how this bill will deal with this epidemic of sexual harassment. We've got more than half of us are going to have the experience, including many in this place, in this workplace. And a third of Australians, men and women, in the last 5 years have had harassment experiences. So can we please hear a little bit about something that actually matters to most Australians? Minister.
Thanks, Senator B. Pocock, and again I thank you for your interest in this area and acknowledge your long-standing history of working in this space as well. So I think it is an important aspect of this legislation. Stamping out workplace sexual harassment is central to achieving safe, productive and gender equitable workplaces, and that is what the government is committed to. Under the previous government's laws, there was no express prohibition on sexual harassment under the Fair Work Act, and stop sexual harassment orders were only available to some workers. We will fix these issues. Firstly, we will broaden the scope of stop sexual harassment orders to make clear that the Fair Work Commission has the power to make orders preventing sexual harassment for all workers, including sole traders, employees of state governments, local government employees, workers in community organisations and workplaces such as amateur sporting clubs. Examples of stop sexual harassment orders could include an order that individuals treat each other with respect or do not make contact with each other, or orders for companies to provide all staff with anti-sexual harassment training or arrange a health and safety inspector to attend meetings and parties. This is a key measure of how we make workplace, or how we can make workplaces safer. Secondly, we will add the new prohibition on sexual harassment and a complaints process which allow all workers, including those sexually harassed in the past, to apply to the Fair Work Commission for a remedy. Workers will have access to conciliation and arbitration by consent. And thirdly, our new provisions are broader in scope than the previous government's laws, applying to conduct that occurs in connection with work, consistent with protections in the Sex Discrimination Act, and this means that protections will clearly apply to workplace sexual harassment that occurs outside of working hours, in employee-provided accommodation and to prospective workers as well. These changes send a clear message that workplace sexual harassment will not be tolerated. Our changes will open a new pathway for people to get an outcome without having to go through the court system, which can be slow, costly and traumatic. That's a huge barrier for many workers, and particularly those in lower paid or insecure jobs. Our changes mean that every worker, whether you're a nurse in Tamworth, a plumber in Perth or an office worker in Canberra, can ask the Fair Work Commission to deal quickly and effectively with their complaint of sexual harassment whether the harassment occurred in the past or is ongoing, or both. The new provisions also allow for the National Workplace Relations Regulator, the Fair Work Ombudsman, to investigate and assist with compliance. Importantly, these reforms fully implement the Recommendation 28 of the Respect at Work report, complementing the Attorney-General's reforms to the Sex Discrimination Act, which passed the Parliament. The bill also strengthens the Fair Work Act's anti-discrimination protections to include gender identity, intersex status and breastfeeding, bringing it in line with other Commonwealth anti-discrimination laws. The government is serious about ensuring Australian workplaces are free from sexual harassment in all forms of discrimination, and I think if we successfully pass this bill, I think it will send an important message to the Australian people as well.
Senator Cash. If I could just now turn to then another section of the Act, and we will come back to the ABCC, but I do want to get some questions before we hit the hard marker of 2 p.m. in relation to supported bargaining, or the supported bargaining stream. Can the minister confirm which industries the government intends will be eligible to participate in the supported bargaining stream? And I note from the revised explanatory memorandum at page 168, reference is made to aged care, disability care and early childhood education. Is this an exhaustive list? In particular, I am being asked by industries, would we be an industry eligible to participate in the supported bargaining stream, and are there any other industries that may fall under this stream?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, did you mention a particular industry, Senator Cash? Sorry.
So, confirming, so we're into the supported bargaining stream now. Confirm which industries the government intends will be eligible to participate in the supported bargaining stream. And again, I was noting in looking at the revised explanatory memorandum at page 168 that reference is made to aged care, disability care and early childhood education. Is this an exhaustive list, and are there other industries that may fall under this stream?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. So, the focus of that stream is low-paid feminised workers who are also government-supported, and it would be a matter for the Fair Work Commission.
Senator Cash.
Yeah, and that's just what I want to work through, and I'm just going to get page 168 of the revised explanatory memorandum. So I do. So in the revised explanatory memorandum, so you do make the specific reference to aged care, disability care and early childhood education. But what you're saying is it's not an exhaustive list. Just because I've got a number of industries coming to me and saying, is this an exhaustive list? It's not an exhaustive list. Can you give any further guidance than what you've just given to any other industries that may fall under this stream?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. So that is the focus of that stream, but the we've included a ministerial declaration for supported bargaining. This arose out of consultations that have occurred in relation to the bill. The purpose of the new power to make a declaration is to provide a final safeguard to ensure the supported bargaining stream is used in order to get wages in low-paid sectors moving. It is intended to provide some security so that we do not see a repeat of what occurred under the existing low-paid stream, where there were only 4 applications and no agreement that were ever made in reliance on low-paid authorisation.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. And I do have a series of questions in relation to the ministerial power, and I will take you through them. Could I just go back to, though, in particular, it is eligible to participate in the supported bargaining stream. So again, I do have the paragraph in the explanatory memorandum. The supported bargaining stream is intended to assist those employees and employers who may have had difficulty bargaining at the single enterprise level, for example. those in low-paid industries, then the examples are given, such as aged care, disability care and early childhood education and care, who may lack the necessary skills, resources and powers to bargain effectively. The supported bargaining stream will also assist employees and employers who may face barriers to bargaining, such as employees with a disability and First Nations employers. So I do just want to confirm, and I think you've actually given me the answer, it is not an exhaustive list. There are other industries that may fall under this stream, and there are ways, and we'll go through them, that those industries could be prescribed.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. Yeah, that's correct.
Senator Cash.
Could I ask, is it the intention of the government to cover all industries where employees are paid just above the modern award minimum rates?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. That would be at the Commission's discretion.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. When an application for a supported bargaining authorisation is made, the Fair Work Commission must consider whether it's appropriate for the parties to bargain together, and in doing so they must consider a number of factors, and the factors are set out, including the prevailing pay and conditions in the relevant industry, and that's why I asked the question in relation to, is it the intention of the government to cover all industries where employees are paid just above the modern award rates? So including the prevailing pay and conditions in the relevant industry, whether employers have clearly identifiable common interests, and we'll go through that shortly, and whether the number of bargaining representatives would be consistent with a manageable collective bargaining process. So just in terms of the prevailing pay and conditions in the relevant industry, can I just ask you to confirm what is actually meant by prevailing pay and conditions in the relevant industry? How does the government intend the Fair Work Commission itself to interpret this?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. And I'd refer to 891 in the explanatory memorandum. The supported bargaining process would operate similarly to the existing low-paid bargaining process. Where an application for a supported bargaining authorisation is made, the Fair Work Commission must consider whether it is appropriate for the parties to bargain together. The Fair Work Commission would consider the prevailing pay and conditions in the relevant industry, whether employers have clearly identifiable common interests, and whether the number of bargaining representatives would be consistent with a manageable collective bargaining process. The supported bargaining stream is intended to be easier to access than the low-paid bargaining stream. The revised criteria for making a supported bargaining authorisation is intended to address the limited take-up of the low-paid bargaining process that exists currently.
Senator Cash.
Again, I think we're going to be going round in circles like we were last night. Just in relation to my question on is it an exhaustive list, can I just confirm again, so I'm not verbling you for the Hansard record, are you saying that unless the minister makes a declaration for another industry, the only industries that are eligible to access the supported bargaining stream are those listed in the explanatory memorandum?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. That would be up to the Fair Work Commission.
Senator Cash.
I just want to explore that, sorry. I thought my question was quite obvious. I just want to confirm with you, we have the explanatory memorandum. It makes reference to certain industries that we've referred to. We've then established, and we're going to pursue it shortly, the minister is able to make a declaration for another industry to be added to or to be eligible to participate in the supported bargaining stream. All I'm asking is that the only avenue under which you can be declared eligible to participate via a ministerial declaration, or is there another avenue? We've talked about aged care, disability care and early childhood education and care. is there another avenue that you actually can participate in the supported bargaining stream?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. So, the Fair Work Commission could make a determination considering the criteria. Yeah.
Okay.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. So there are two ways. There is a ministerial declaration here, and as I said, we're going to go through the ministerial declaration shortly. Or alternatively, I'm assuming you would make application to the Commission, are we able to participate in supported bargaining? And the Commission will then determine whether or not you are an industry that is eligible to participate based on the factors it needs to consider.
Minister.
Thanks. Yes, that is the case.
Senator Cash.
And just in relation to, I believe the answer to my question in terms of can I get you to confirm what is meant by prevailing pay and conditions in the relevant industry, given my previous question, is it the intention of the government to cover all industries where employees are paid just above the modern award minimum rates? That was left to the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. Is the government giving any guidance to the Commission, given that there are now two ways in which you can enter the supported bargaining stream and the minister is able to make a declaration, so you'd think the minister might have in his own mind what the guidance is, just in terms of, again, prevailing pay and conditions in the relevant industry, or is it literally going to be left to the Fair Work Commission themselves to make the interpretation?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. So, 984 of the explanatory memorandum sets out the conditions. So, when considering whether it is appropriate for the employer and employees to bargain together, the Fair Work Commission would have regard to the prevailing pay and conditions in the relevant industry. This is intended to include whether the low rates of pay prevail in the industry, whether employees in the industry are paid at or close to relevant award rates, whether the employers have clearly identifiable common interests, and whether the likely number of bargaining representatives for an agreement would be consistent with a manageable collective bargaining process. Any other matters the Fair Work Commission considers appropriate. This may include considering the views of the bargaining representatives.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. Okay, so it's a non-exhaustive list with the catch-all of any other matters that the Fair Work Commission itself may consider appropriate. Just in terms of what is meant by whether the likely number of bargaining reps would be consistent with a manageable collective bargaining process, and would it be the case that the Fair Work Commission could not approve an authorisation if it is unlikely that the number of parties involved, whether they're employer reps or union reps, etc., would be able to reach agreement or otherwise act in an orderly way?
Minister.
My understanding is that's already in the Act.
Senator Cash.
Okay. Unfortunately, I am going to have to get you to take me through what you mean by that's already in the Act. What is meant by whether the likely number of bargaining reps would be consistent with a manageable collective bargaining process? Can you just take me to where that explanation is in the Fair Work Act?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Senator Cash. So I'm at Division 9, low-paid bargaining, 243, number 3, and B is the extent to which the likely number of bargaining representatives for the agreement would be consistent with a manageable collective bargaining process. So that's what I was referring to.
Senator Cash.
And thank you for that confirmation. I'm just asking, though, what is meant by that? What's the guidance given in relation to that in terms of the change to the supported bargaining stream? Given my next question is, will it be the case that some employers could be compelled to bargain for a supported bargaining agreement? Could you just confirm that an employer could be compelled to bargain for a supportive bargaining agreement?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. That would be for the Commission to decide whether it was appropriate.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. And so if they decide that it is appropriate, the answer is yes, they can be compelled to bargain.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. That's the same way it works now.
Senator Cash.
Can I just ask then, just in terms of, would it be the case that some employers could be compelled to bargain for a supported bargaining stream agreement and a single interest employer agreement?
Minister.
My understanding is, thanks, Chair, thanks, Senator Cash. My understanding is you can't do both at the same time.
Senator Cash.
You can't do both at the same time, okay, but when one finishes, you could be compelled into the alternative if that happened to be the case. But I just want to confirm that because this has been raised by a number of people. So we are saying that we have an employer, they are eligible for both the supported bargaining stream and the single interest stream. We acknowledge they can be compelled into either. You are saying, though, that absolutely you cannot be compelled to bargain at the same time in the supported bargaining stream and the single interest stream. This, as I said, this has been asked by so many employers, and it will give them comfort to know that that is the case. So I just want to know, are we formally ruling it out?
Minister.
That is correct, Senator Cash.
Senator Cash.
I note that in deciding whether employers in this stream have clearly identifiable common interests, the Fair Work Commission must consider whether the employers are substantially funded, directly or indirectly, by the Commonwealth, a state or a territory. Is the chamber to take this to mean that if the Fair Work Commission is unsure whether there is a clearly identifiable common interest between the employers, that if the employers are not substantially funded directly or indirectly by the government, the Fair Work Commission should err on the side of not granting the authorisation?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Senator Cash. So, for the purpose of common interests, for the purpose of subparagraph 1B2, examples of common interests that employers may have include the following. May, I think, is the point I would make there.
Senator Cash.
So I just want to go through that, may being the operative word. And my question was, is the chamber to take this to mean that if the Fair Work Commission is unsure, there is a clearly identifiable common interest, so we don't know. So on that, we're unable to determine whether or not there's a clearly identifiable common interest between the employers, and then the employers are not substantially funded directly or indirectly by government. Are you saying the Fair Work Commission should err on the side of not granting the authorisation? So we're not sure if there is a common interest. We do know that they are potentially not substantially funded directly or indirectly by the government. Is the guidance then that you should err on the side of not granting the authorisation? And is it the intent of government that the supported bargaining stream focus on funded sectors?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. So it is focused on funded sectors, but not exclusive to funded sectors.
Senator Cash.
Okay, and so that's where I was getting. So there's a focus on funded sectors, but it's not solely focused on funded sectors, which does mean that you can bring in other sectors that are not funded or substantially funded directly or indirectly by the government. Understood there. So my question is the intent of the government that supported bargaining stream focus on funded sectors. The answer is it's not. That's not the primary focus. So okay, I understand that. A focus on funded sectors, though, is consistent with references in the revised explanatory memorandum and the government's—
Sorry, Senator Cash. Minister.
Sorry, just to clarify, we said funded sectors are the focus.
Oh, sorry, funded sectors are—
Senator Cash.
Funded sectors are the focus. Sorry, are the focus. Thank you for that correction. But not the sole focus, but not exclusive. Thank you, thank you. So other sectors could actually be brought in. The nexus to not substantially funded directly or indirectly by government is not the ultimate determinant factor. It is merely a focus of the stream.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. Correct.
Senator Cash.
And I do just want to then explore that. So a focus on funded sectors is consistent with references in the revised explanatory memorandum and the government's own public statements about this stream being targeted at care sectors. Is that correct?
Minister.
It would be correct to see that as the focus.
Senator Cash.
But not exclusive, which takes me to the next line of questioning, and this is what has been raised by many in industry. Given the answers to all of the questions, and in particular there are changes that are happening to this particular stream, we can't give any further guidance other than what's already in the Act in terms of the common interest. Ultimately, decisions are being left to the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. There is a focus on funded sectors, and we agree that's consistent with references in the revised explanatory memorandum and the government's own public statements about this stream being targeted at care sectors. We have established, though, it's a focus and it's not exclusive. So can you confirm that the supported bargaining stream is not directed at industries such as hospitality and retail?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. I think I've outlined what the focus of the government is when it comes to this part of the bill.
Senator Cash.
So again, I understand what the focus is, but in outlining what the focus is, you've also put on the Hansard record. And again, I commenced by saying that the answers given are utilised by way of statutory interpretation. There are possibly going to be a number of issues in relation to the interpretation of the changes to the supported bargaining stream. We have confirmed that, yes, there is a focus on funded sectors, and it's consistent with references in the revised explanatory memorandum and the government's own public statements about this stream. We have also, like we did last night, confirmed that we can't give any further guidance in relation to the common interest and what is involved in the common interest. That will basically be it's either there already in the Fair Work Act, or it is being left to a decision of the Fair Work Commission. It's unfortunately the words "not exclusive" that are going to pose a huge problem. So again, can the minister confirm that the supported bargaining stream is not directed at industries such as hospitality and retail?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Cash. So we don't think it's too far different from the current low-paid part of the Fair Work Act that applies in this space.
Senator Cash.
With all due respect, that is not an answer to the question. There are changes being made. It's not just a name change. Can you now take me through, given you don't think it's any different or very different, can you now take me through the changes that are being made in this legislation to the supported bargaining stream?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. And the real focus of the changes are removing the red tape so that it can actually be used successfully. That was the failure of the previous government, is that you had that part of the legislation in place, but no one was able to use it successfully. So the focus from our point of view is removing that red tape to allow it to be used, and it's got a particular focus from our point of view on those feminised industries that a lot of us have talked about substantially last night today, and is a real focus of the bill, and we think that is required and what will hopefully drive an improvement in wages.
Senator Cash.
So again, when you say you've got to focus on removing the red tape, I need you to take me through what is the red tape you're referring to?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. And I think the key point of that would be removing the red tape that allows the Commission to be more flexible and provide more discretion to the Fair Work Commission to determine what is appropriate.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. And then, in terms of, can the minister confirm that the supported bargaining stream is not directed at industries such as hospitality and retail? You can't give that guidance, because what we are actually saying is it may well be, if certain factors are met, the Fair Work Commission could make a determination that the hospitality and retail industries are actually eligible to participate in the supported bargaining stream. Minister.
Thanks, Chair. And that's currently the case under your existing legislation now, that no one has been able to access. And it will be the case on this, but we've made clear our focus is on those care and community industries. That's what we think, the ones who will be able to use this, and that's who we think it will be of most benefit to.
Senator Cash.
And I appreciate it's answering the questions. Could I now refer to Government Amendment 40, which was moved last night? This amendment gives the minister power by legislative amendment to declare an industry—
Minister's on his feet, Senator Cash.
We have a change over?
Oh, proceed, Senator Cash. Senator Ayres. Senator Cash.
We're in the supported bargaining stream. We've just gone through a number of questions in relation to how you could actually potentially be deemed eligible to participate in the supported bargaining stream. One of the changes, I understand, or one of the amendments that was tabled last night was Government Amendment number 40, moved last night. The amendment gives the minister power by legislative amendment to declare an industry, occupation or sector to be eligible for the supported bargaining stream if the minister is satisfied that doing so is consistent with the objects of the division set out in section 241. Could I just get you to confirm what are the objects in section 241 of the Act?
Minister.
Thank you. The objects of the supported bargaining stream include assisting and encouraging employees and their employers who require support to bargain to make enterprise agreements that meet their needs and to address constraints on their ability to bargain.
Senator Cash.
So that is section 241 of the Act. Can I just confirm that's what you're reading out, the objects as set out of the division as set out in section 241?
Minister.
You've asked a very straightforward question for my second question, but perhaps it's best to explain it this way, that where the objects say currently low paid, they will now say supported, and provision B is deleted.
Senator Cash.
So would you then agree that a key theme from the objects relates to supporting low-paid employees who otherwise lack the experience, skills and resources to bargain at the enterprise level with their employer?
Minister.
Yes.
Senator Cash.
So in deciding whether to declare an industry occupational sector eligible for the supported bargaining stream or for supported bargaining, would the minister be required to consider whether the employees in question have previously had success in enterprise bargaining? So if there is already an enterprise agreement in place for the relevant employees or for employees within the same industry occupational sector, would this mean that then the minister is less likely to make the declaration?
Minister.
The minister would have to have regard to the objects of the Act and the objects of that section.
Senator Cash.
Can I also then just confirm, will the industrial instrument referred to in Amendment 40, will that be a disallowable instrument?
Minister.
Yes.
Senator Cash.
It's very straightforward with you and I. I'm starting to enjoy this. Could I now go back to—
Minister. Yes. Senator Cash.
I have a number of questions in relation to enterprise. We were talking about the ABCC, and I'm just looking at the time in terms of actually moving through them, because I do also have a number of questions in relation to the RIS and the costs in the regulatory impact statement that I would like to ask you. Can I just go very briefly, though, to the agreement approval before I go to the costs in the regulatory impact statement? On page 125 of the revised explanatory memorandum, it states that changes in the bill to enterprise agreement approval requirements are intended to simplify requirements that need to be met for an enterprise agreement to be approved by the Fair Work Commission, which are often regarded as overly prescriptive and complex. One such source of complexity relates to section 181 and the way it's traditionally being interpreted by the Fair Work Commission in relation to which casuals can vote for an agreement. I understand that the government has indicated to employer groups that the changes contained in the bill will mean that the Fair Work Commission will take a less prescriptive approach. Could I just get you to confirm, just employer groups are asking, that is the indication, and that there will be a less prescriptive approach?
Minister.
Thank you. Yes, the approval process is designed to be simpler and less prescriptive.
Senator Cash.
Sorry. And in terms of then, though, the indication to employer groups that the changes contained in the bill will mean that the Fair Work Commission will take that less prescriptive approach, and in particular the issue that is in relation to which casuals can vote for an agreement, the indication to the employers is correct? Yes.
Minister. Senator Cash.
Can I then also confirm that the changes will mean that the Fair Work Commission won't fail to approve an agreement because of confusion regarding whether a casual employee is entitled to vote on the agreement or not?
Minister.
The intention is to streamline the process. However, of course, each determination that the Commission makes is a matter for the Commission.
Senator Cash.
Okay. So, a metaphor that we're back to the discretion of the Commission. Okay, that's fine. Despite the intention of the government, can the minister confirm that if the Fair Work Commission continues to take a prescriptive approach, and again we are talking about the issue of in relation to which casuals can vote for an agreement, and I do appreciate the evidence and the very clear evidence. I do thank you for that. That the government has indicated to employers employer groups that the changes contained in the bill will mean that the Fair Work Commission will take a less prescriptive approach. I also understand your evidence in relation to, can the minister confirm that the changes will mean that the Fair Work Commission won't fail to approve an agreement because of confusion regarding whether a casual employee is entitled to vote on the agreement or not? That is left to the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. Can I then, in relation to the agreement approval and the issue of the casuals and the confusion, can the minister confirm that if the Fair Work Commission continues to take a prescriptive approach to the issue of casual voting cohorts, despite confirming the government did indicate to employers that the changes in the bill will mean that the Fair Work Commission will take a less prescriptive approach, noting that obviously it is ultimately a matter for the Fair Work Commission, that the government would then commit to amending the legislation to avoid agreements being rejected by the Fair Work Commission?
Minister.
The government's confident that the changes that are proposed here will deliver a less prescriptive approach, including in relation to the matters that we've just been traversing. But there is, of course, a review programmed in at the 2-year level.
Senator Cash.
Okay, so just in terms of that, as part of the review, if the Fair Work Commission was to continue to taking a prescriptive approach to the issue of casual voting cohorts, given what the government has confirmed, it indicated to employer groups that the changes contained in the bill would mean that the Fair Work Commission will take a less prescriptive approach. The government would then commit to amending the legislation to avoid agreements being rejected by the Fair Work Commission.
Minister.
Well, it, along with other matters, will be a subject for the review, and the government will consider the outcome of the review when it arrives.
Senator Cash.
Last night, in fact, what I might turn to now, just again, is some questions that I put in relation to, in particular, the mining and resources industry in Australia, and I think you'd be aware of the front page, obviously, of the Australian today, and in particular the comments made by Mike Henry by BHP. They've had the opportunity, and it's not BHP, but certain employers in the mining and resources industry have had the opportunity to consider the evidence and the answers that were given to the questions that I asked last night. And I've got some questions in relation to, I understand, Government Amendment 44 that was moved last night. And it's just in relation to more detail and definition, and we hadn't actually got to fully explore this last night, given we hit a hard marker. We went through the common interest test last night, and that was fine, left to the discretion of the Fair Work Commission in relation to each limb. We didn't actually get on to, though, looking at what reasonably comparable means. So the government has last night at 6:26 p.m, I think, tabled their amendments to the bill. The question is currently before the chair. In relation to Government Amendment 44, which was moved last night, that was introducing the comparability test, and I'll just get someone to pass me that comparability test. So, for example, where two separate businesses in the mining industry operate different rostering schedules to create their own efficiencies, which are fundamental to their operating models, is this enough for them to be considered not reasonably comparable?
Minister.
I can confirm that this amendment was developed following representations from industry, and it does go to the questions that you have raised, but ultimately that determination will be a matter for the Commission.
Senator Cash.
Okay, so in terms of item Amendment 44, Schedule 1, item 629, page 216, after line 25, at the end of paragraph 216 DC 1B, add V. If the requirements of subsection 3 are met, okay, tick, the operations and business activities of the employer are reasonably comparable with those of the other employers who are covered by the agreement. So that's the reasonable comparability test that you say has now been inserted into, or will be inserted into, the Act as a result of the representations from the mining industry. The question I put to you was, where two separate businesses in the mining industry operate different rostering schedules to create their own efficiencies which are fundamental to their operating models. And you can see where this is going, because this is very, very, very serious in terms of reasonably comparable. Is this enough for them to be not considered reasonably comparable? The answer you gave that this amendment had been made as a result of representations from the mining and resources industry. But then you also said it is actually a matter for the Fair Work Commission. Given that this amendment has been put in as a result of the conversations that you had for the mining and resources industry, they are the ones saying they are more confused than ever now as a result of this, and they desperately need the guidance. So in relation to the conversations and the representations, again I ask you, what further guidance can we give in terms of reasonably comparable or not reasonably comparable? I wasn't part of the talks. The Minister's office, the department were part of the talks. We've got an amendment that's been inserted, but there's nothing around the amendment. Or could you take me to the explanatory memorandum and take me through the guidance in relation to reasonably comparable?
Minister. Minister.
I might answer two ways, possibly, Senator. The first is, of course, that the Commission's required to consider all of the matters that it's required to consider, including a public interest requirement. But the amendment would add a new sub-paragraph to paragraph 249(1)(b), which contains the factors of which the Fair Work Commission has to satisfy itself before making a single interest employer authorisation in relation to a proposed agreement. So the new sub-paragraph would require the Commission to be satisfied that in respect of each employer, that it is a common interest employer, the operations and business activities of that employer are reasonably comparable with those of other employers that would be covered by the proposed agreement that relates to the single interest employer authorisation. So employers of different size and scale might, depending on all the circumstances, be found to have clearly identifiable common interests for the purpose of bargaining together. So the amendment would ensure that the Fair Work Commission must also be satisfied that the operations and business activities of an employer are reasonably comparable with the other employers. It may be open to the Commission to conclude that despite two employers of a similar size, scope and scale operating in the same industry, that they are not reasonably comparable. That is open to the Commission once the full extent of their business activities and operations are considered.
Senator Cash.
And I think we've just done a full circle and come back to the amendment, as you've rightly stated. It sets out If the common interest test is satisfied, so we agree the common interest test has been satisfied. We don't know what that common interest test is. We've got some basic guidance. But let's just say you are right. The Fair Work Commission has made a determination that the common interest test is satisfied. You are now inserting the additional amendment which says if the requirements of subsection 3 are met, tick, they've been met, the operations and business activities of the employer are reasonably comparable. Agree. I have no issues with you there. But we seem to be a hamster on a wheel again, because the issue that we have is, yes, what is the meaning of reasonably comparable? So I'll give you another situation where specialist contractors are employed under a maintenance contract. These contractors have the same trades as employees in the host company, but are specialised to fulfil specific roles, i.e., for example, not labour hire. Could those specialist contractors be deemed reasonably comparable to employees in the host company under the legislation? The issue I have with the answer you gave is, I agree with you, it's all set out in the Act, but for what I'm asking for, where is the additional guidance in relation to reasonably comparable? Because when you are talking about, so for example, 2 mining companies, they compete at this level. They're already paying way above, but we understand there is no carve-out. The rostering system is different, but it's agreed and it suits those sites. Is that enough to actually have it? They are reasonably comparable, or is the difference meaning they're not reasonably comparable? Because ultimately the words are there, but there doesn't appear to be any meaning behind the word or guidance given in relation to the words.
Minister.
Well, Senator, the Fair Work Commission will assess those matters and the other matters that it's required to assess. Now, on this side, we place great confidence in the independence and the capacity of the Fair Work Commission. Over the last few decades, I think the historical record demonstrates that we treat that independence seriously. You'll find that when Labor was in government the last 2 times, we took industry and the industrial relations community seriously. We took expertise and independence seriously. And you'll find that people with great capacity from the trade union movement, from employer associations, from the community sector and the legal fraternity were appointed by previous Labor governments with an ethos of independence and a commitment to the public interest. Now, that wasn't demonstrated by the last government. I think 11 out of 44, overwhelmingly, 11 out of 44 appointments not from friends of the previous government and from employer associations. The last government treated the Fair Work Commission the same way it treated the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, and that has undermined industry's confidence in the independence of that institution. But on this side, we put some faith in the capacity of the Commission and its full bench to work through these issues in a sensible, pragmatic kind of way.
Senator Cash.
I don't know if you were here, obviously last night or earlier today, when I said the questions I ask are very specific, they're very genuine, and they're in relation to ensuring that, for the benefit of statutory interpretation going forward, given the records of Senate proceedings, including where we are now, in the committee stage, can be utilised by others when they're actually interpreting what the government's amendment means. So, with all due respect, I think you actually do political diatribe better than Senator Watt. I really do. I prefer your approach to it, but it actually doesn't assist statutory interpretation. It'll actually just be no, 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 no. So now we go back to the actual answer to the question to assist those going forward in terms of statutory interpretation. I just need to take you through. This is a substantial amendment. You've had to bring forward this amendment because of representations made to you by particular industries. The issue I'm having is the chamber doesn't have the benefit of a definition in relation to what reasonably comparable actually means. So with all due respect, I'm not asking you about appointments to the Fair Work Commission. I'm not going to question whether or not someone has expertise. I'm actually asking you what is the guidance the government is giving to the Fair Work Commission in relation to the operations and business activities of the employer are reasonably comparable.
Minister.
I appreciate the spirit in which the questions are asked, Senator Cash, and occasionally you'll find that when questions do go to some of the aspects of the previous government's record in relation to the independence of the Fair Work Commission, I'll find it hard to resist pointing out the track record of politicisation of that institution. However, to your question, the amendment would also insert a new subsection, I think it's 249(1) AA, that would provide that if an application for a single interest employer authorisation is made by a bargaining representative under paragraph 248(1)(b in respect of an employer that has 50 or more employees, it is presumed that the operations and business activities of the employer are reasonably comparable with those of the other employers that are covered by the agreement, unless the contrary is established. So the matters that are specified in subparagraph 249(1)(b) Roman numeral 6 concern whether relevant employers are reasonably comparable in terms of their operations and business activities. Such evidence is likely to concern the nature and size of the employers and their operations and their business activities. While some of this information may be available, at least in part, to employees, particularly in smaller enterprises, much of it will only be known to the employer or to employees only as it pertains to their role. That is, it may only be apparent to them in a partial or fragmentary way. This is particularly acute in terms of the nature of the employer's enterprise, the employer's business activities and operations. In most cases, such information will be most readily available to employers or their bargaining representatives. So these are considerations which must be balanced. Who should bear the burden of establishing that the relevant test is met or not met? Having regard to the burden that could be imposed on enterprises with 20 to 49 employees, it is appropriate in such cases to require employees and their bargaining representatives to establish that the relevant test is met when making the application for the authorisation. In respect of employers with 50 or more employees, due to their increased size and the complexity of their operations, they are more likely to be in a position to provide the relevant evidence going to these matters. In such circumstances, it would also be much more difficult for employees and their representatives to provide sufficient evidence to establish that the test is met. It is appropriate, therefore, in the government's view, that the amendments provide for a rebuttable presumption and an opportunity for employers, that is, employers with 50 or more employees, to establish that the relevant test is not met in relation to their business. And for the kids upstairs listening to this, there'll be a test at the end of the session.
Senator Cash.
Just in terms of, has the government tabled the final explanatory memorandum in relation to this bill? I just want to make sure we're working off the same documents.
Minister.
Yes, the supplementary has been tabled.
Senator Cash.
So, and I just want to go through what you've just put to the chamber. And so, in terms of the amendment that we're referring to, confirming, it does also state that if the employer that will be covered by the agreement employed 50 or more employees, or so 50 employees or more at the time that the application was made, it is presumed that the operations and business activities of the employer are reasonably comparable with those of other employers that are covered by the agreement, unless the contrary is proved. I believe that's what you were reading out.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, and that's what. So to confirm, does this mean for that employers with less than 50 employees, that it will be for the employee representatives to prove that the employers have reasonably comparable operations?
Minister.
Yes, again, it's a different onus.
Senator Cash.
So the question I just want to pursue then is, does this reverse onus for employers with less than 50 employees apply for other statutory tests? Does it apply for the common interest test? Does it apply to the public interest test?
Minister.
Yeah, I think that's right, because the answer is that the tests that we have just been traversing apply to that stream. But there may be, and we will be in a position, I think perhaps later this afternoon, to come back to this question.
Minister, as it is very close to 2 p.m, the committee will report to the Senate. The committee reports progress.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Yes, Acting Deputy President, I move to take note of the answers given to all coalition senators' questions. The first one went to transparency, and then we had some questions about the cost of living, and I seek to cover off on all of those in my taking note this afternoon. Rather, it has been a long week though. The first one on transparency, and what we've seen with this government is a pattern of a lack of transparency. Yet we heard time and time again throughout the election campaign and in the lead-up to it that this government, the hallmark of this government would be transparency, would be open to scrutiny, would be and have integrity. But we're seeing anything but that so far. I mean, you only need to take a look at the inquiry that went into this Fair Work bill that the government is currently debating. A lack of transparency, a lack of scrutiny. They only allowed 22 days for stakeholders to be able to present their concerns and their issues about the bill that is before this parliament. 22 days to consider such a significant change to the Fair Work bill, and this is just absolutely outrageous, because this government is not prepared to open themselves up to scrutiny, because if you did, then you would find that there would be all sorts of holes, and that's what we're finding as we're in the committee stage of that particular bill. But here we have a situation where we have a request for details of diaries to be revealed, to be tabled, so that the parliament can scrutinise, so that members of parliament can scrutinise whereabouts and who the various ministers are engaging with. And the Prime Minister is not has not provided his diary so that the Australian people can have a look, so that this parliament can have a look at what is going on. Now, this is very disappointing, and it's a very concerning precedence that's been set here. And even the leader of the government in this place is not making her diary available. And I look forward to it being available. I've got no doubt that Senator Wong is engaging in some very important issues, engaging in her portfolio with some very important issues. But why not open it up? Why not fulfil the obligation that they have to be transparent and to be honest with open up and be transparent with the Australian people? Now, to the cost of living, we had some questions about this, and we had some very well. Would you call them answers, colleagues? I'm not sure that they were really answers, because they were just ducking and weaving from the reality. Now, we heard time and time again, over 90 times throughout the election campaign alone, that this government was going to tackle energy prices, was going to, in fact, reduce the cost of energy by $275 to the Australian people. It was promised to the Australian people, Mr. Deputy President. It was promised to the Australian people that that would happen, but it's not. In fact, what we're seeing is that Australians are going to be worse off under this government. In fact, $2,000 worse off by the time we get to Christmas. And as I asked in my question to the minister representing the Prime Minister what the impact was going to be, we know that Australians, when they're buying their hams and their turkeys and their bonbons and getting themselves ready for hosting a Christmas lunch with their family, as they're, I'm sure, been looking forward to for so long, and we know that last Christmas many families were apart and weren't able to get together. They're looking forward to getting together this Christmas. But what they're seeing as they're going to the grocery stores is the cost of delivering Christmas this year has gone up. The cost of buying those presents for kids has gone up, because what we're seeing is that this government's not doing anything to tackle the cost of living crisis that is before us right now. Inflation is going up, interest rates are going up, the cost of delivering Christmas is going up. And I look forward to the responses of those other opposite who might be able to rebut what I'm saying, because there's nothing that they can say, there's nothing that they can point to, there's nothing that they can point to that will demonstrate that they're actually doing something to address this cost of living crisis. Now, I want to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas. A very Merry Christmas. I hope that you do get to celebrate some great time with your family. I hope that you do get to enjoy lovely Christmas lunch, because I know that many Australians last year didn't get to enjoy that, and I hope that they get that chance, even though it's costing them more.
Senator Bilyk.
Thank you, Deputy President. Seriously, give the man a bucket and a hanky. Seriously, the crocodile tears are just beyond humour. It is beyond humour, because this is the side that want to come in here and give us a lecture on transparency. Transparency? I'm still waiting to see Mr Joyce's report when he was the envoy for whatever he was the envoy for, that he was paid enormous amounts of money for, that's still nobody's ever been able to see. I mean, I'm still waiting to see the reports that you don't give us. And what else have we got? Let's talk about transparency on the other side. First of all, we've got the former Attorney-General, so that, that side, integrity, I beg your pardon? I do know where the government— I know you lost the election, and you know why you lost the election? Because people knew you were not up to the job. People knew that you didn't care about them. People knew that you didn't care about the cost of living. And the crocodile tears from over there, and we're spending hours in here because you won't support the Industrial Relations Bill. You won't give low-paid workers a pay rise. You will not give the aged care workers a pay rise. You will not give the early childhood educators a pay rise. Your whole policy on pay rise was to keep wages low. Was to keep wages low. And what do you have? It's like— I don't know if anyone in the gallery, through you, Deputy President, but I don't know if anyone in the gallery ever watched that show To the Manor Born. Because that's what we have got over there.
Senator Bilyk, through me, not the gallery.
I did say through you, Deputy President.
I know, but you were talking to the gallery.
Well, through you, Deputy President, I will say to those over there, you've watched too much to the manor born. You think you are to the manor born. You want to keep wages low. You want to keep people down. Don't come in here and tell us that people won't be able to afford Christmas, because we know that, because we're cleaning up 10 years of your mess. 10 years of you guys deliberately keeping wages lower. 10 years of you denying low-paid workers an increase. Do you think people are fooled by that? I can tell you, I have early childhood educators in my office, or in my office in Hobart, probably at least twice a month. And I'll tell you, they do not like you guys, and I'm quite happy for them not to like you guys. They know that you are blocking this wage rise for them. They know that it is you. They know that it is you that is trying to hold Australia back. Look, I've got less than 2 minutes left, and I do want to say something nice at the end.
Order to my left. Order to my left.
You are the guys that, had colour-coded spreadsheets. I mean, where's the transparency in that? Where is the transparency in that? Don't come in here and talk complete rubbish. People outside this building know you're talking rubbish. They know that it's just a ploy to try and cover up, because you're all in denial over there. I don't know how many times. I don't know why you don't put your hands up like this every time someone says, "Wasn't our fault. Wasn't our fault because we don't have to take responsibility because now you're the government." Well, guess what? You spent 10 years buggering up the community, buggering up Australia.
Senator Bilyk, please don't use that.
I'm sorry, Deputy President.
I find it offensive.
Yeah, OK, Deputy President, I withdraw that. I apologise wholeheartedly. You spent 10 years screwing the people of Australia.
I'm not sure that's much better. No,
OK. Come on.
Senator Henderson, I'm well aware.
In this building.
I can look after myself. Thank you.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I would ask the senator opposite to withdraw that really most offensive word. Thank you.
Yes.
Descriptors than the one the senator used. I think it was entirely in context.
We all haven't lived as worldly lives as you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Bilyk, please continue.
Chamber, I'm happy to withdraw everything that was offensive to the people on that side. I'm I'd hate to offend you. You've offended the people of Australia for the last 9 years. But it's, I can't say that. Well, fine, I'm happy to take the ruling from the Deputy President. We have been working hard in the past 6 months that we've been in Parliament. And what have we been doing? Do you want to hear what we've done? Let me start. We've been building a modern economy. We're not living in the 1950s. We are not living in the 1950s like those on that side want to do. We've been protecting the vulnerable. We've been rebuilding international relationships, because we know what happened to international relationships from your side.
Thank you, Senator Bilyk. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, to paraphrase a great film from the early noughties, why are you so obsessed with us? All we've heard today from those in the government is their own views on what happened when we were in government. There wasn't much many constructive ideas at all coming from members of the government today. And I think that's really disappointing. We are 7 months into this government now, into this new parliament, and the broken promises are starting to stack up. The problems are out there. Australians are under the pump. And we have a government that promised one thing in May, and if best, they do something entirely different, and at worst, they don't even address the problem to start with. During the election campaign, and while the now government was in opposition, Labor promised on multiple occasions that they would fix the rising cost of living. They said they had a plan. They promised that they would reduce inflation. They promised that they would help Australians get household budgets under control. They promised that the average Australian could expect to see a $275 reduction in their power bills. And they promised that they would be a transparent and accountable government. It all sounded so easy, and they promised an easy fix. But it turns out that governing the country isn't as easy as some of those opposite expected. And maybe that's why they come into this place and instead of talking about what they should be doing, they just talk about their perceived issues with this previous government. Right now, under Anthony Albanese and Labor, we have an economy with high inflation, rapidly rising interest rates and skyrocketing rising costs of living. But their dismal economic management and failure to deliver what they promised doesn't stop there. Like I said, Mr Deputy President, Labor have also abandoned their promise to reduce household electricity prices for Australians, a promise which they said would save the average Australian $275 on their power bill. Thank you, Senator Birmingham and Senator Scarr, for the interjections there. This late on a sitting week, I didn't have the number quite front of mind, but the number I did have front of mind is 275, because that's how many dollars they said your electricity bill was going to go down by. Instead of savings for households, the government's been forced to make an embarrassing admission that over the next 2 years Australians can expect to see electricity prices go up by 56%. People voted for Mr Albanese and Labor based off this promise. And the question is, what is Labor going to do about it? But the fact is they do not have a plan. That is why we saw this behaviour from the government today. They will talk as much as they like about the last 9 years and their various views on our government, but 6 months in they can't actually focus on the issues that are important to Australians. And not even Labor state governments believe that the Albanese government has a plan that's going to work, let alone a plan that's going to deliver that $275 promise. I was paging through the Financial Review yesterday and we read that the South Australian government was appealing to the Federal Energy Minister not to do anything stupid. Well, it's a bit late for that. Most people would say that promising every Australian household that their power bills would go down by hundreds of dollars to win an election and then announcing in your first budget that bills will actually be going up by hundreds of dollars is a fairly stupid thing to do, Mr Deputy President. The Albanese government's plan to put a cap on gas prices faces a new roadblock, with the South Australian Labor government joining industry warnings that it could deter investment in new gas supply developments. That was the report in the Fin yesterday, and this came on the same day that the Queensland Labor government told the Albanese government to keep its hands off their generators. Not even Labor governments trust other Labor governments to bring down power prices. The dishonesty that was on display by the Labor Party earlier this year when they promised Australians they would lower the cost of living is extraordinary. When they promised Australians they'd get a $275 cut to their power bills, millions of people believed them. They believed them when they said that they were going to be a government that was about transparency and accountability, and yet this week in this place they tried to take days out of our Senate estimate sitting schedule for next year. I mean, you can't be much less interested in transparency and accountability than that, than taking away the ability of this chamber to scrutinise the decisions of government. Instead of a $275 cut, Labor have brought out a budget promising Australian households a 56% hike to their power bills, and now we are seeing Labor state governments fighting with the federal government about these very same issues. It's not good enough. 6 months in, it's a pretty disappointing result for the government.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, the opposition's lack of transparency has followed them right into opposition and into this question time. They have failed to nail the government at all when they raise these issues, because we have been very fair and transparent in our commitments to the Australian people. But if you look even at how the opposition asked their questions today, when Senator Cadell asked Senator Wong, saying, "I refer to your secret modelling that demonstrates that there will be coal mining closures as a result of your policies," lo and behold, what do we find through you, Deputy President? Those very coal mines were forecast to close, and that their closure was announced under the last government. So far from being attributable to the Labor Party's policy commitments, and indeed the commitments we have made to the Australian people, we saw those forecast job losses under the opposition's policy settings from when they were in government. The opposition's complete lack, frankly, of policy settings. As we've heard many times in this place, we saw under the last government some 22 energy policies in the time that they were in government. So when we talk about our commitment to preventing job losses on the road to net zero, we're serious about it. That's why we do this modelling, so we can see the impact of our policies on local employment markets, and we can work out where you stimulate in order to mitigate any changes in those local job markets in order to prevent those job losses. We've also had, from those opposite, a debate today about cost of living. Well, the key contributor, one of the key contributors to cost of living in this nation has, of course, been electricity prices, gas prices, things that you didn't do anything about in terms of your absolute lack of policy clarity on those questions. Again, a mess that we in government are now left to clean up. Those opposite like to lambast us for our our reduction target of emissions. And we've talked about the Hunter and other coal mining precincts. Well, we're proud to be a government that is working with the Government of New South Wales. Currently, that's a Liberal government. They have a reduction target to get to a 50% reduction by 2030. Are you blaming them for this landscape? Are you making accusations of them that attributes job losses to them? Well, no, because we know that these reduction policies are both good for our environment and good for the economy. They're not easy transitions to make. They have complex adjustments for economies and communities that we need to be smart and organised about. But the economic modelling and indeed the historical record, when you look at things like the short time we had the carbon pollution reduction scheme in place, or if you look at the success of existing renewable energy technologies widely used in Australia and their costings, it demonstrates that our modelling and our commitments absolutely stack up. We are a government who wants to look after workers because we care about the cost of living. We are here today in this chamber spending most of the day debating industrial relations laws. Industrial relations laws that will empower workers and workplaces to work with their employers to improve productivity and increase wages and conditions where they're deserved.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. It's only been 4 weeks since the Labor government's first budget, and that budget wasn't so much about their own figures, but it had a shocking impact on the budgets of average Australian families. In that budget, it was revealed that energy prices for Australian families in the next 2 years are set to skyrocket by 56%. And there has been a massive community outrage at this, especially given the government only 6 months before had promised to actually slash people's power bills by $275. Now, since then, in the past 4 weeks, the government has flown more kites than you'd see on a windy beach. Every day there is a new kite being flown about what they're going to do about energy prices, despite them saying they had a plan 6 months ago to actually deal with it. And now, and I'm only speaking to some major energy companies this morning here in this place, they are shaking their head. They are shaking their head at this government because they have no idea what they are going to do. No idea what they're going to do. Every day, basically, they wake up, they read the paper and they read about the latest battles that are going on with this divided government, with no direction on how they're going to get people's energy bills down. I think it's important to go through this absolute rabble that this government is over the past month. On the 28th of October in 2022, in the New Daily, on the New Daily website, there was a story that said Labor refuses to rule out gas export cap. And it says former competition watchdog boss Rod Sims has suggested the government threatened gas providers with export limits. Energy Minister Chris Bowen didn't rule out such a drastic move. So that's on the table. They have no idea if there's going to be a gas export cap. We still don't know. Then, on the 26th of October, The Australian reported in a headline, "Windfall levy and changes to GST ruled out." And it said Jim Chalmers has ruled out changes to the GST or hitting gas exporters with a windfall profits tax. Now, only about 2 weeks later, after the Treasurer, nonetheless, the Treasurer had ruled out a windfall profits tax, just 2 weeks later, The Australian reported, front page, on the 11th of November, that headlined, "Labor risks new row with miners over coal gas tax." And the article said Anthony Albanese has not ruled out a new tax on gas and coal to help ease energy prices for households and businesses, and said the government is, and I quote, "working through the issue." Now, I wonder if Mr Albanese had spoken to his Treasurer just 2 weeks before, who had ruled out such a tax. I mean, what the hell is going on with this government? Why can't they get things in order? We are talking about extremely serious matters that they are messing around with because they have no idea what they're doing. Now, a few weeks on, by the 29th of November, a story in the Australian came up with a new idea. Anthony Albanese's fix for electricity bills, direct subsidies for homes and businesses. This was the third energy plan in just a few weeks that was floated this week. And also on the same day, on the very same day, the ABC reported that government to cap wholesale gas prices as part of a market intervention to lower power prices. So we actually had, that was a record, they had two energy policies on the same day that were briefed out to different newspapers, and no one has any idea what they are doing, nonetheless themselves. They have no idea what they are doing here. They made promises, in the words of Maverick, they tried to cash cheques that their body can't keep 6 months ago at the election. They said they could cut our power bills by $275, and they got to government. They have got no idea how to do this. And instead, we're facing skyrocketing power bills ahead of Christmas this year. Well, this government has to, once we leave this place, they've got to get their act together, because the Australian people rely on it. They need to get some consistency in their energy policies, not this rabble that's going on playing out in our nation's newspapers. They need to talk to these energy producers. They need to talk to the industrial customers, and most of all, they need to talk to the Australian people. And none of this weasel words, this corporatese that they've been using, as was revealed, was said again by their leader today, saying that they're going to transition workers to new jobs. That means you're going to lose your job. People know that. When they hear the word transition, that means I'm going to lose my job. And if that's what you mean, just say it. Just say it. It's a lot more trustworthy when you say that, because when you use words like transition, you sound like a second-rate HR manager at a large business. You sound like that character from the Dilbert cartoon, the Catbert. You're all a bunch of Catberts over there when you use words like transition instead of speaking plainly to the Australian people. Because if I know anything about coal miners in this country, they don't take kindly to the rubbish, to the BS that goes on sometimes from this other mob. Just speak the truth to us and be honest.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move to take note of the government's response to my question regarding climate change and loss and damage. And I also note that Senator Whish-Wilson will also take part of my time. In 1991, Vanuatu, on behalf of small island states, first asked this question: who will pay for climate catastrophe? And over the next 3 decades, wealthy nations of the global north dodged and deflected that question, while they continued to fuel the climate crisis. They relentlessly pursued profit and power and put the world on track for climate catastrophe and disasters. And these disasters have affected 33 million people in Pakistan. 50 million people in the Horn of Africa face the threat of famine. The climate crisis is is an existential threat to the Pacific nations. After decades of pushing by the Global South, a loss and damage fund has finally been agreed to, and New Zealand, Denmark, Germany and Scotland have all committed to contributing, but Australia still refuses to commit its fair share to loss and damage funding. Today, the Climate Change Minister tabled his first annual climate change statement and mentioned the devastating floods in Pakistan, as well as the climate risks faced by Indonesia and the Pacific Islands. But it's simply not enough for the government to acknowledge these climate catastrophes and grave climate risks faced by countries of the Global South. It needs to stop pouring fuel on fire. It beggars belief that the Climate Change Minister did not once mention the words coal or gas, not a single time. Honestly, what does the government think is causing the crisis in the first place? Strong and urgent action means no new coal and gas. It is untenable to keep sacrificing the lives and livelihoods of those in poorer nations to maintain the profit margins of fossil fuel conglomerates, many of whom fill political donation buckets for both the big parties. Now, climate change is a matter of global justice. Those who did nothing to create it are facing the first and the worst consequences. Loss and damage funding is about compensation and a debt owed for the terrible legacy of extractivism and colonialism by the global north. It is not charity. It is about righting historic wrongs. Given Australia's dirty hands in producing carbon emissions, we have a special responsibility to do everything we can for climate justice. Australia needs to use its diplomatic weight to push for the Loss and Damage Fund to be set up urgently and take the lead by unequivocally committing to loss and damage funding and pay its fair share. That's what real climate leadership on the global stage looks like. That's what listening to our Pacific neighbours looks like. And that's what global justice demands of us.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
Deputy President, not only has the government not answered Senator Faruqi's question today on climate change, but they've also not complied with an order of this Senate to provide details, critical details, on their formal response to the IUCN UNESCO Reactive Monitoring Mission report, which they were happy to release earlier this week. They seem to be very big on rhetoric and very light on detail. Minister Plibersek has sat on this report for at least 3 months. She very craftily put the response out this week, nicely massaged, given to her favourite media outlets. We know how it all works. No doubt also spoke to stakeholders and gave them a sneak preview of it. And we hear the response from the government. It wasn't, of course, the report wasn't what they wanted to hear. The IUCN UNESCO committee recommended that the Great Barrier Reef should be put on the in danger list because its outstanding universal values are going to be severely impacted from climate change. And of course it recommended that the government meet its Paris protocols. Well, why doesn't the government comply with the order of this Senate and provide its official explanation to UNESCO? Did, for example, the government say that they are going to meet their Paris targets? Because we know they have legislated a climate target in this place, with no detail or plan on how they're going to meet it, by the way, that well exceeds our Paris commitments. We know they don't have a plan for that. Where is that detail? What else did they say to UNESCO? Did they say it's unfair that the Barrier Reef's been singled out amongst all the world's coral reefs that are suffering because of warming oceans caused by the burning of fossil fuels? Well, what kind of excuse is that, to actually say the Barrier Reef shouldn't be singled out? What we should be doing is showing leadership and saying that's why the reef should be put on the in danger list, so that we can all take action right around the world and understand the gravity of the situation that we and future generations are facing.
I put the question. Those to the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator White.
Deputy President, pursuant to the notice given on the 30th of November 2022 on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I withdraw business of the Senate Notice of Motion No. 5 for 4 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Finance Sector Reform Hayne Royal Commission Response Hawking of Financial Products Regulation 2021.
Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Deputy President. Excuse me. I present the 8th report of 2022 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard.
Pardon? Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
My microphone. It is now. I move that the report be adopted. Cheers.
Minister.
I move the following amendment. At the end of the motion, add, and in respect of the Public Interest Disclosure Amendment, Bill 2022, the provisions of the bill be referred immediately to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 24 February 2022.
Senator McKim, I note that you've circulated an amendment.
Yes, thank you, Deputy President. I move to amend the government's amendment by deleting 24 February and inserting 14 March.
Are there any other? Minister.
Thank you. Sorry, just on Senator McKim's amendment, which I know it's only a very short difference, but we would prefer the 24th of February, and in preference to Senator McKim's amendment, because the time frame of this inquiry wouldn't allow for the bill to be considered by the Senate in time for it to be operational in line with the National Anti-Corruption Commission, because it would miss that March sitting week. It would miss the March sitting week, which means we wouldn't be able to implement the laws in line with the NAC, and that's the reason why we're trying to push it back so it can be considered in March.
We're entitled to debate the amendment, so I'll give the call to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. We've heard the government's ask. We want to make sure this is done properly. We're only asking for an extra week, and we're prepared to do that. I think after 6 years of argy-bargy on this, making sure it's right for an extra week is not too hard of an ask.
Is there any other contribution? I intend to put the question, the amendment to the amendment to the motion as moved by Senator McKim. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it.
Can we just record that the government voted no to this amendment?
So recorded. I now put the amendment to the motion as amended by Senator McKim. So the date is the 14th of March 2023, but in the terms of the motion moved by the minister. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. I now put the motion that the report be adopted as amended. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Clerk.
A postponement notification has been lodged as follows. Business of the Senate No. 1 for today to the 6th of February, and a committee has lodged an extension notification as shown at item 10 on the order of business.
I remind senators that the question may be put on any proposal at the request of any senator. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. Are there any formal motions? Okay. I call on business of the Senate No. 2. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Deputy President. I ask that business of the Senate Notice of Motion No. 2 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being no objection, I call the senator.
I move the motion.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. We now come to item 113 standing in the name of Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 113 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to the motion being taken as formal? There being no objection, I call the senator.
I move the motion.
I put Minister.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
The government will be opposing this motion, and just remind Senator Faruqi that there is the Parliamentary Budget Office, which was established to inform the parliament by providing independent, non-partisan analysis of budget cycle, fiscal policy and financial implications of proposals, and that could be used to provide the information she seeks.
I intend to put the question. I put the question that the motion be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Sorry, I'll actually change that call. That was my error. I think the ayes have it. Have it? Divide anyway. Okay. A division is required. Ring the bells.
Order. There being 44 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I advise senators there may be further divisions. We now move to general business number 114, standing in the name of Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 114 relating to the Meander Valley Council Bracknell Community Hall grant award be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Whish-Wilson.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 114, standing in the name of Senator Whish-Wilson, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? I believe the ayes have it. We now move to general business notice of motion number 115 to 118. There's obviously a few cobbled together. Standing in the name of Senator Cox. Senator Cox.
I ask that general business notices of motion number 115 to 118 be taken together as formal motions.
Is there any objection to these motions being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Cox.
I move the motions.
So the question is that general business notice of motions number 115 to 118 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Order. There being 15 ayes and 41 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I now move to general business notice of motion number 119, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask the general business notice of motion number 119, seeking for the government to release their secret report into coal-fired power station closures, be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Mackenzie.
I move the motion standing in my name and hope the government does the right thing.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Mackenzie, 119, of general business be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Do you want 4? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I believe Senator Gallagher is seeking the call.
President, I seek leave to move a motion relating to the routine of business for today.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted.
Thank you. I move that after consideration of the Animal Health Australia and Plant Health Australia Funding Legislation Amendment Bill 2022 has concluded, the questions on all remaining stages of the Financial Sector Reform Bill 2022 only be put without debate, and paragraph A operate as a limitation of debate under Standing Order 142.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the motion as moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Ring the bells. Order. There being 36 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I believe we have some committee memberships. I call the clerk. Call me first. The President has received letters nominating senators to be members of committees. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion to appoint senators to committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that senators be appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
Thank you. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Treasury Laws Amendment 2022 Measures No. 4 Bill 2022 and Treasury Laws Amendment Measures Bill 2022. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Minister. Oh, I call the. Where am I? Oh, I call the clerk.
Treasury Laws Amendment 2022 Measures No. 4 Bill 2022. Treasury Laws Amendment 2022 Measures No. 5 Bill 2022.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned until the 6th of February 2023. Minister.
Bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The President has received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to 6 laws, details of which will be incorporated in Hansard. I believe we're back to business. Call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day No. 1, Fair Work Legislation Amendment Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022, in committee.
The committee is considering the Fair Work Legislation Amendment Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022 and Amendments 1 to 68 on sheet PV124, moved by Senator Watt. The question is that Amendments 1 to 34, 36 to 62 and 64 to 68 be agreed to. Senator Hanson-Young.
Madam Chair, I ask that the question be put.
The question is that the question be put. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Amendments 1 to 34, 36 to 62 and 64 to 68 be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Honourable Senators, there being 35 ayes and 31 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. As a consequence, there is another question that I put to the Committee of the Whole, that items 584 and 667 of Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells. Are the whips happy that I ring the bells ring for 1 minute? Ring the bells for 1 minute. Honourable Senators, there being 31 ayes and 35 noes, it's passed in the negative. Honourable Senators, I have a statement in relation to opposition amendments on sheets 1704 to 1711. The government amendments on sheet PV 124 included amendments to the definition of small business for certain purposes. Amendments 45, 50 and 56 changed the size of small business to 20 employees. As those amendments have been agreed to, the series of amendments circulated by Senator Cash that also seek to change the size of small businesses are contrary to Standing Order 1182. That Standing Order provides that no amendments can be proposed which are substantially the same as one already negative by the committee, or which are inconsistent with one that has been agreed to by the committee, unless a recommittal of the bill has intervened. As such, it is not in order for those amendments to be moved. So we now come to yes.
Statement in relation
well,
to
we're in
this.
committee.
Thank you very much.
Senator Cash, you have the call.
In relation to the statement that you have just made, let me be very clear to this place. I disagree with it. And the reason I disagree with it is this. We are moving amendments to protect small and medium businesses in Australia from being compelled to bargain against their will in circumstances that they have never asked for. And, Chair, with all due respect, if you are telling me there is not a difference between a small business that has 20 employees and a business that has 200, I'm going to call you out and say you are wrong. If you are telling me that there is no difference between a small business in Australia that has 20 employees and one that has 175, I'll tell you you are wrong. If you are telling me there is no difference between a small business in Australia that has 20 employees and one that has 150 employees, again, Chair, you are wrong. If you are telling me that there is no difference between a small business in Australia and a business that has 125 employees, I am telling you you are wrong. If you are telling me there is no difference between a small business in Australia and a business that has 100 employees, I am telling you you are wrong.
Senator McKim.
On a point of order, Chair, I just seek your guidance in terms of Senator Cash's direct criticism of a ruling that you have just made. If I might add a complete mischaracterisation of what you've just said, it is my understanding that is well out of order, and I ask you for a ruling on that, please.
I was allowing Senator Cash to make a contribution, but I've made the ruling. The ruling was taken on the advice of the clerk, and my characterisation of Senator Cash's contribution is consistent with yours, in that it's a criticism of my ruling. My ruling stands. Senator Cash, the ruling is in relation to the application of the standing orders. It doesn't apply to the actual amendment, the definition itself, which is what your contribution entails. The standing order says that you cannot make further amendments when an amendment has already been agreed to, in that the will of the committee of the whole has already been declared or articulated by the committee, and therefore to do so, to criticise the ruling, is to criticise the decision of the committee of the whole. So I'm prepared to give you the call again, but not in the. But if you wish to continue down the line you're taking, I will not give you the call.
Thank you, Chair. All I will say is this. This is without a doubt one of the greatest travesties businesses in Australia will ever face. The difference, quite frankly, between a business with 20 employees and a business with 21 is material to this debate. Why? Because a business with 20 or less is now excluded from the single stream of multi-employer bargaining. They can, yes, be compelled into the supported stream, and they will face costs set out in the government's regulatory impact statement of around $14,500. But you see, Chair, with this ruling, which I respectfully disagree with, a business with but one more employee, but one more, will now face costs of in excess of $80,000 per business. And, colleagues, I remind you that in the regulatory impact statement it was $75,500 until, during a committee stage, amazingly, colleagues, a committee into the we were able to pick up that there was, and I quote the Minister for Small Business, such is her contempt for small business, that the $5,000 was merely a typo. A $5,000 that means businesses in Australia, according to the ruling that has been made, with 21 or more employees will now be still roped into, be able to be compelled into the changes to the single-interest multi-employer bargaining stream against their will, against potentially they'll be bargaining with their competitors. The costs are clearly set out in the regulatory impact statement, $75,500 plus the small typo of $5,000. So, to every business in Australia, this bill is going to pass, and it's going to pass very soon. But let me be very, very clear on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, on behalf of the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Susan Lee, on behalf of every member of the Liberal and National Party in this place and in the other. We will never stop defending you. We will stand by you every single step of the way. And the fact that this ruling says that, quite frankly, there is no difference, I say shame on the ruling, quite frankly. Shame on Labor and your contempt for small business and business in Australia.
Are totally out of order.
I
asked you to withdraw them.
I withdraw, Chair. I'm merely criticising the fact that, with this ruling, we are unable to now stand up for businesses in Australia with 200, 175, 150, 100, 75, 50, 25 employees. And on behalf of all Liberals and Nationals across Australia, the fight doesn't stop. We've got your back, and we'll stand up for you every day of the week.
Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Which one? I was first.
Oh, sorry. I apologise.
It's the Pocock.
I will allow you to arbitrate between the two of you. Senator Pocock B.
Are you happy for me to go first and then you? We're allowed to choose. Thank you, Chair,
Senator
and
Pocock.
thank you to David Pocock for gracefully allowing me to go first. The Greens are supporting the government's amendments. There are many elements in this bill that make our labour law, take our labour law into the 21st century, that address the real work circumstances of Australians, that promise to end the fall in real wages, which means so many Australians right now struggle to be other than working poor. They are in working poverty despite getting a wage. Their wages have not lifted for 10 years, and it's time to fix our labour law. It's time to improve justice for the millions of women who can't predict their hours tomorrow or next week, the millions of workers who have become insecure and live insecurely with consequences for their children and their families. It's time to fix our labour law and make it address the real circumstances that affect millions of Australians, the flexibilities that they need to put together a job with the care of their kids, the care of a parent. We need to increase the wages of the low-paid, the people who are looking after our kids, people in our aged care, in our disability care. We need to narrow the gender pay gap, which for 30 years and certainly for the last 10 has not seen a narrowing. We need to more fairly support the 1 in 2 workers in our labour market now that are women. Some of the warriors in this place are fighting the industrial relations battles of last century. I've heard in this day and last night lines that would have heard over successive struggles over industrial relation. It's time to move forward so that our labour law addresses the real issues affecting real Australians in their millions outside this place. Now, I want to specifically say something about the amendments which protect the Better Off Overall test and put in place protections to prevent low-paid workers from going backwards. The government's original bill attempted to remove prospective employees from being considered under the Better Off Overall test when agreements were approved. The Greens were concerned that this would have left some workers worse off, and after negotiations with the government, we're pleased to see these amendments. These amendments will further ensure that future employees will be covered by the agreement that's considered by the Fair Work Commission when they're assessing an agreement against that Better Off Overall test. The amendments also clarify that when applying the Better Off Overall test and considering potential work patterns of current or future employees, the Fair Work Commission will have to assess any work patterns that the employer, union or employee considers reasonably foreseeable, with the Fair Work Commission having regard to the kind of business the employer is running. The bill establishes a new reconsideration process which allows employers, employees or unions to have agreements reconsidered against the Better Off Overall test. These amendments will mean that if the Fair Work Commission changes an agreement because workers are worse off, those changes can be applied retrospectively, allowing workers to have their pay backdated to the time of the agreement. These amendments are an important win for workers, especially low-paid workers in retail and hospitality. So many of them young people, so many of them without very much power in the labour market. The Better Off Overall test, in its essential important features, has been preserved. Hence, for this and many other reasons, which we'll get to talk about this afternoon, we'll get to them, the Greens will be supporting this set of amendments. Thank you, and we have supported them. I'd now like to move the Greens' amendments on sheet 1776.
In relation to unpaid parental leave.
That's moving out of the order.
I know we're trying to. Yep,
Okay, so I'd like to move the amendments in relation to sheet 1776.
That's amendments 1 to 3 on 1776.
I seek leave to move amendments
Yep.
numbers 1 to 3 on sheet 1776.
That's all right. Just bear with me. Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
The amendments. This amendment will allow the Fair Work Commission to deal with employers who unfairly deny workers a request for an extension to unpaid parental leave. This will support parents to take the time they need to care for their child. Prior to this bill being introduced, only 2 of the 11 national employment standards, that's the right to request flexibility and the right to ask for an extension of unpaid parental leave, did not have an enforcement mechanism. What do you call a labour law without enforcement? It's a failed gesture, and it especially affects women. So it's telling that those 2 mechanisms with the most important impacts for women haven't had enforcement and now must, and we are going to correct that with this amendment. I'm pleased to see that Labor have listened to the Greens and included in this bill an enforcement mechanism for the right to request flexibility. That is a really significant step forward for the millions of people who want to work a different day or they want to change their start or finish time, simple things that make such a difference to them as they put together the care for someone else and a job. We also need an enforcement mechanism for employers who unfairly deny requests for an extension to unpaid parental leave. This is a really important thing for those who really need it. Their child is sick. Their plans haven't worked out on parental leave. They can't get childcare. This will allow them to get some backup when they seek an extension to that unpaid parental leave. We know we need to increase paid parental leave. We're so far from the international standard of 52 weeks of paid leave, and we need to move towards that as soon as we can. But this measure will back up those who need an increase in their unpaid leave now. It makes no sense to leave only 1 of the 11 national employment standards without an enforcement mechanism. So I'm delighted to move this amendment, which will make a real difference to the lives of many, many Australians.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Senator B. Pocock, for that contribution. And the government will be supporting these amendments. There are only two entitlements in the National Employment Standards that are unenforceable: the right to request a flexible working arrangement and the right to request an extension of unpaid parental leave. These entitlements are predominantly used by women. I also thank Senator B. Pocock for pointing out that the bill was already providing dispute resolution for one of these entitlements, flexible work. We support this amendment and also provide dispute resolution for the right to request unpaid parental leave as well.
Senator Hanson-Young.
I move that the question be put.
I put the question that the question be put. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I put the question that the amendments on sheet 1776, 1 to 3, as moved by Senator B. Pocock, be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Senator D. Pocock, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 1780 and the amendment on sheet 1781 circulated in my name.
Can you please seek leave to move 1 and 2 together?
Did I not?
You may have. I didn't hear you. You did. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. That's fine. Thank you. Mark,
the amendments.
Just Senator Pocock, you have the call.
The amendments on sheet 1780 ensure that there will be a statutory review no later than 2 years after the commencement of the legislation. The review will look at, among other things, whether the operation of the amendments made by this Act is appropriate and effective, and identify any unintended consequences of the amendment made by this Act, and whether amendments to the Fair Work Act 2009 or any other legislation are necessary to improve the operation of the amendments made by this Act or rectify any unintended consequences identified. The persons who conduct the review must give the Minister a written report of the review within 6 months of the commencement of the review, and then the Minister must then table a copy of the report within 15 sitting days. Amendment 1781 effectively extends the grace period from 6 to 9 months by altering the minimum bargaining period. This was something that came up repeatedly in the committee process.
Senator Cash, did you have the call?
Thank you. The Coalition will not be supporting Senator Pocock's amendment requiring a review to commence after 2 years of the legislation coming into force. This amendment then gives 6 months before the review needs to be completed and a further 15 sitting days before it needs to be tabled. Given where we'll be in the electoral cycle, this amendment will essentially mean that it will be at least 2.5 years and possibly 3 years or longer before any review is actually completed and tabled in the Parliament. The extreme changes being proposed, and that will pass this chamber shortly by the government, need to be reviewed independently, we would say, and much sooner, given the significant ramifications that this bill could have on Australian workplaces and the Australian economy. Most concerningly, this amendment doesn't even say that the review be independent. There's nothing stopping the minister from getting his own department or one of his friends to conduct a review of the legislation and literally saying glowing things which are not true. So we would argue, Senator Pocock, that it should be an independent review. And in terms of, I understand you've also moved your amendment on sheet 1781.
Correct.
By leave together? Yep. In relation to sheet 1781, the Coalition will not be supporting again Senator Pocock's amendment requiring that the minimum bargaining period increase from 6 to 9 months. The amendment does nothing, quite frankly, to make what is an incredibly bad bill any better. Businesses will still be forced to bargain against their own will, potentially with their competitors. This amendment will undoubtedly only ring true the words of businesses across Australia: more strikes and less jobs.
Senator Pocock, B.
Thank you, Chair. The The Greens will be supporting this amendment because it will make it less likely that arbitration could be misused by employers who want to remove hard-won conditions and wages. If employers disagree with the term of an expired enterprise agreement, the Greens are worried they could act in bad faith by simply refusing to negotiate and then roll the dice and hope the Commission arbitrates in their favour. The government's gone a long way to removing employers terminating agreements as a bargaining tactic to undermine existing conditions, something we fully support. While the Greens have been able to secure some changes to help prevent employers undermining existing conditions, we flag this concern and will be paying close attention to ensure the arbitration provisions do not get abused by employers. This is something the statutory review, which we also support, needs to pay close attention to.
I intend to put the question. I put the question that the amendments moved by Mr Pocock, Senator Mr Pocock, on sheets 1780 and 1781 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no? No. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Division is required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question before the Committee of the Whole is that the amendments on sheets 1780 and 1781, as moved by Senator D. Pocock, be agreed to. Those for the question move to the right of the chair. Those against to the left of the chair. I appoint as teller for the ayes Senator Pratt, and teller for the noes Senator O'Sullivan. Senators, there being 35 ayes and 30 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to move amendment numbers 1 to 7 on sheet 1761 together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move the amendment. This amendment does two things. It widens the eligibility for the right to request flexibility, and it establishes a positive duty in favour of creating flexible workplaces in Australia. It's 2022. Flexibility should be available to all employees, not just those with narrowly defined family responsibilities. It's only when seeking flexibility is something available to all that the stigma will be removed from asking for it, and we'll see more men seeking flexibility and hopefully sharing domestic and care duties as a consequence. Wider eligibility for flexibility has been adopted in the UK based on clear evidence about its value, and guess what? The sky has not fallen. The second part of this amendment establishes a positive duty to create flexible workplaces. A modern workplace should create an environment that actively anticipates and responds to the needs of its workers and doesn't require individuals to have to push for it, one by one individually, too often at risk of job security. So many employers already do this, talking to their employees. This amendment will encourage others to create that positive, flexible environment.
Senator Hanson-Young.
The amendment be put. The question be put.
I'm going to put the question that the question be put. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Sorry. The question be put. The ayes have it. Any dissent? No. Good. I'm now going to put the question that the amendments on sheet 1761, as moved by Senator B. Pocock, be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Is division required? Division is required. Ring the bells. I've asked the bills be run for 4 minutes. Do we wish to change that? I'm seeking guidance from the whips. One. The bells will ring for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Question before the committee is that the amendments on sheet 1761 as moved by Senator B. Pocock be agreed to. Those for the question move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint as teller for the ayes Senator McKim and teller for the noes Senator O'Sullivan. There being 13 ayes and 39 noes, it's passed in the negative. Senator Pocock. Just Senator Pocock, just wait till the microphone goes on. Thank you.
I seek leave to move amendment numbers 1 to 3 on sheet 1758 together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Just bear with me, Senator Pocock. I just 17. Just bear with me, Senator Pocock. I'm just finding it. Senator Pocock, you have the call.
This amendment would enshrine in law a new minimum wage, a living wage. The rising cost of housing, energy, food and everyday essentials, combined with low wage growth, means that many working people are living in poverty. In a rich country like Australia, people earning the minimum wage shouldn't be struggling to make ends meet. This amendment lifts the national minimum wage to a living wage which we define, like many other countries, as 60% of the median full-time weekly wage as determined by the Australian Bureau of Statistics. The amendments will allow the Fair Work Commission to determine the phase-in period and the amounts for this increase, which should be no longer than 6 years. The Fair Work Commission must have regard in this amendment to matters including reducing inequality, the state of the economy and the circumstances of particular industries and classes of employers. The Greens recognise the government's intention to lift wages through this bill, and that's to be applauded, and it's long overdue. But we believe we need to lift the floor of the minimum wage so workers aren't in poverty and inequality narrows.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Ask that the question be put.
I put the question to the question that the motion be put. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. I now put the question that the amendments on sheet 1758, 1 to 3, as moved by Senator B. Pocock, be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. No. I think the noes have it. Oh, sorry, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I seek to move my amendments 1 to 8 on sheet 1768 by leave together and wish to speak to that. Proposing this bill, the government says the bill aims to secure jobs. My amendment on sheet 1768 goes to the heart of ensuring job security and protecting workers' rights. To ensure job security, my amendment on sheet 1768 ensures that unjustified vaccine discrimination is stamped out in employment. The original bill inserts breastfeeding, intersex status and gender identity as attributes that the Fair Work Act protects from discrimination. This amendment copies that approach and simply adds COVID-19 vaccination as an attribute protected from discrimination. The protection is still subject to the limits imposed on the other discrimination grounds in the Fair Work Act. An employer, for example, will not be in breach of the anti-discrimination grounds where the employer can prove, as they should have to, that it is a genuine and reasonable requirement of the position. This amendment is reasonable. In its approach, it is not radical because it uses and simply extends the existing mechanisms in the Fair Work Act. We've long known that COVID vaccines do not stop transmission. Before this became apparent, getting vaccinated, quote, to protect others, was the justification many businesses used to roll out vaccine mandates that squashed people's jobs and livelihoods and careers. As a condition of keeping their job, many employees were coerced and still are being coerced into receiving COVID vaccinations and boosters they do not want. These vaccine mandates cannot be justified given the fact that vaccines do not guarantee protection from transmission. Recently, the New South Wales Personal Injury Commission agrees with this view, with workers' compensation being awarded for psychological distress stemming from the mandates in the determination of Dorking and the Secretary of the Department of Education handed down on the 3rd of November. Sometimes the wheels of justice turn slowly, Yet we are happy that judicial bodies are taking up this self-evident position that broad vaccination mandates cannot be justified. Despite this, mandates are still in effect across the private sector. It's clear that further legislative action needs to be taken. Businesses are simply ignoring the evidence against unjustified vaccine mandates. A clear message needs to be sent that unreasonable directions that infringe on workers' rights have no place in Australian workplaces. Often, mandates do not even account for Australians that have accepted medical contraindictions to vaccination. The Australian newspaper reports that Qantas sacked a pilot for failing to comply with the vaccination mandate while he was off work in a serious condition being treated for bowel cancer. Separately, I've met with a Qantas employee who, after being injected with the first COVID injection, was rushed to hospital with severe disability, possibly life-threatening, due to the COVID injection. After hospital care and partial recovery, he returned to work, where Qantas insisted he get the second injection. He contested it and is now on vastly reduced pay on workers' compensation. He fears his career with Qantas is finished. Discrimination. This amendment seeks to reinforce workers' rights. I'll say it again. This amendment seeks to reinforce workers' rights to refuse a workplace direction where it is not reasonable and justified requirement of the job. It leaves no doubt for employees and employers that vaccine mandates must not be in place unless there is a reasonable and justifiable need for them. Minister, given that businesses continue to ignore workers' rights in this area, will the government support this amendment to reinforce the decisions of the Fair Work Commission and codify protections for workers against unreasonable workplace directions?
Minister.
No.
Are there any other contributions? Senator Canavan.
Indicate to the chamber that I will be supporting these amendments because I support workers' rights, and a fundamental right of every Australian should be the right to earn a livelihood to support their family. That should be a basic right. In fact, it's a right we have signed up to in the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. That is one of the enshrined rights, enshrined human rights, that we as a country have signed up to, is the right to work to provide for your family. And with the introduction of vaccine mandates last year, we denied that right to thousands of Australians who were thrown out into the streets and had no way to provide for their families in the short term at least. Now, they were never justifiable. Even I thought at the time there was not evidence that the vaccine stopped transmission, and really the only justification you could have to overturn and override that fundamental human right would be if somehow the vaccine or getting the vaccine protected another party, protected a third party. And I said at the time, and I'll say again now, if we had such a vaccine that could stop COVID in its tracks and prevent that death, well, I would consider some limitations on other rights. That's the way rights work. If there is a right to life as well, and so sometimes we have to weigh these different human rights up. But if it wasn't apparent a year ago, it is clearly and starkly evident today that, for whatever the merits of the coronavirus vaccines, they do not stop transmission. Someone else not having the vaccine is of no risk to you or anybody else in our society. And we know that now because we've largely got rid of mandates in any case. Largely they're gone, but they are not completely removed. They still exist in the resources sector, where I come from in central Queensland, where people have been locked out from their jobs because some companies have dug their heels in, if you like, and are maybe embarrassed to back down on the very strong stances they took a year ago that have proven to be wrong. So we have an opportunity when we're debating this type of legislation to protect the rights of workers, to protect the rights of individual Australians to provide for their families, and there just can be no justification now to continue these mandates. Keep in mind too that even if you supported the mandates, I've never seen a mandate for a booster. I actually don't know. I think some health authorities might, but these companies, private companies, all of the mandates I've seen in private companies are for the original 2 shots. And anyone who's took the original 2 shots on the timeline for most of us, that is by basically late last year, they've already worn out. We know from the science. The science says after 12 months, well, after 6 months really, but after 12 months definitely, there is no more impact of those first 2 shots. So if you thought this was an issue, or if these private companies thought there was a risk, why aren't they then mandating the 3rd shot, the booster, or a 4th shot? They're not doing that because they'd lose all their workers, or a lot of their workers, if they did. So these have no basis in science. All they are doing is hurting Australian families, admittedly fewer than there were last year. Thankfully, most of these mandates, as I say, have gone. The state governments have largely got rid of them as in their laws. But there are still people being hurt by this. There are still people being harmed by it. They have no justification. And I will once again stand up for the rights of all Australian workers to make decisions about their health care when it doesn't affect the health of others.
Senator Antic.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I just want to make some brief comments in support of this, and I thank Senator Roberts for bringing this important amendment. And to add to Senator Canavan's comments on the subject, look, I think this is a topic which has indeed picked up some acceleration over the last period. We're not in November or December 2021 anymore. We now know, in fact, a lot of the stuff we actually did know, many of us at this time last year, but that is now plainly evident. And as Senator Canavan said, the science is now settled on this issue. Transmission of the COVID virus is not affected by the use of these therapies. They are experimental therapies, Chair, and at the end of the day, people have to accept that. I know there's a degree of cynicism in this room, and there's been 12 to 18 months of name-calling, anti-vax and this, that and the other, but the reality is that people have been forced into a very difficult decision over the past 12 to 18 months in order to keep their livelihood or take a risk on this therapy, and that has been wrong. What we have seen in the last 2 years, in my view, is one of the greatest scandals in Australian history, certainly in Australian medical history. This Parliament, this Senate needs to take the opportunity now to support this amendment. I support this amendment, to support it and allow people the opportunity to return to work without the fear of losing their job because of a medical choice. There is no risk to the public. We have got private companies that are still engaging in this, and we need to set the tone here now. We hear a lot about the Party of the Workers, the Australian Labor Party. Well, let me tell you, the trade union movement bailed out on Australian workers on this issue, and well, that's true. With correction, it will be a very interesting time where I'm standing in defence of the CMFEU. But in any event, that is a very fair point, and I'll take that from Senator Canavan. But largely speaking, there are workers out there, and if you'd seen the emails that come through my office and no doubt Senator Rennick's office on a daily basis, there surely is some humanity left in this place. It's time for us to support this. I support it, and I ask that others do.
Senator Rennick.
Well, here we are, the end of 2022, and we've had over 10 million cases of COVID. The Australian Health Department, of course, stopped counting around September sometime because I think it was getting too embarrassing to admit that despite with over 20 million people being vaccinated, over half the country had caught COVID. Whatever happened to protecting you? Whatever happened to protecting you? But we don't want to talk about that anymore. We'll just pull it off the website and not discuss it. We'll not discuss it. And then we've got the excess deaths that Senator Babbitt talked about before. We had 8,706 extra deaths last year, despite the fact that New South Wales locked down for 3 months. So in theory, the deaths should have been lower, like they were in 2020. But let's not count 2021 in the ABS figures, or sorry, 2020 they're not counting. Let's pretend nothing happened there. Almost 140,000 jab injuries, more than all the injuries reported from vaccines since 1971. More than all the injuries put together. You've got an injury rate that's 3 times higher, and yet the TGA don't want to look at the signal. The whole point of having a database where doctors report these injuries, where they tick the box suspected, and as the doctors say, they don't fill these forms out because they don't have the spare time. They don't have a lazy 20 or 30 minutes sitting around filling these forms out if someone fell off a bike. No, they're ticking these boxes because they believe that the vaccine caused the injury that they are reporting. And yet the TGA want to pretend that there's nothing to see here. And why wouldn't they? Because Professor Skerritt is head of an organisation that is funded by Big Pharma. that is funded by Big Pharma. Now, if you want to talk about a conflict of interest, that's it. That's it. And these guys have no idea what they are talking about. I asked Professor Brendan Murphy, who was the Chief Health Officer at the time, whether or not he'd actually read the non-clinical report into the Pfizer vaccine. Guess what? He hadn't read it. Despite that, he'd been saying for the last a couple of days earlier that the spike protein wasn't in the blood. Well, had he read the report, he would have known that they never even tested the spike protein. And they would have also known that when they did the animal trials, that the report said there was no difference in lung inflammation between the placebo group and the vaccinated group after 9 days. There was not one skerrick of evidence that showed that that vaccine was effective. But did anyone in this chamber right here, right now, actually read that report? I bet you not. But you all went out there and said it was safe and effective where you didn't have a clue what you were talking about. And shame on you, because the law in this country, in the Australian Immunisation Register says you cannot be coerced into taking a vaccine, number one, and number two is that you need to be properly informed about what is in the vaccine. Now, you've got to dig very far to get to the bottom of this stuff, but that spike protein in the vaccine isn't even the same as the spike protein in the virus. No. They've actually changed one of the nucleotides, and they've actually got a synthetic gene in the vaccine. They've added 70 adenine nucleotides to the poly-A tail, which is designed to make it last longer. It's designed to last longer. The mRNA in the trials was shown to last for up to 9 days. The lipids were shown to last at least 2 days, and they stopped the trials, despite the fact that it doubled. Yeah, listen to this, Senator Hanson-Young. Despite the fact that the concentration of the lipids that are cationic were doubled in the ovaries from day 1 to day 2. You know what they did? They stopped the trial. They stopped the trial and they went and told everyone that it just stays at the site of injection. Well, that was a blatant lie. If you want to talk about misinformation, go and check out page 44 of the Pfizer non-clinical trial report. It was released on the TGA FIO disclosure log 239-6. I've read it numerous times. And guess what? You should also read the top paragraph of page 8 that says that the study suggests that the spike protein can be either inserted into the membrane or secreted from the cell. Now, what does that tell you? I'll tell you what that tells you. It tells you that rather than actually killing the actual pathogen, which is what a normal vaccine would have done, this particular vaccine goes inside your cell, takes over the reproduction, the ribosomes, which is what produces the protein, and then starts producing more of the toxic substance. That is not the name of the game. You would want to actually kill the virus. You do not want to reproduce it. And of course, Brendan Murphy, the Chief Health Officer, claims that there's nothing to worry about. He never read the document. And then we've got Professor Kelly. Of course, he came out and made the bold statement that it stops transmission. Well, he was lying, because the FDA came out in December 20 and said that there was no evidence that the vaccine stopped transmission, and when I pressed him on it, there's no trials to show that there's any IgA in the mucosal system. Okay, you don't have to take my word for it. Go and speak to Robert Clancy, Australia's foremost immunologist and vaccinologist. Okay, he's retired. You can trust this guy. He's not on the take from Big Pharma or the big universities that aren't actually interested in research. They're just interested in lining their own pockets. And then, of course, we've got the vaccine injury scheme, which is just a joke. And today and last night and day after day for the last 15 months, I get contacted by people who have had their lives destroyed by this vaccine, a vaccine that the government said was safe and effective. And if that isn't bad enough, that these people, and I'm looking at you people in this chamber here today, didn't read the documents, that took over someone else's body because it suited your narrative, your command and control narrative, you showed no humanity. No humanity. There are people out there that have not only injured, they have lost their jobs and they cannot get medical support to help them. There are husbands and wives of injured couples who've had to quit their jobs to stay home and look after those people who are being injured, are an incredible amount of pain. And the fact that you're interjecting Senator Hanson-Young just goes to show the type of person you are. How dare you come into this chamber? How dare you come into this chamber and start mocking the vaccine injured?
Senator Waters, your point of order. Senator Rennick, please sit down.
Order.
Senator Waters.
Point of order, reflecting on another senator as well as being odious and tedious.
Not the second part. Senator Rennick, just withdraw it to the extent that you made an adverse inference.
Well, the fact that the Greens party can sit in that corner over there and mock and laugh the vaccine injured. These people aren't anti-vaxxers. They believed what the government told them, as I did when I first came to this place. But I can tell you what, it's nothing but a cesspit of lies in this place. But the fact that the Greens party think that they can just sit there and mock the injured. These people believed in the government. You want to talk about trust and transparency? Oh, yep, there's Senator Walters again mocking, going, come on. Maybe you should pick up the phone. Maybe you people should pick up the phone and talk to some of these people who have been injured. And then we go to the basis, the substance of this Act, the Fair Work Act. This is a public health issue. The idea that businesses in this country can be responsible for the transmission of an airborne virus is just as absurd as the billions of dollars that are getting wasted on the idea of some tiny trace gas in the atmosphere can control that. I mean, we are living in the land of the unicorn farmers and the intellectual pygmies who have just chasing the impossible dream like Sancho Panza chasing the windmills. It is absurd. And yet we stand here today, almost 3 years after the virus broke out in China or whatever, and we have still got this ridiculous mandates in so many places, in particular in the private industry, which is what this amendment will address, and they are still being coerced into getting a vaccine. I've literally just had 3 messages in the last hour about people who are losing their jobs, not in the health sector, but in sectors that are outdoors, nothing to do. It is absurd. It is absurd, and it needs to stop, because the state of emergency, even at the state government level, has been retracted. And yet these people here today do not want to grant people their autonomous right to control what goes in their body. And I might remind members of the LNP that one of our values is the dignity and worth of every individual. You know, we don't believe in multi-patent bargaining because we recognise that every business is unique, and we think that the employer and employee should have the first right in deciding what's best for them. That is what we believe in empowering the individuals to make the decisions that suit their needs the best, and only the individual or the parent of the child can make that decision. But what we've got here today is typical command and control. We've got the Labor Party and the Greens protecting their own narrative that the government can save us. Govern me harder, Daddy. That is what these people believe in.
Senator Canavan.
Sorry.
Senator Hanson-Young.
I move that the question be put and stop this rubbish.
I'm going to put the question that the question be put. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Is division required? Division is required. Bring the bells. Lock the doors. The question before the committee is that the amendments on sheet 1... Sorry, my apologies. The question before the committee is that the question be put. Those for the question passed to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I point as teller for the ayes, Senator Pratt. Do I have a volunteer teller? Senator Roberts for the noes.
Chisholm. McAllister.
I'm giving you my vote. I'm giving you my vote.
McCarthy. Dodson. Reynolds. Davey. Faruqi. Hanson-Young. Ranford. Robert. McKim. Chris Wilson. That's it. Thanks, Senator. Cox. David Pocock. Henderson. Phillips. Earl. McKenzie. Gallagher. Chitane. Walton. Green. Ryan. Smith. Sheldon. Rogan. Brown. Wong.
Honourable Senators, there being 39 ayes and 6 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. I will now put the original question that the amendments on sheet 1768, moved by Senator Roberts, be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Bells be rung for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the chair is that the amendments on sheet 1768, moved by Senator Roberts, be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair. Noes left of the chair. I point as teller for the ayes, Senator Rennick. I'm going to give him some experience. And teller for the nose, Senator Pratt. Just saying. There being 6 ayes and 40 noes, it's passed in the negative. As it is past 5:30 p.m, the committee will report to the Senate. The committee reports progress. We will now move to consideration of the Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022. The committee is considering the Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Is there a senator wishing the call? Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
To move the amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 1764 by leave together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator.
Thank you. The purpose of the Restoring Territory Rights Bill 2022 is to amend the Australian Capital Territory Self-Government Act of 1988 and the Northern Territory Self-Government Act 1978 to remove the provisions currently preventing the territories from passing legislation which would allow for voluntary assisted dying. The bill would not legalise VAD in either of the territories, but rather would allow the legislative assemblies of the ACT and the NT to pass laws allowing for VAD. Despite what the Labor Northern Territory and Federal House of Representative members have portrayed of me publicly, I do support the bill and am doing my job, which they should note how to better do themselves, in making a bad bill better for the territory. I'll say this again, I absolutely support the rights of Territorians. The proposed amendments drafted by the parliamentary clerk have been developed to ensure that the exact restraints that are currently operative in state law are applied in the Territory, because we have some of the most vulnerable communities and people in Australia. For those that don't get to see what's going up in the Northern Territory, in the last week, police have disposed of 229 litres of alcohol. 168 people have been taken into protective custody. The Northern Territory Labor government is too busy protecting their own parliamentary convicted pedophiles than protecting life. Alcohol-related crime and violence is out of control. The federal Labor member for Lingiari and Solomon should hang their heads in shame. Both have publicly called for the CLP to disendorse me because I'm doing my job in the Senate by making a bad bill better, misleading Territorians of my actions on this bill. Not supporting a bill in a current form and proposing amendments that already exist right across Australia is doing my job to scrutinise a bill for the betterment of Territorians. There seems to be so much unease about me speaking the truth on what's going on in the Northern Territory. And in relation to this bill, no states across Australia allow access to assisted dying for those under the age of 18. This proposed amendment ensures this applies in the Northern Territory. The New South Wales Voluntary Assisted Dying Act of 2022, Division 4, Part 2, Clause 16, states a person is not eligible for access to voluntary assisted dying merely because the person has a disability, dementia or a mental health impairment within the meaning of the Mental Health and Cognitive Impairment Forensic Provision Act of 2020. Those with mental illness and those with disability can still access the schemes if they meet other criteria under state law. So if it is so good for these other states, why is it not good enough for the Territories? There are those that think this might be a radical reform. I can tell you now it's not a radical reform to ensure that children don't have access to voluntary assisted dying. This does occur in some Scandinavian countries, and in Canada, a person with a mental health condition and disability can access their assisted suicide scheme even without a terminal condition. Why does Senator Pocock oppose an amendment that provides additional safeguards for children, you have to ask, those with a disability and mental health conditions? Why is he seeking to erode protections for vulnerable persons in the Territories? The Victorian Voluntary Assisted Dying Bill of 2017 provision states that a person is not eligible for access to voluntary assisted dying only because the person has a disability, within the meaning of the Section 3(1) of the Disability Act of 2006. The Victoria Voluntary Assisted Dying is only for people who are suffering from an incurable, advanced and progressive disease, illness or medical condition who are experiencing intolerable suffering. The condition must be assessed by 2 medical practitioners to be accepted to cause death within 6 months. There is an exception for a person suffering from a neurodegenerative condition where instead the condition must be expected to cause death within 12 months. Voluntary assisted dying is only available to Victorians who are over the age of 18, who have lived in Victoria for at least 12 months and who have decision-making capacity. To be eligible for voluntary assisted dying, they must be experiencing suffering that cannot be relieved in a manner the person considers tolerable. In Victoria, mental illness or disability alone, which is what I have provided in this amendment, are not grounds for access to voluntary assisted dying, but people who meet all other criteria and who have a disability or mental illness can still access the service. New South Wales was the last state to pass similar legislation. Some are not confident there are enough safeguards for people with mental health issues. So this is a lesson learnt that the Australian government does have a responsibility to ensure vulnerable people are protected. The amendment is simply saying that you cannot solely, and I emphasise solely, because there are a number of measures that one must meet to be eligible, use the basis of having a disability like autism to access the provision of euthanasia or assisted dying. Again, I don't take my decisions lightly. I come from a part of this country where we have some of our most vulnerable Australians. I will emphasise the fact that there are vulnerable people in communities who will think, because there is often not enough consultation and education in this area, and I would ask that the Territory Government, whatever Territory Government decides to legislate for this, do the right thing and do the consultation to alleviate fears on the ground of vulnerable Aboriginal people who will think that if they enter into a hospital and they are unwell, they might be given a needle and killed. Because I can tell you now that there are vulnerable people who think this, where I come from. There is a lot to consider with this bill. But my amendments are fairly straightforward, and I hope that I can get the support of my colleagues in this chamber, right through this chamber, to be able to support these amendments in ensuring that our vulnerable people in the Northern Territory are protected. Thank you.
Senator Scarr had indicated. I'll give the call to Senator Gallagher, and then I noticed Senator Scarr had indicated he wanted to speak, but if it's for the order of understanding where everyone sits,
sure.
I'll give you the call, and then I'll give Senator Scarr the call, and I note Senator O'Sullivan wants the call.
Thank you.
Okay, just
Thank you, Chair.
The whole room wants the call, so we'll just
the whole room.
We'll play it by ear.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, and welcome the opportunity to speak on the amendment from Senator Nampi Jimpa Price, and I accept that you have not taken this decision lightly. I think it's been a very respectful debate in this place, and I'm sure that that will continue as we reach the final stages of this bill. Just before I get to the amendment, can I acknowledge in the chamber that we have in the gallery the Chief Minister of the ACT, Andrew Barr, Minister Tara Chain, former Chief Minister of the Northern Territory, Marshall Perron. Thank you for being here. You created history and, in a sense, set off the concertina of legislation that we're currently here trying to repeal this evening. Also to Andrew Denton and Dr Swan from Go Gently, who are here, and some of the supporters of the reform and the repeal of this legislation, and also to a friend of mine, Gina Pincus, who has lobbied very strongly across the community for this legislation to be repealed. If I can go to the amendment, I think, in a sense, the senator who moved them identified the issue that we're trying to deal with here, which is that this parliament, or this parliament, should not be the place where we are looking for safeguards and for running, or putting in place restrictions on the job that we are wanting the territory legislatures to have the power to do. So I am speaking against the amendment because the bill that's before us is a repeal of a law which prevents those legislatures from determining this matter for themselves. That is the sole, single and only purpose of the legislation that's before us, is to get rid of the constraint on those parliaments from being able to debate that themselves. I think I know and I accept that people feel very strongly about this and think the Commonwealth should have some control. I disagree with that, but also the way this amendment is drafted is extremely broad. So, in the sense that we are trying to place restrictions, for example, on people with a disability, then that is a very broad definition. In a sense, I think if this amendment was to pass, it would render anything that the territory legislatures did ineffective. ineffective. So it's in a sense an anti-repeal amendment, and I have no doubt it comes from a good place, but I'm trying to explain to you that the bill that's before us tonight is about getting rid of constraints on the territory legislatures and leaving it to them to determine. And when you look at the state jurisdictions that have put in voluntary assisted dying legislation, they have safeguards in place. They go through a process of consultation, they have ethics processes, they have oversight, they have safeguards, and it's appropriate that those legislatures do that job. Our job here tonight is to get rid of the constraint that exists for only two jurisdictions, the ACT and the Northern Territory, whose citizens are currently now not allowed or not afforded the same rights as citizens of every other jurisdiction, and their parliaments are constrained. They are democratically elected parliaments. They are mature parliaments. They are held accountable by their communities. They face elections. It is more than reasonable that these parliaments be allowed to do this for themselves. So, on the grounds that the amendment effectively tries to anti-repeal a repeal bill, I won't be supporting it. But even on the way the amendment's drafted, if it got up, it would mean that those parliaments would, in effect, not be able to put in place a voluntary assisted dying regime, which is up to them whether they do that. Our job is to get out of the way and let them have the same legislative responsibilities and powers as the parliaments of New South Wales, Victoria, Tasmania, Queensland and WA and South Australia.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. I want to focus on a phrase which Senator Gallagher said in the course of her remarks, and that was, and I think everyone listening to this debate needs to carefully reflect on this phrase. The amendment is coming from a good place, and it is coming from a good place. And Senator Nampijinpa Price is showing a great deal of courage in terms of moving these amendments, and is doing so solely because she cares about the most vulnerable people in the Northern Territory. And every single person listening to this debate should sincerely acknowledge and respect and give respect to my colleague Senator Nampijinpa Price in terms of her stand in relation to this issue. And when this debate is done, and all of us in this place have respectfully put forward our comments, I dearly hope that the position adopted in good faith, and sometimes it's very difficult to balance all the competing considerations in this regard, I dearly hope that we can move on from this debate, and the fact that we have different views being expressed in the course of this debate in this chamber is what makes our democracy strong. And we should then move on. And there should be no recriminations. There should be no looking back at the positions people have adopted in good faith. They should simply be respected. They should simply be respected. In terms of the amendment, I just want to make a few quick points. The first is this, that as a Queensland senator, I read deeply in relation to the experience in the Northern Territory, and I was particularly moved, and I spoke about this in the second reading speeches, an article which was written by Chips McAnulty in relation to the laws that had previously been adopted by the Northern Territory, and the title of that article was "Right Law, Wrong Jurisdiction." And Senator Dodson has referred to that article in the course of his debate. The fact of the matter is the ACT is very, very different from the Northern Territory, extremely different in many, many respects. I don't presume to want to stand in this place and say to the parliamentarians in the Northern Territory what they should or shouldn't do, but I have a responsibility as a senator in this place to consider those facts. And I think it is on the record that there are particular issues in relation to the Northern Territory, and I ideally hope whatever direction the Northern Territory takes, it reflects on those previous experiences, which did cause me deep concern. In relation to the issue of disability, I previously raised in this point that the United Nations Special Rapporteur in relation to the rights of the disabled has written to the Canadian government raising concerns about their legislation, raising concerns about the availability of medically assisted dying for people with a disability. And I've spoken about the experiences of Canada of people with a disability being approached in hospitals, even by an ethics manager, and being asked to reflect on the cost of their medical treatment. And that causes me deep concern, because I think Canada, it should be seen as an analogue for Australia, an advanced country with a system of human rights recognition. However, that is the reality. That is the reality. I heard the story of a veteran who was suffering from chronic depression, ringing a helpline and then being told that perhaps he could access medically assisted dying. And I dearly hope we don't see those sorts of manifestations occur in the Northern Territory, the ACT or any other jurisdiction in this country. But the reality is there are issues. There are issues with respect to how the law is being put in practice in Canada. And that's why I believe these safeguards, from my perspective, make sense. As Senator Nampijinpa Price has said, they're adopted in other states. I don't think it's particularly unclear, to be frank. I can see a difference between a person who suffers an egregious illness like cancer, etc., as opposed to someone who is suffering or who has a disability. I can recognise that difference on the face of it. I do not believe, I sincerely do not believe, that this amendment, these safeguards, would render any Northern Territory legislation nugatory. I simply don't believe that's the case. I do not believe that's the case. So I'm happy to rise and support my good friend, Senator Nampijinpa Price. And I ask everyone to reflect on Senator Gallagher's words that this amendment comes from a good place. And once this debate is finished, I dearly hope we can just move forward. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, I notice Senator O'Sullivan, so I'm going to move clockwise around the chamber out of fairness. Senator O'Sullivan.
Okay. Thank you. I don't seek to detain the Senate long. I know we still have a fair bit to get through tonight, but I do rise. And before I guess continue, I'd really say what I said during my second reading speech, that I do respect the way that this Senate has undertaken this debate. Everyone, including what we just heard there from Senator Scarr and Senator Gallagher before, everyone has really engaged in this debate very respectfully, and I think that's a real credit to everyone here. So I'm very proud to be a senator in this place with people like you that are prepared to have a debate like this with the kind of respect that's been shown. Look, I do support this amendment. In my second reading contribution, I spoke about concern that there is in other jurisdictions around the world. In Belgium, they allow for people with mental health issues to be able to seek out euthanasia. In the Netherlands, they've legislated there to allow children, people under the age of 18, and my concern is that we've been asked here with this bill to make a decision about what will eventually be legislation that will be introduced into the Northern Territory and in the ACT around assisted suicide, and I couldn't. I feel that we're making a decision here when we don't actually know properly what the ramifications will be and what safeguards will be in place. So these amendments go some of the way. Of course, it's already passed the second reading. This is about just putting up some rails just to prevent, so that we can be sure that as a Senate, as a parliament here, that the safeguards are in place to make sure that we can't allow laws that would enable children, or indeed those that have mental health condition, but they'll be able to seek out this support, or these services. So, for that, on that basis, I'll be voting for these amendments.
Senator Little.
I'd like to make but I'd like to put this on record. The Australian Capital Territory and the Northern Territory are so far apart, and not just in terms of distance. It is simplistic to think the Restoring Territory Rights Bill is about territory rights. This bill only seeks to repeal sections of the Act that deal with a single issue, medically assisted dying. The NT population is small at 233,000. 44% of its citizens are Aboriginal. 30% of its population is regarded as just visiting. Average individual income is $267 less than the ACT. Compare those figures to the ACT population at just over 454,000, 2% of whom are Aboriginal. 20% have more tertiary education than the NT. The Northern Territory federal seat of Lingari, which covers the NT, except Greater Darwin, has the highest proportion of Indigenous people of any electorate in the country, many of whom live in remote communities, and the lowest rate of voter enrolment in the nation. If the NT considers this, it is those people who will be poorly represented in the conversation. Illness and death visits Aboriginal people at uber-alarming rates compared to other Australians. I have weighed up the fact the need to protect the most vulnerable people is necessary. Those who will be impacted differently and disproportionately by this legislation. Regardless of cultural, social, economic disadvantage, these people need greater protection, so I support this amendment. Legislation is one thing, but its implementation is quite another. I have considered also spending millions and millions on improving the high rate of early death of Aboriginal people, 12 years less for men and 10 for women, only to offer those with multiple complex chronic illness a legal way to bring about an early death. And remember, there is more death, much earlier and with much more comorbidity, caused by health issues, heart and kidney disease, diabetes, liver disease, chronic lower respiratory disease, cancer. These are major contributors in Aboriginal communities. This legislation would be significant for the people of the Northern Territory, and they need to have this explained to them to avoid fear and misinformation. I am a senator for South Australia, but I was born, raised and still have land, family and community connections in the Northern Territory, in the towns, in remote communities and even in town camps. It is my lived understanding, not a textbook understanding, of these unintended consequences. These are very real issues. I refer to an assessment of the view of some Aboriginal communities in a study from 1996. Yes, it was some 26 years ago, but nothing of note has been done since. The results, though, couldn't have been clearer. 900 people in 100 communities took part. The result? It was virtually unanimous, a statistically undeniable 99.7% against voluntary assisted death. That's almost every Indigenous person interviewed for this research being against it. And coercion, which is a very real issue in communities, is a very real issue for those who experience it and must be part of the conversation. This has been highlighted as a key issue in the lively debates about voluntary assisted death. I'm not talking about those who just harass, intimidate and silence, but also those who simply have busy lives and have difficulty with patience, attention and advocacy demanded of someone who is very ill, and demanded of them when somebody is very ill. We need to protect those vulnerable to the threat of coercion. I'm not alarmist to acknowledge that should the NT move to legalising, it will make vulnerable people even more vulnerable. Additional safeguards are needed, and they are needed in the Northern Territory, and that's why I support this amendment.
Next, Senator Pocock, and then we're going clockwise.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would like to echo the comments about the respectful way that this debate has taken place in the Senate. This is a bill that means a lot to the community that I represent, and I would like to take a moment to thank a number of people who are here in the galleries this evening. Samuel Whitsted for his dedication and courage on this to see it through and lending his voice to get this done. Kate and Kirralie, who have been in and out of the Senate for a while. Thank you for your courage, as acknowledged by Senator Gallagher. Gina Pincus, thank you for your advocacy. Marshall Perron, our Chief Minister Andrew Barr, the AC Leader of the Opposition Elizabeth Lee, AC Minister for Human Rights Tara Chain, Andrew Denton and Dr Linda Swan from Go Gentle, the staff at the Canberra Times who have never let this matter get out of the spotlight here in the ACT and nationally, Greens senators who have passionately fought for the rights of the territory to be restored for over a decade now, and of course to my territory colleagues in the lower house, Alicia Payne MP and Luke Gosling MP for introducing this bill together, and my broader territory colleagues Andrew Lee, Marion Scrimgeour and Senator Melandiri McCarthy for your support, and to Senator Gallagher for her advocacy on this issue for a decade or so, both at the Legislative Assembly and in this place. And tonight we finally get to bring this to a vote. I hope we can continue this debate respectfully until that happens, but I wanted to take a bit of time to speak to the amendments. As Senator Gallagher and Senator Scarr made note, these amendments do come from a good place. However, I'd like to point out that the whole point of this bill is to remove the restraints on the territories, to restore our democratic right to debate and legislate on this issue in our local parliaments. These amendments add more restraints and go against the core aim of this bill to allow the territories the same legislative rights and freedoms as the states, the same legislative freedoms as the vast majority of senators in here and the people that they represent in their states. The Self-Government Acts were always intended to allow this legislative equality. With this simple repeal bill, we go back to that, and I do not believe that these amendments are necessary. Overnight, I sought an opinion from Barrister Fiona McLeod, AOSC, on the substantive amendment from Senator Nampijinpa Price. Her observations were that the definition offered in the Disability Discrimination Act would essentially render this bill ineffective. Under the Act, and rightly so, anyone with a terminal illness could be thought of as living with a disability. Therefore, if this amendment were to pass, the ACT and Northern Territory would be unable to legislate a voluntary assisted dying scheme for the terminally ill. On another matter, the definition of mental impairment under the Criminal Code would create more uncertainty. Mental impairment in this context requires consideration of effect and context in a criminal court case, no less. As McLeod said in her opinion, this definition's incorporation into the bill is unwieldy. I won't be supporting this amendment. The bill is simple. It is about restoring the democratic rights of the territories. It allows the ACT and the Northern Territory to have the same respectful, considered discussions on voluntary assisted dying as our friends, families and neighbours in other states. This bill is about saying that the ACT and the Northern Territory should have the same right as the states in Australia to consult, to debate, to legislate on this very important issue to some in our communities, but clearly an issue that is tightly held and deeply personal. And I think we see that reflected in the way that the states have done that, the extensive consultation they've gone through. As Senator Hume talked about in her very moving speech the states have significant safeguards in their legislation about who can access this in what situations, and I have no doubt that the territories would undertake a similar process. The benefit of the territories going last is that they have all the learnings from the states, and while I accept that around the world that there may be examples which are potentially shocking, we are in Australia, and my sense is that the territories will follow in the footsteps of the states on this issue. And so I would urge senators to keep that in mind when we vote tonight. This is about people in the ACT and the Northern Territory having the same democratic right to make these important decisions in our own parliaments.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. I'm going to go to Senator Steele-John, then Senator Roberts, and then I'll continue working my way around the chamber. Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. In contributing to this debate, I want to begin by acknowledging that there is an amendment before the chamber currently, which purports to be an amendment for the benefit and protection of disabled people, in relation to a bill that is principally and solely, as Senator Pocock outlined for us, about the repealing of a piece of legislation that prevents the Territory from engaging in a democratic discussion about the laws which govern it in relation to voluntary assisted dying. Now, in responding to the amendment and putting my position to the Senate, I want to tackle first of all the reality that many disabled people watching the debate tonight, there will be many disabled people across the country who legitimately observe this debate and feel either a sense of concern about voluntary assisted dying or a support for the amendment offered to that relevant piece of legislation. And I do understand the concerns held by some disabled people in relation to voluntary assisted dying. I had the opportunity a couple of years ago to go with a couple of friends of mine who are amazing disability activists in Western Australia to a protest they were holding against a film which had recently then been released, a film by the name of You Before Me, that featured characters, one of whom was disabled, and it chronicled the story of an individual who, upon becoming disabled, made the decision to fly off to a Swiss suicide clinic and take their own life, because basically they couldn't think of anything worse than living as a disabled person. And as a protest to that film, my colleagues were able to obtain permission to rock up in front of the cinema with tables and signs that read, "Help me go to a Swiss suicide clinic. I'm disabled, I don't want to live anymore." And during the course of 2.5 hours, they were able to raise over $250 from people going in and out of the movies who not only were willing to give them money to go off to a so-called suicide clinic, but encouraged them to do so and thanked them for their bravery and courage in acknowledging that they were burdens or were becoming burdens to their family members. It's a story that has always stuck with me and I think reveals the deep ableism that does exist in our community, that is perpetrated by decision-makers and perpetuated by decision-makers in this place. We must acknowledge the reality that as we navigate these pieces of legislation, we are doing so in a broader cultural context that often normalises the idea that it is better to be dead than to be disabled. It is important that we acknowledge that. And it is also important to acknowledge that, as have been quoted by other senators during the course of the debate, that the UN Special Rapporteur on Disabilities has made comments to the Government of Canada in relation to concerns over their administration of their system and amendments that may be needed to that process. Those things are right and proper to do. What it is not okay to do, is to weaponise disabled people's lives and our safety and protection for political purposes. That is not okay. Now, there are senators in this place who have cited comments given to the Australian government in relation to our compliance with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Disabled People. They are right to do that. I would remind them also that during the course of the previous government and the course of the government before that, Australia has been repeatedly told by the Special Rapporteur that we are in violation of many articles of that convention, including, I will bring to the Senate's attention, the reality that right now in Australia it is legal to forcibly sterilise a disabled person. Under the law, and the Commonwealth Government, under both Labor and Liberal leadership, has refused repeatedly to take action to end that practice. So if we're going to quote human rights recommendations, then there is a hell of a lot of work to do in the Australian space when it comes to disability. Now, I sit here as a disabled person that has many friends that are concerned about voluntary assisted dying. I sit here as a disabled person who will be supporting this piece of legislation, who will be voting soundly in opposition to this amendment. Why? First and foremost, because this is a bill which seeks solely to repeal a preventative legislative measure that is currently preventing the Territory from engaging in a conversation around voluntary assisted dying. Once this bill is passed through this chamber, then it will be up to the ACT legislature, as it has been up to the legislatures of every other state and territory, not territory, to engage in a consultation process around the safeguard mechanisms which are required. And it is incumbent upon the ACT Assembly that they do this and do this vigorously, and to engage in the NT, and to do that and to do it vigorously, and to ensure that there are proper safeguards, and where there are learnings internationally, have them incorporated, and engage the people of the ACT, including disabled people, and of the NT, including disabled people, in that conversation and listen to those concerns. That is the appropriate way to deal with the concerns raised in the amendment. The proposer talks about the need for consultation. Where was the consultation with disabled people in relation to this amendment? It is totally inappropriate, after the length of this debate, to come in here this evening and propose an amendment to basically block this bill, because it would make it inoperable. That is the actual effect of this bill. To come in here and masquerade the attempt to block this bill as an attempt to protect disabled people and disabled people's lives. It is not okay, and it will not go by tonight without being called out for the cynical political move that it is.
Just wait a moment. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you. While I respect utterly the view of my learned colleague here, who speaks with incredible experience and understanding of disability, I think the standing order that calls on us not to basically diminish others in the chamber by giving them, by articulating in your own words what their motivations are, I think takes us away from the nature of the debate that we've been having so far. And I would ask on behalf of the mover of the amendment that aspersion be actually withdrawn. I don't think it takes anything away from your excellent contribution, but I just think we care about this, and I would suggest, Chair, that it might be appropriate for withdrawal.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator Steele-John, I just draw your attention to the relevant standing orders.
I'm happy to withdraw.
Senator Steele-John, if you wish to continue.
No, concluded.
Okay, thank you. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you. Look, I'm grateful for the opportunity to discuss this amendment, even though I won't be supporting it. Look, I find it really strange that we're standing here debating this, whether or not the Territory should have the option to decide something for themselves. The people in the Territory should have the same rights to choose as the states do. It's as simple as that. It shouldn't matter what the topic or issue is. I find it sad that I'm being asked to stand here and vote about this, that I as a Tasmanian have the responsibility to decide whether or not territories get to decide issues for themselves. If you hadn't guessed, I'm 100% in favour of this bill, and I think we should pass it without delay. People are focusing on the end result of this bill, that the ACT and Northern Territory will legislate voluntary assisted dying. They're opposing the bill based on that. But that's not all this bill is about. It's about the Territory's rights to make these decisions for themselves. It's not a surprise that this has become a debate about morals and voluntary assisted dying. I've always said that if I stay true to my moral compass in this place, I'll be okay. And my moral compass says that there's nothing wrong with making sure people can make their own choices, the one that's best for themselves and their families. They're the only ones that should be able to do this. I stand here tonight and I'm so proud of Tassie and what we have in place. Voluntary assisted dying has been legal for 1 month in our state now. I know it's early days and there's still a few challenges to overcome. However, Tassie has the right to overcome this as Tasmanians see fit without interference. I'd like to give a shout out to Mike Gaffney, MLC, for the amazing work he did on our bill. He spent years working on this legislation and it was a very long campaign. So many brave people stood up and told their stories. Stories about family members who went through so much and in a perfect world they wouldn't need to. Jackie and Natalie Gray, they led the campaign in memory of their beautiful mama. Their tireless efforts did not go unnoticed by the Tassie community. Jackie and Natalie, from one Tasmanian to another, thank you. My fellow senators in this chamber have told similar stories. Senator Hume stood up and told her story only a few months ago. And it was powerful to hear from someone who once voted against this issue, who has now gone through that experience and now will vote for this bill. It was an incredibly meaningful contribution to this debate. And I thank Senator Hume for her courage and for sharing her story with us. I can't imagine ever being in a position where I or someone that I love is told that our time on this earth is coming to an end. If I was, I'd want the option to decide how I go. Spending months or years in pain with no quality of life is not something anybody should be forced to go through. I understand there are people in this chamber who aren't supportive of this bill or voluntary assisted dying. I respect your right to have that opinion. It's not for me to stand here and tell you what to think or feel, but my thoughts are this. What does it matter to the rest of us if someone chooses to end their own suffering? The sky isn't going to fall in because John from across the road had the option and chose peace. Voluntary assisted dying should be an individual choice. It doesn't matter what I think, what the Senate thinks, what this parliament thinks. All that matters is that people are allowed to make the choice that best suits them, their family and their circumstances. This week there's been lobbyists running around the hallways of Parliament. No surprise there. They've been lurking in people's doorways, demanding them to make changes to the bill, doing the rounds once, twice, maybe even 3 times for some officers. I don't think these people are even from the territories. I don't think what they've been doing is okay. Who are they to say that people in the ACT and the Northern Territory can't make this decision for themselves? Who are they to try and take away the choice for the ACT and the Northern Territory to decide for themselves when they themselves have that right? So for everyone in the ACT and the Northern Territory, I'm sorry that you're being treated as second-class citizens, as if you shouldn't have the same rights as the states to decide for yourselves what is best for you. You have my full support. It has never been a question for me that this is the right thing to do.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. I'm going to be going to Senator Roberts, then Senator Birmingham, then Senator Shoebridge, and then I'll continue moving around the chamber. Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. And let me start by, first of all, through you, Chair, addressing comment to the Minister, Minister Gallagher, because you have conducted yourself in an exemplary way throughout this whole debate. I note particularly the way you accepted and inquired into Senator Dunningham's deep conviction but uncertainty in knowing what to do. You allowed that to be talked through. There were people here who are used to the behaviour in this chamber of not trusting each other, and some of them I reassured that there's nothing suspicious going on. This bill is passed. The second reading was won, so you won that. But I thank you so much for not only for doing what you did in allowing Senator Duniam to speak, but the way in which you did that, Minister. I also want to, through you, Chair, acknowledge Senator Duniam, because something in his gut told him, and he really came up and delivered. So I thank you so much for that. What's different about this debate, I've noticed, compared with most debates in this chamber, is that people are actually listening to each other, connecting and caring. I'm in a bit of a conflicted position because I'm strongly in support of states' rights, but territories are not states. I uphold the Constitution. So I'm not going to go there. I've already acknowledged that this debate, this bill has been passed through the second reading and it will go through in the third reading. But I sincerely believe that this debate is not about territory rights. It's about euthanasia. And as I said, we lost. I accept that. People here who will be with Senator Duniam, Senator Nampijinpa Price, Senator O'Sullivan and myself and others are making sure, Senator Little, are making sure that their deep needs for caring for others are met and safeguards are in place. Senator Nampijinpa Price has, throughout her career and in her brief time in the Senate, demonstrated exemplary integrity. She is a woman, a person of complete integrity. She and I and others are concerned about children. It deeply saddens me that we have to discuss that. Senator Steele-John has spoken well about people with disability, and Senator Nampijinpa Price has also talked about people with mental health issues. Vulnerable people. What's next? Aged, sick, lonely. So that's my concern. That's why I will be supporting Senator Nampijinpa Price and Senator Duniam with this amendment. I will, though, tack on something. This has worked well, this debate, even though my position hasn't succeeded. It's worked well because I haven't heard any talk about parties. That's not meant as a joke. That's meant sincerely. I know that, Senator McKenzie. I'm not a woman, but I had the intuition to work out where you were laughing. But I wonder what would happen in this place if the Senate sat in state blocks and territory blocks. Just a thought.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I want to acknowledge firstly the widespread community interest in this debate, as there often is in free votes and conscience matters that come before this parliament, which, as others have reflected upon, these types of conscience votes do often bring out the best of thoughtful, considered, calm and reflective debate around the chamber. And I acknowledge with that the very strong and personally held views around the chamber, dividing almost every party in this chamber on issues that people care about, be it the questions associated with voluntary assisted dying and or the questions associated with territory rights. And people have brought those perspectives to bear here in good faith right around the chamber, and I think it is important to acknowledge that. Senator Gallagher acknowledged a number of people who were here observing the debate, many in the gallery, many others paying attention. She did also then come up to me afterwards, having realised that she had missed noticing the ACT Liberal leader Elizabeth Lee in the gallery before, and so in acknowledging everybody else and doing so on behalf of all of us, Elizabeth, thank you for being here along with the many others. I want to welcome very much the second reading vote that took place, that provided a clear indication of support for territory rights, 41 to 25 in this chamber, following the 99 to 37 majority in the House of Representatives. Strong, clear endorsements of both chambers for the adoption of territory rights. As I said in my second reading remarks, much has changed since 1997. Much has changed since 1997 when the restrictions on the territories were put in place. Though I did not support those restrictions all the way back then, I can understand the sentiment that led to them at that stage, the sense that the Northern Territory was undertaking what was in a global sense an element of legislative adventure at the time. We have come a long way since then, with, in this country, all 6 Australian states having now legislated for models of voluntary assisted dying. It is no more legislative adventure to pursue such a model. It is indeed common practice across Australia and indeed in many more other parts of the world. Importantly, each of those 6 state models around the country presents a model for the territories to consider in their legislative journey should the restrictions in place be lifted. They present a model that didn't exist in 1997, as sound or solid as the model that Marshall Perrin and Territorians legislated at that time may have been. There are now many others to look at, and critically, each of them coming with very extensive safeguards in place. Senator Nampijinpa-Price rightly brings to this chamber an amendment that seeks to address some of the important issues of safeguards. Senator Nampijinpa-Price is a proud Territorian. She brings this forward, I have no doubt, absolutely in good faith. She expressed her views in relation to territory rights clearly, strongly, forcefully, as she does on every matter that she speaks about. And as Senator Gallagher, Senator Scarr and others have acknowledged, it is that good faith that we should consider the questions she has brought forward. And Senator Nampijinpa-Price and Senator Little in particular rightly highlighted the crucial role of effective safeguards, especially in relation to the Northern Territory. We should not be closed to the unique circumstances of the NT and its vulnerable communities. They're right to highlight the paramount importance of having effective safeguards in place. And I trust that through this amendment being tabled and rightly debated and facilitated through this process, their message is loudly and clearly heard in terms of the importance of getting those safeguards right. However, there are many safeguards to be considered in legislating for voluntary assisted dying. Those contained in the amendments of Senator Nampijinpa-Price are about some of those that either territory must consider in terms of legislating a model. And that is why I think it is important that if we are restoring the rights to legislate for voluntary assisted dying to the territories, it should not be in a manner where the Commonwealth seeks to part legislate the model of voluntary assisted dying they adopt. We should restore those rights, doing so confident that democratically elected assemblies in those territories will consider all of the safeguards necessary for effective models of voluntary assisted dying. So I won't be supporting the amendment put forward in good faith by my colleague. I do certainly, and I'm sure I speak for all senators in expecting that the territories consider these matters thoroughly and embed these types of safeguards in ways that effectively work for a model of voluntary assisted dying. That is what we should expect of them. That is what has occurred across the 6 Australian states in the different models that they have deployed and put in place, and that is what putting the rights for the territories back in the hands of the territories will enable each of them to do as well.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise on behalf of my party, the Greens, to indicate we will not be supporting this amendment. This amendment, if it was passed, would see the parliament restoring the rights for Territorians with one hand and then taking them away with the other. That would be the effect of this amendment. And I do want to acknowledge the lived experience and the truth of the contribution of my colleague Senator Steele-John, and I want to associate myself unambiguously with the contribution that Senator Steele-John made to the chamber. And I want to also acknowledge all of the advocates, all of those who have worked for more than 2 decades to hopefully get us to this point. And we should be clear that if this chamber accepts this amendment, it will be completely undermining the bill. This process and the decades of work will have failed. That would be the effect of accepting the amendments to this bill. And I note the work of Senator David Pocock and his office in obtaining the advice from Fiona McLeod, SC. And it's worthwhile just reading onto the record, I think perhaps the key paragraph from that advice. And it's in relation to the definition of disability. It says this: finally, the incorporation of the definition of disability into the bill will render the bill ineffective. A person seeking access to assisted dying will inevitably fall within at least one of the limbs of the definition of disability. By way of illustration, if the amendments are adopted, a person diagnosed with an advanced incurable disease expected to cause death within months and causing intolerable suffering, the eligibility criteria under Victoria's Voluntary Assisted Dying Act 2017 and New South Wales Voluntary Assisted Dying Act 2022, could not be the subject of a Territory Voluntary Assisted Dying Law. There you have it in black and white from a senior counsel, that you can't on one hand say you support Territory rights and on the other hand accept this amendment, because the amendment fundamentally, comprehensively undermines the bill. And I'll finish with this. This is not the right place to put these checks and balances in. An amendment that was tabled only hours ago without the consultation. It's not. And I know that because in my time in the New South Wales State Parliament, I engaged in two separate attempts to put in place voluntary assisted dying. Once in 2013, which unfortunately didn't succeed, but it took months and months of debate and consultation, detailed committee consideration, with I think well over 100 submissions in that initial phase in 2013. It didn't succeed. And then again in the legislation that finally passed earlier this year. And again, these considerations, detailed work with disability groups, with the medical profession, with the legal profession, and that consultation will happen in the territories if we allow them to do it. And that's where that consultation should happen. That's where amendments like this need to be considered. And we should not kid ourselves that if the Senate accepts this amendment, they will have destroyed the utility of the bill and will be back at first base.
Senator Hanson-Young and then Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. This bill is precisely about putting the rights back into the hands of Territorians. And sadly, this amendment would do the exact opposite. It would effectively render the bill useless. We sit here tonight debating this piece of legislation which, for 25 years, Territorians have been asking for. For 25 years, the Senate has made Territorians suffer, because in 1997, this place did the wrong thing. It did the wrong thing by taking those rights away from Territorians. And back then, 25 years ago, Australians knew it was wrong. Opinion poll after opinion poll showed that Australians generally, in whatever state or territory you live, did not support the bill going through. And then in the days and weeks after that original bill was put in, it was called the Senate's Night of Shame. Today, tonight, we have an opportunity to right that wrong. And I just wanted to give a short contribution. I know there's been so many eloquent speeches put on the record on this issue for so long. But I wanted to pay contribution specifically to the former leader of the Greens and former Senator Bob Brown, because he was here in this place 25 years ago arguing against the attack on Territorians as this bill went through, and not just the democracy that was under threat, but the rights of people to choose dignity, the rights of people to choose to end suffering, to end pain. And in his second reading speech back in 1997, Bob called on his fellow colleagues to think about the unnecessary pain and suffering that this place was inflicting on them. And I can't be in this chamber tonight without thinking of how many people in 25 years have suffered because this place did the wrong thing on that night. This is about choice, this is about rights, but ultimately this is about human dignity. It was called the Senate's Night of Shame for a reason. People were outraged, they were insulted, they were offended, they were hurt. They felt as though their parliamentarians had let them down. And we may all have our own opinions, and we do, deeply held, of what we would do if we were faced with that choice. But Australians, by and large, have always accepted that it is a personal choice, and that just because we are a member of the parliament does not give us a right, a God-given right, to inflict unnecessary pain and suffering on somebody else. And so tonight I'd just like to, I know there's a number of important people in the gallery here, and I acknowledge Andrew Denton and Andrew Barr, but I specifically wanted to acknowledge the long-held fight of former Senator Bob Brown to this. Year after year after year, since 1997, he stood in this very place asking for us to right the wrong that was done 25 years ago, and it's time that we did.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. This is the sound of democracy. The stridency, the pauses, the hope, the emotion, the respect, the difference. And sometimes it concerns me that the debate about democracy calls for beautiful harmony. And I like, thirds. I love singing. I love the harmony that results when voices come out. But the sound of democracy is not always harmonious. And when it's at its best, it's not autocratic. It's not one view over the others with judgment everywhere. It's a multiplicity of voices. And I actually said in one of our committee meetings this morning, the first time I heard the music of Shostakovich, I thought, oh, this is not the sort of music I'm able to cope with. I'm not able to listen to it. I'm not able to stand it because there's too much tension in the music. It didn't sound familiar enough to me. I wanted sweet harmonies from the Romantic period. But I learned to love it, as I've learned to love democracy. And so I'm very proud to be sitting in this chamber alongside colleagues who are giving serious thought to this issue that's under debate as a matter of conscience and free vote for all of us. I want to just respond to the contribution of Senator from Tasmania, Senator Tammy Tyrrell. Thank you very much. So Senator Tyrrell, who asked, I think, really a very good question, which is like one of these fundamental democratic questions. Why am I here as a Senator for Tasmania making a decision about people who live in the ACT and the Northern Territory? Well, you're here because you're a federal senator. We're a federation. And in what we do and what we're referring to here, we are actually speaking into the space that's been constructed by our Constitution. And it is a fact that the purpose of this bill, entitled the Restoring Territory Rights Bill, is to amend the Australian Capital Territory Self-Government Act 1988 and the Northern Territory Self-Government Act 1978 to remove the current provisions currently preventing the territories from passing legislation which would allow for voluntary assisted dying. That's what we are doing here. And we are doing it because Section 122 of the Constitution provides that the Commonwealth has plenary powers to legislate for the territories. So while this bill is colloquially described as restoring territory rights, ultimately it's not giving rights to the territories that are held by states. It's giving a right on one issue. It doesn't resolve the relationship between the federal and the state, the federal and the territories completely. This is, despite much debate that articulates that this is just about territory rights, this is about one particular right, and it deserves our attention. It is the right of voluntary assisted dying, which in other contexts is called euthanasia. Now, I've made clear in my second reading speech my particular view on this matter, and I know that there was a vote last week when I wasn't here in the parliament, and I hear the contribution from Senator Roberts about the way in which that was conducted and his clarity about how this is going to turn out. And maybe mine will be a strident voice and not a harmonious one tonight, but I think it's an important night to put things on the record. I won't resign from the fact that I represent here in this place the Great Australian Labor Party, and amongst the Labor Party and the Liberal Party, and dare I say the Green Party and independents, there are people of faith. And they do wonderful things in our community. Their faith gives them action to do good works. They care. Our hospitals, many of them, first established by orders of faith. So I want to put on the record that part of this debate that needs to be profoundly respected, even if you are not a person of faith, is that there is a faith position not shared harmoniously within each faith. Stridently held views, but there are powerful, strong views, and there is tradition, there is dogma, there is thinking, there is a whole literature base about euthanasia and life. And that voice, at odds with those who are fighting as wonderful citizens in this country for voluntary assisted dying, is a voice that we need to accept and live with. It's here in the chamber, it's in our community, it should be reflected everywhere. So, and that will be dealt with another piece of legislation, protecting religious freedom, protecting people against religious discrimination. So we are this wonderful, multicultural, multi-faith community. So I do not resolve from the fact that it is a faith education in wonderful Catholic schools that gives me some confidence in putting on the record my particular view about voluntary assisted dying, which is that there are inherent risks that give me great concern. So I want to make it clear that my view is that this bill is about euthanasia, and that seems to be the flavour of the conversation or the debate that we're having around the chamber this evening. I also want to acknowledge the contributions of senators, not just in the second reading debate over the many months that we have been having this consideration, but the contributions this evening of my colleague Senator Scarr about in good faith conversations that are here. And I will have a couple of questions to both Senator Gallagher and to Senator Nampijinpa-Price about my concerns about the language that's in the amendment, the concerns that have been raised about the definitional matter, and if I may ask Senator Pocock immediately, in referring to what Senator Shoebridge said about advice that has been received from a barrister that you refer to in your own speech, Senator Pocock, that perhaps might be tabled. Because as this bill wraps up this evening, and it will go to a vote, these are resources that become useful to those from the Territory, whether it's the ACT or the Northern Territory, in the deliberations that will occur. And I want to acknowledge my colleagues here in this place, from the Northern Territory, from the ACT, from the Labor Party, and also those who are from the Northern Territory and the ACT in the opposition and on the crossbenches. Are there any? Yes, yes. The agitator, the man who's done what he promised and brought this to the attention of the Parliament. That's a good thing, because that's democracy in action. So I just wonder if I can stop for a moment there and just, Senator Pocock, are you willing to table the advice from the barrister that you have received that gives you a particular view about the risks inherent in the amendment that's been moved by Senator Nampijinpa-Price?
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be guided by the Senate if I'm happy to.
You're free to table it if that is your. You can have to seek. I understand you have to seek leave, but I would expect leave to be granted.
I'd seek leave to table.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you. I want to just to respond to a couple of points that have been made in the debate, particularly with regard to concerns about coercion. And I do bemoan the fact, and I'm in agreement with Senator Shoebridge on this matter, that there are things that are being brought before us at the last leg home that deserved greater and more careful consideration. And it troubles me that there was not the opportunity for us to undertake a full inquiry. We do so much good committee work here in the Senate, and it troubles me that there wasn't a committee charged with the responsibility of perhaps gathering this information and doing the good work that the Senate does before we got to this point on the particular matter that's been moved in this amendment. So I think that that's a concern for me about where we are in terms of management. And I particularly think it goes to some of the points that have been made about people with disability and the consultation of people with disability that I think were very well made by Senator Steele-John this evening. I am concerned, and I don't know if Senator Nampijinpa-Price or Senator Gallagher can answer this question, but I am concerned about the commentary from Senator Shoebridge, who has said this evening that he, with great confidence, so it must be coming from somewhere, otherwise you would never come into this place and just make bold assertions for grandstanding, not on a matter so important. So Senator Shoebridge has claimed tonight that if the amendment passed, the amendment of Senator Nampijinpa-Price passes, that it will render inoperable and undermine any bill in the territories. Now, I'm seeking clarification on that very solid assertion that you've made, and perhaps some of the answers are in what's being received. So I understand that may be in the advice that's received, and that there may be an answer that's possible from either Senator Nampijinpa-Price or from Senator Gallagher.
Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. I would like to rise to speak to the amendment before the Senate and thank
Senator Nampijinpa-Price for bringing forward the amendment. I know it's been a very difficult time, a very difficult week and a difficult 6 months as we all try and dig deep on an issue that requires us to use our conscience and reflect deeply on what matters in why we stand to speak for what we do, to support what we do, and to say no to what we don't support. And I respectfully say to my fellow Territory Senator that I don't support her amendment. I do believe, as I said in my previous statements, not only in this debate, but over so many years that we've raised it here before the Senate, that it is about the rights of the people of the Territories. It is about the rights of the people in the ACT and the Northern Territory. And that to look at this amendment now, in my view, would only repeal what it is we are here to do. It is very clear, Senators, what the Territories are asking us to do tonight. I take this opportunity to acknowledge former Chief Minister Marshall Perrin. It's good to see you. And Chief Minister Andrew Barr. I want to bring to the Senate, and listening to some of the speakers, I think it's really important to point out that yes, we do have a small population in the Northern Territory, but we have big hearts. We have great thinkers. We excel at so many levels. We only have to look at the COVID pandemic, where we were so fearful for the lives of First Nations people in this country. We were so fearful for the lives of First Nations people in the Northern Territory. And since the former Chief Minister introduced the bill in the Northern Territory in 1995, the Northern Territory has grown exponentially in those skills and knowledge and ability to make its own decisions. We have 13 Aboriginal community-controlled health sectors across the Northern Territory who ensured through all of those practitioners that they could go out to each and every Aboriginal community in the Northern Territory, along with the health practitioners of the Northern Territory Health. It was the people of the Northern Territory who put their hand up to support all Australians, and the first plane load that needed help from China landed in Darwin. And it was our health professionals who carried the load for our country. It was our health professionals, through the AUSMAT team, that reached out to Christmas Island, where the first couple of plane loads went, to treat our Australians who were fearful of having the COVID pandemic. That in itself, Senators, shows the incredible weight that we carry as a small jurisdiction and a small population, and our ability to do what we believe we should do to help others. So why is it that we are constantly told we cannot make any decisions for ourselves, that we cannot have even the opportunity to debate an important decision? I want to take this opportunity to bring the voices of two former Indigenous politicians in 1995 who spoke about voluntary euthanasia. One of them was the late Mr Wes Lunapoy, the member for Arnhem. And he said in his speech on this debate Like other members, I have taken the issue up with many people in my electorate, not only with Aboriginal people, but also with communities such as Anurigu on Groote Island, whose residents indicated their views to me. If we are to mature and accept responsibilities such as statehood, I have had close personal experience of terminal illness, and I can express a personal view as to its effects and what is involved in that traumatic period when seeing someone undergoing a very hard time in their life and facing a tragic end. Mr Speaker, I can assure you that in the 11 years that I have been in Parliament, this is the most difficult bill that I've ever had to examine and ponder on. I've had sleepless nights over it for a whole range of reasons, not the least being my personal feelings towards it because of the personal tragedy that I mentioned earlier in my life. At the time, I expressed my thanks to you, Mr Speaker, the Chief Minister and many others who helped me through that period. It was a very difficult time. I've never had the opportunity to raise those questions in my life. I, for one, would like to see this bill supported because I believe that I have been given the right to express my view in this case, and that was the late Mr Wes Lunapoy, the member for Arnhem. Then you had the late Mr Maurice Rioli, the member for Arafura, who spoke in that debate. And he said, since the member for Fanny Bay gave notice of his intention to introduce voluntary euthanasia legislation into the Northern Territory Legislative Assembly, people have been polarised in relation to this issue. We've also I've received nothing but indications of overwhelming opposition to this bill from constituents in my electorate of Arafura, which contains 8 major Aboriginal communities and many outstations. Most of these communities have written and spoken to me about their concerns in relation to the bill. At Niuyu on Bathurst Island, we heard from representatives. They were brought up by the missionaries. They said that they have strong Christian beliefs, as well as their own cultural and traditional beliefs, and that they do not support the bill. So as a Tiwi person, I am all too familiar with death and dying. I understand my stance here today will be seen to be against the rights of individuals, but I cannot walk away from my beliefs or those of my electorate, and I do not support the member for Fanny Bay's bill. Senators, I give you 2 examples, one for and one against. I give those examples to you because I have heard senators stand up here and speak as though we are incapable in the Northern Territory of being able to have a mature debate on all sides of politics. And that is what tonight is about. Tonight is about the Northern Territory saying to the federal parliament, please, do the right thing. Let us make our own decisions. Rightly or wrongly, they are ours. Most jurisdictions in this country have done it after the Northern Territory had led the way. Senators, I call on you to not support this amendment, and please support the people of the Northern Territory.
Senator McKenzie.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy President. I join, I think, with Senator Birmingham and Senator O'Neill. Very different views to me on the substantive issue and the way we'll be voting, and different sides of politics in your case, Senator O'Neill. But both of your contributions, for me, highlight when this chamber is at its best, and it is the rare moments that we get to debate and discuss matters of conscience. It is when senators around the chamber who all have different views, different values, different lived experiences in our nation stand up and respectfully put them on the record and respectfully listen to each other's very different views. I think what I've been incredibly concerned about over recent years is that having different values and views is suddenly becoming a dangerous idea in this fabulous liberal democracy of ours. that divergent views are somehow dangerous and debase us. But I think deriding difference is what debases us. What makes us stronger and more mature as a democracy is to actually be able to make our way through hard, difficult conversations such as this one is for the Senate. Because you know what? It's a hard and difficult situation and discussion for our communities. To come in here and pretend that it's not is debasing difference, is not being tolerant of divergent views, and it's not democratic. These are deeply held values. They are matters of faith. With respect to the Northern Territory, I look forward to one day being able to debate and vote for a bill in this place that provides statehood for the Northern Territory, that provides statehood for the ACT. But as my good friend and always opposing colleague Senator O'Neill put on the record, these are questions that relate to faith. And for me, I have been consistent in this place with this particular question when it is ever before me. This year, we've been talking a lot about respect in the workplace, a lot about how we can all make this workplace a lot more respectful. I don't think we're ever going to make it kinder and gentler. I think politics and the things we debate here need to be done robustly. I mean, look at how we've been debating the industrial relations legislation in this place and the other place this week, because we passionately oppose each other's view on this thing. That's why we were elected to do what we do on this side and why you were elected to do what you do on that side. But we do need to do things more respectfully. And when I see the senators that are in my team being disrespected in the chamber, being disrespected for their values and their views, I think it debases us all, and I thank you again, Senator O'Neill, for calling that point of order earlier. I will be voting for the amendment put forward by Senator Nampijinpa-Price. I want to thank both her and Senator Little for their lived experience contributions to this place. For too often, I think we've all debated ideas and issues without actually hearing from those who have the lived experience of how these things play out in the unique and special places that we have in this country. And so I think articulating her specific concerns and her careful consideration of the unique situation that is in the Territory, I think it is absolutely right and proper that this bill will pass tonight. Yep. It's heading off to the ACT and the NT legislatures to do what they will. And I think it is very, very sound for a senator to stand up and say, you know what, while you're having that conversation, can you just think about these safeguards? Young people, those with mental impairment and the disabled. They are sound, they are thoughtfully constructed, and whilst we have seen legal advice tabled here in the Senate that says the contrary, that will make these bills unworkable in the NT or indeed in the ACT, well, that's a real reflection on our clerks, because our clerks actually drafted these amendments so that the outcome Senator Nampijinpa-Price was seeking, that these very simple safeguards would be part of the Sorry, I'm asking for a respectful debate, Senator Shoebridge. We can take it outside and you can yell at me all you like, but the way conscience votes— I know you're new here, but the way conscience votes work in this place, in the Senate—
Senator Polley.
Order. I've been in this chamber for not enough years yet, I might add, but when we have these debates, it is so disrespectful to interject Whether you agree or disagree with this amendment or the substantial motion, Chair, people should be heard in silence and with respect. You can't on one day come into this chamber and talk about respect, and then when there's a debate like this, which is very emotional, I had chosen not to speak, but I do sincerely hope that people will show the same respect, because we have to continue to work together tomorrow, the day after, years to come. So I ask you, Chair, to remind people of their responsibility to be respectful in this debate.
I'll leave your fine words to the chamber. Back to Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Thank you, Senator Polley. I think we've all known enough lawyers to know that you can get an opinion on almost any issue to reflect your chosen outcome. And that is not disparaging of the legal profession. It is actually how it works. It's the type of profession that articulating opposing views, and lawyers are very well schooled in being able to argue both sides of any given topic. They're very good at it. And so whilst I respect that Senator Pocock has found a lawyer that says these amendments will make the Territory Rights Bill unworkable in the ACT or the NT, I'm sure we could find an opposing view, shall we say, somewhere else in the legal profession. But I know the clerks of the Senate very well, and I know that when they draft amendments for all of us, or when they draft private senators' bills for us, they do that to the very, very highest standard, and they will have drafted these amendments to ensure that if the Senate chose to adopt them, which it sounds like it won't, but if the Senate chose to adopt them, that it wouldn't render the Territory Rights Bill inoperable, because that would be against the intention of the senator that had sought their advice. So on that note, I do love the days that we are our very best selves in this place, and I do love the way that the friendships that have been developed over a long period of time are able to come to the fore, and that you're sitting next to people that you never sit next to in our everyday work, and it only works because we do treat each other with respect at work, and I would seek that we have more days like this. Thank you.
Senator Pocock, and then I'll go to Senator Rice.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Senator Mackenzie's contribution to this debate. I would like to point out to the chamber that Senator Mackenzie is casting aspersions on someone who is not here to defend themselves. Barrister Fiona McLeod, AOSC, provided this advice pro bono. This was not something we sought out to get a particular outcome on. We were handed this amendment and we sought advice. So I'd just really like to clear the record there.
Senator Rice, and then I'll go to Senator Ullman.
Thanks, Deputy President. I rise and I wish to speak against this amendment. The call of this debate that we are having is about restoring territory rights to make decisions for themselves. And this amendment by Senator Nampijinpa Price would interfere with that. It would mean that a lot of those rights actually wouldn't be restored. And fundamentally, our debate needs to be about the rights of the territories to decide for themselves. I'm a Victorian. I now live in a state where we have voluntary assisted dying. I haven't spoken in this debate before, and I will put on the record that I'm a supporter of voluntary assisted dying. And I think the way that it has been managed in Victoria has been exemplary. But in one way, the fact that we're talking about voluntary assisted dying, that's not what we should be talking about here. We should be talking about the rights of the territories to be making decisions for themselves. The fact that the territories have got different rights to the states is an anachronism. It's a random facet of our colonial past that, for me as a Victorian, I have the opportunity to be part of that decision-making process, to elect my members of parliament who made that decision, but for people who live in the territories don't. And that's just not appropriate. And so this bill that we're debating tonight is going to go some way to restoring that, to say that on this very sensitive issue, on the issue as to whether people have got the right to choose to end their lives in a way that they desire, that is peaceful, that and how they want to end their lives, that they have the right to do that in the ACT and the Northern Territory, just like I now do have as a Victorian. I don't want to speak for it much longer. I do want to get home tonight, but I really felt that it was worthwhile just putting that on the record. I also did want to acknowledge the people in the gallery, the Chief Minister of the ACT, Andrew Barr, Marshall Perrin, Andrew Denton, and the people that have been following this debate for a very long time. And the fact that we've got such a full gallery shows what a significant issue it is, and shows that, you know, we need to be respecting the rights of Territorians to be making these decisions for themselves.
Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, Deputy President. I too haven't spoken on this bill, but I can't support this amendment, and I, along with my colleagues, will not be voting for it. In 2019, my mother was diagnosed with motor neurone disease, and at that time in Queensland she did not have access to VAD. But she told me that she would have liked to have known that she at least had the choice. And I think it would have given her a lot of comfort to know that as her body degenerated and failed her, that was going to be an option for her. If this amendment passes, then people in the Territory who have a disease like motor neurone disease will not have that choice, because that would clearly fall within the category of a disability. It is an insidious disease. You can't walk, you lose your ability to speak, you lose all of your ability to control your bodily functions, and eventually you suffocate from that disease. It is a horrible way to die. My mother was lucky. For someone who had that disease, she cardiac arrested before she lost her ability to speak and breathe. Please let's not take away the right from people in the Territory to have their government debate and decide whether or not they should have the right to choose and what safeguards need to be included with it. Thank you.
Senator O'Neill.
Just want to ask a question, but first can I convey my deep sympathy to you, Senator Ormond-Payne. This is very, very real for all of us, and there is no judgment. We are best when we respect each other, and you know that's when we're our finest. So I'm sure everyone here and those listening would convey their deep condolences to you on your loss. I'm very appreciative, Senator Pocock, of the tabling of the advice, and I have had the chance now to have a look at that. It is a beautifully written document, as you would expect from a barrister who has given this as a pro bono contribution to our national debate on this issue. Can I just indicate that there are a few words in here that I would be picking up if I was doing some analysis in my Year 11 English class, like words potentially excluded, potentially affected. It's a very useful piece of information. I'm sure that it will be taken on board by the state, the territory. Sorry, perhaps I do have an inadvertent desire for you to become a state as well. But by the territories, this will become part of what informs their deliberations moving forward. Nonetheless, I'm not convinced of the argument that has been put on the floor this evening, that by supporting Senator Nampijinpa Price's motion, amendment, that would be the end of any possibility of responding to the needs of and the will of the people of the ACT and the Northern Territory. I also want to acknowledge the incredibly eloquent and beautiful contribution of my colleague here from the Northern Territory, Senator Malarndirri McCarthy. I just wonder if I can ask that question again. If Senator Nampijinpa Price, can you clarify for me, can you add anything to the debate this evening about why it is that you believe the word that was put in here by the clerk solely addresses the issues about protecting young people under the age of 18 and people with a disability from being engaged in the process of voluntary assisted dying.
Senator Namatjira-Price.
Thank you. I have stated my position. My colleague, Senator Mackenzie, has also, I think, clarified this particular point. It speaks to legislation that has passed in states. It's almost a copy and paste from legislation that has passed in other states, and clearly the legislation has not rendered it futile for those states to carry out voluntary assisted dying and to legislate on voluntary assisted dying. So I just want to reiterate that what I propose in my amendment, my intentions that were provided to the clerk, our clerk understood that it is not to attempt to render the bill futile. As I've stated, I am in support of territory rights. I'm also in support of elevating the human rights of vulnerable people. That is probably one of the biggest priorities I have in terms of decision-making in these chambers. And I have the right to do so as an elected senator for the Northern Territory. I am deeply concerned at the state of the Northern Territory. I have witnessed the Territory government have the responsibility put back in their hands of alcohol availability in the Northern Territory. I have seen the vulnerable individuals' lives in their hands, and the way in which they have failed in their duty to uphold the human rights of vulnerable people in our communities. Because as we speak, right now, there are children in communities who, once upon a time, not that long ago, were able to live lives free of alcohol abuse. Those children are now suffering with alcohol abuse, with violence, with the threat of violence, sexual abuse constantly hanging over their heads, and heightened states, because the Territory government, the Files Labor government, have failed to uphold their duty to protect the vulnerable, to be able to live lives free of alcohol abuse, free of sexual abuse, because of the influence of alcohol in their communities. And I will reiterate again, and particularly for some of my Greens colleagues in this chamber, I am putting these amendments forward to elevate the human rights of our vulnerable. It doesn't diminish the right for Territorians to legislate. It provides safeguards, safeguards that already exist in other states. The Territory is not losing out in any way, shape or form. The Territory will just be enhancing what they're able to do, because all I'm seeking is to safeguard the human rights of vulnerable members of the Northern Territory, and do it at this stage. Nobody is missing out from this. Nobody is losing their rights. This is about the enhancement of the human rights of the vulnerable in the Territory that I have been elected as a senator to represent. Simple as that. As simple as that. So with that, I move to put the amendments to a vote.
I put the question, which is the question to put the question. Those for that question say aye. Against no. I don't hear any noes, so the ayes have it. I now put the question that the amendment standing in the name of Napachimba Price on sheet 1764 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Is division required? A division is required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question before the chair that the amendments on sheet 1764, standing in the name of Napachimpa Price, be agreed to. Those for the amendments passed to the right of me, noes to the left of me. I put as teller for the ayes Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Urquhart I appoint as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there are 25 ayes and 37 noes. It's passed in the negative. Does any other senator have a contribution? If there's no contribution, I'll put the final questions. I alert honourable senators that Senator Dunningham has an amendment to the report, which will be moved when I return to the President's chair, and there will be able to be debate on that. But that debate does not occur in the committee. Are there any questions of me at this point? I put the question that the bill now stand as printed. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. I put that the bill as amended be agreed. No, I put the bill. I put the question. The question is now that the bill be reported. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. I'll just take this. Honourable Senators, the committee has considered the Restoring Territory Rights Bill and agreed to it without amendment. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that the report be adopted.
Senator Dunningham.
Thank you, Deputy President. Very briefly, and I don't want to detain the Senate or those who are interested in this debate for long at all. I think it is important to note that this debate has been a long time coming, and a resolution of it is important to deliver to those who've been banking on it. So I will be very, very brief in my contributions. I've circulated amendments around this question, that the report of the committee be adopted, that relate to the administration of rules around access to the medicines used in the administration of VAD and bringing them into line with other medications through the processes available through the Therapeutic Goods Administration and its relevant legislation. It's a very straightforward amendment, obviously noting the scope of this legislation. It is something that is, in a sense, outside of the scope of the bill that we are going to pass tonight. But I did, as I said last week, want to give voice to the issues that have been raised, and that is what I'm doing today. It is important that we make sure we are apprised of all the facts, that all the safeguards are in place, much in the same way as the last debate we've heard around protection of vulnerable people in our community. Before I conclude my very brief remarks, I do also just want to add my thanks to every single senator in this chamber. I am very proud of the conduct of the debate that took place here. It was sensitive, it's difficult, and everyone has made sure that the views that were expressed were heard in good faith. I particularly want to thank Senator Gallagher and Senator Hanson-Young for so willingly accommodating this and enabling these amendments to be moved. I know it added another week, so I'm grateful for your time. If we can do it in this chamber, if we can have a respectful debate in this chamber, I hope that our friends in the press gallery can observe what we do and not ascribe motive without understanding why we're doing it. It is important that we are able to do this, and as I said, I'm proud of my colleagues who have very different views to my own for conducting the debate in this way. But with that, I commend this amendment to the Senate.
Is there any other contribution? Because I intend to put the question. I put the question that the amendment to the motion to adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole be agreed to. Those are the questions. Say aye. Against? No. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Division's required. Is a 1-minute bill acceptable or 4 minutes? 4 is being requested. The bells will ring for 4 minutes.
Order, lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment to the report, as moved by Senator Duniam, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Pratt as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 42 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that the bill be read a third time.
So the question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law in relation to legislative powers and territories and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government business order of the day number 1, Fair Work Legislation Amendment Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022 in committee.
I'll probably be back anyway. You've got 10 minutes and then you're free.
Senators, can I ask, if you're not contributing to the debate that we're about to move to, if you could please leave the chamber or at least speak quietly, please. So I'll just read this. Okay, Senators, the committee is considering the Fair Work Legislation Amendment Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022. The question is that the bill stand as amended be agreed to, and I'm looking for someone. Senator Cash.
I feel because I just don't feel
just
that
out of line.
I'm in the line
but
of
I've seen you now, Senator Cash.
I'm in the line of sight. I rise to move opposition amendments 1 to 16 and 21 to 28 on sheet 1779 by leave together.
Is leave granted? Is leave granted? I need a. There's been leave is granted.
Thank you very much. And in relation to these amendments, they really do go to what is the fundamental issue before the chamber, and that is that this is a bad bill. It is a bad bill that has not been properly scrutinised by this Senate chamber. It is a bill that, unfortunately, the job creators of the country stand united and say it will not have its desired effect. It will only result in increased strike action and less jobs. In the first instance, this amendment will overturn the provisions in the bill that abolish the Australian Building and Construction Commission and the Registered Organisations Commission. Today in the Senate, as I questioned the minister in relation to the effect of the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission and whether or not the Fair Work Ombudsman would have the capacity to undertake the same duties as the Australian Building and Construction Commission, the answer was clearly no. So why do we move this amendment? Because the building and construction industry in Australia, it is fundamental to the functioning of our economy. It contributes approximately 9% of GDP. It accounts for approximately 1.15, or more than actually 1.15 million employees in Australia, and there are over 400,000 small businesses around Australia that rely on the building and construction sector. But why am I ultimately most worried? Why am I ultimately most worried about the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission? And that's because, shortly, the workers across Australia and the Building and Construction Commission will be handed over on a silver platter to John Setka and the most militant union in Australia. So whilst, yes, those on the other side, they do have an ideological objection to the Australian Building and Construction Commission, I have to say he's already out there in South Australia and Adelaide flexing his muscle. Builders in Adelaide are very, very worried. I think the fact that the majority of the inspectors in the Fair Work Ombudsman are actually female, and there doesn't appear to have been anything done to prepare them for the world of John Setka, is a very, very disturbing fact. I think the fact that you have the EY report that clearly states that the economic impact of the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission between now and 2030 will be around $47.5 billion. The way the economy is going at the moment, higher interest rates, higher inflation, higher unemployment, electricity prices that are soaring, put into that the effect of this bill on the building and construction sector and ultimately the Australian economy, and I have to say you have a train wreck ready and waiting to happen. In relation to the provisions to abolish the section in relation to multi-employer bargaining, when you have the employers in Australia, Stand Up United, the BCA, the National Farmers Federation, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, COSBOA, the MCA, the manufacturers, as we heard today from Senator Henderson, they represent the job creators in this country. And what they are saying to the Australian Labor Party is, we actually are telling you, as the people who represent the job creators in this country, this bill will not have the desired effect. They make it very clear that we all want to see higher wages in Australia. That is not up for debate. But they want a framework in which they can operate and actually deliver the higher wages. A design move to deliberately move away from the primacy of enterprise bargaining, bargaining at an enterprise level, which even for the Prime Ministers Rudd and Gillard, they realised that that is the essence of the employment relationship, bargaining at an enterprise level. Why? Because between the employer and the employee, based on the nature of the enterprise itself, you can negotiate terms and conditions that are a win-win for both parties. And yet, when this bill passes, if you have 20 or more employees in Australia in your business, you could actually be, against your will, roped into, compelled, use whatever words you want, into multi-employer bargaining. And based on all the questions that I put to, and I see Senator Watt is out there telling people we've been wasting time actually examining this bill in the Senate chamber. It's ironic. Maybe Senator Watt doesn't know what he's actually elected here to do. The Senate chamber, the last time I checked, please tell me, I flip open any book about the Australian Senate, and I'm pretty sure it does say the House of Review. But apparently, according to Senator Watt, we don't have a role in reviewing legislation. We actually take our role very seriously. The questions that I put to Minister after Minister after Minister were actually from employers and employees around Australia, asking merely for some guidance in relation to, well, hey, the common interest test. If we put this, this and this together, would that mean we have a common interest? That's a matter for the Fair Work Commission. No guidance can be given to the employers in Australia as to whether or not they will or won't be roped into employer bargaining. We've also heard that there is a possibility that a business with 21 employees could actually be negotiating with a business with 200 employees. So I'm not quite sure there how that works, because I'm pretty sure the business with the 200 employees, they probably do have an employee that's called the Human Resources Department. And the business with the 21 employees, I'm pretty sure the Human Resources Department is, oh, that'd be the owner of the business. That'd be the owner of the business. And you see, the government's regulatory impact statement itself says that the owner of the business, or the person that they actually nominate, will spend 4.6 hours per day. When I put to the department, where do you think they're going to find this 4.6 hours per day? Is it during their working hours so they actually lose profit, or is that after they finish work for the day, do the books, make sure the employee's okay, go home, make sure the kids are okay, look at their watch and go, holy shivers, it's midnight and I've got to be up at 5 a.m. Oh my God, 4.6 more hours so I can actually negotiate and bargain with a business. There's no resemblance to mine, but apparently it has a common interest. I don't know. You're in the same shopping centre, you're in the same suburb. I don't know. Certainly the ministers couldn't tell me, because, again, that's up to the Fair Work Commission. Moving away from the primacy of enterprise bargaining, so a centralised wage-fixing scheme, as Senator Hanson, quite frankly, stated today, is only going to end in tears. Now, in relation to the common interest test, the amendments in relation to the common interest test will ensure that requirement for the common interest is only met if it is in the public interest. Now, why do I say that? People say, well, hey, hold on, it already says in the public interest in the Act. But you see, the drafters, very, very tricky little drafters here, they have actually lowered the bar, so the test is that it's not contrary to the public interest. I have some other amendments in relation to the common interest that we will be moving to provide more guidance. But this is a fundamental difference. They're lowering the bar so that it's not in the public interest, it's not contrary to the public interest. And again, we're inserting a review provision into the operation of the amendments made by this bill, based on everything the employers have said, based on everything that the government has said, that this will get wages moving. They can't tell you when. There's no modelling done. They don't know who wages are going to get moving, and they don't know by how much. But they also expect more enterprise agreements to be entered into. I would have thought that it was pretty obvious you'd want to know, is the intention of the bill being met? And on that basis, one of our amendments requires an independent expert as soon as practicable after 12 months of royal assent to conduct a review. And on that basis, I commend my amendments to the Senate.
Senator McKenzie.
Before she finished talking.
The leader gets precedence in the chamber. The leader of an opposition.
No, she does not, apparently. Does she get precedence too? Excuse me, if we could just settle while we sort this out. I'll just seek advice from the clerks.
That's not entirely the case. We gave precedence.
All right. Senator McKenzie, there is precedence. If you could just resume your seat, Senator Hanson. There has been precedence, and Senator Hanson did call the other night, so I will call you. Oh, sorry, Senator Hanson-Young. My apologies, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy Speaker. As the Shadow Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development in this place, I rise to speak to the opposition amendments moved by Senator Cash.
Sorry, Senator McKenzie, just resume your seat for one moment. Senator Hanson-Young.
Senator McKenzie, please.
Thank you. Senator McKenzie.
So much. I'm very, very concerned, as the Shadow Minister responsible for building things and holding this government to account for building things, hopefully only for 3 years, Senator Gallagher, but we'll see how we go, that the abolition of the ABCC alone will add to delay and increase costs of infrastructure projects right across the country. We know the master builders have done a study from Ernst Young calculating that in excess of $47.5 billion to 2030. That is a lot of hospitals. That is a lot of schools. And I know it's a lot of infrastructure, not just in capital cities, but right across rural and regional communities, many of them rebuilding after devastating floods. and it'll be state and federal governments that will have to do the heavy lifting when it comes to constructing and rebuilding, and to have the infrastructure investment pipeline impacted to that amount of money over the next 8 years, simply because the Labor Party has an ideological bent on removing the ABCC. I remember as a young backbencher, well, we'll just say younger backbencher in this place in the Employment Committee, we would have Nigel Hadgkiss in front of us telling us of the horrific behaviour on construction sites right across the country, day in, day out, by the CFMEU, by the Construction Division. I'm not going to bag out the whole CFMEU. I quite like the Forestry Division. I find myself often on the same side as Mr Michael O'Connor, and Raf, you and I join hands and fight against our own Premier.
Senator McKenzie.
Through you, Madam Chair. Often find ourselves on the same side of an argument, standing up for the most renewable, sustainable primary industry in this country, and it is our forestry industry. So it's not the Forestry Division I have a problem with. It is the Construction Division, and it's not just me. We want to talk about poor culture in workplaces. We want to talk about poor culture in organisations. The negative, sexist, bullying culture of the Construction Division ain't a new thing. Let's face it. I come from Victoria. I'm old enough to remember the BLF. We've seen this all before. And I find it passing strange that both the Greens and the Labor Party, who again talk a big game on the treatment of women, you talk a big game, you want respect in your workplace, but it's only for certain women in certain workplaces. It is not for all women and not all workplaces. Because if you did actually believe that, you would keep in place the organisation that keeps a union like the CFMEU to account. Again, it's not for nothing that that's the union and the division of the CFMEU that's, got a lot of court proceedings, had a lot of, negative judgment calls. Not by the Liberal Party, not by the IPA, not by the National Party, but by courts, the judiciary in this country. And so for you to make it the first thing you guys just can't wait to get done before Christmas is to give John Sector a huge Merry Christmas. Sally McManus, put the jingle bell on it. Merry Christmas, McManus. You're going to get your IR reform. You're going to allow, by absolving the ABCC, you are going to allow that negative, sexist culture back into construction sites across the country. You can carve it out of your multi-employer bargaining, but you know what? You're not going to change a thing for the women who might actually want to participate in this hyper-masculine industry. Right? Again, another thing we often hear from those opposite, arguing and lecturing us on hyper-masculine workplaces of why don't you, get some quotas about you, get some more chicks on your side. After the Victorian election, I'm very, very proud to say the National Party, the most conservative party in this place, 50% of our parliamentarians, state and federal, are women, not a quota girl amongst us. So whilst you talk a big game, this was actually an organisation that would assist to make the construction industry safer for women to participate in. To be chippies, to be concreters, to be plumbers, to be sparkies. But that's not really what you're interested in, is it? You're not really interested in young women seeing a safe, successful, prosperous career in the construction industry. You're actually more interested in ensuring the negative culture that has pervaded that industry for so long is continued. And of all the ideologically driven decisions the abolition of the ABCC just beggars belief. And as I said, it's because it's working. The millions of dollars that those guys are having to pay, the judgments from our courts, is actually proof point that the construction division of that union is still not ready to accept men and women working in the same place and treating each other with respect. It's that simple. I also wanted to briefly contribute in the time left to me around, and thank you for putting the clock on, Senator Hanson-Young, to small business. I represent rural and regional communities. They are the backbone of our communities. I'm not here to represent big business, and again, passing strange that the Labor Party, these will make it easier for big business to do big sweetheart deals with big unions. It's all very neatly wrapped up with a lovely bow, isn't it? You know who gets screwed over? Millions of small business owners, their workers.
Did you say screwed over?
Oh, that's probably not parliamentary. I'll withdraw that without even being asked.
Thank you.
Yes, it is. But it's true. It is absolutely true what will happen, because they don't care about small businesses. They think a small business has 15 employees. Senator Pocock thinks a small business has 20 employees. That's not even a cafe in a country town, let alone the pub, let alone the hardware store. I mean, honestly, you need to get out of your capital cities and come out into the suburbs, come out into the working towns across this nation. Your small business minister, when questioned on this in the other place, couldn't even name a small business that you'd actually sat down and had a conversation with. How offensive, with the legislation you're bringing in that is going to severely impact their future prosperity, the prosperity of their families, their stress levels, because they don't have a HR department. You don't care, because this legislation isn't really about small businesses and their families and the mortgages that they have on houses to actually keep their businesses going. It's actually about making sure you pay back in spades, and I'm sure they'll be very, very grateful to the big unions who've delivered you the election that you desire, who have funded you through you, Madam Chair, funded the Labor Party's election campaigns, and this is a very, very, very sweetheart deal for the unions, but it will have severe and significant consequences. And I just want to reiterate Senator Cash's comments. We are the Chamber of Review. It is actually our job to come in here and put on the record the questions of the people who can't be here. Who can't? I stand here representing rural and regional small businesses, construction workers, construction businesses. It is my job to ask you questions. It is my job to actually hold you to account. And it might be a little annoying that on our big fat salaries in this place that we have to, you know, sit a little late sometimes when we're radically, fundamentally changing our industrial relations system without a mandate. We're just doing our job, and we want to make sure small businesses and their workers can continue to do theirs.
Mackenzie. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. Well, Chair, I rise to speak in support of the amendments proposed by Senator Cash and by the opposition. These are amendments that are fundamentally important to ensuring that the legislation put forward by the Labor Party is not legislation that ultimately ends up crippling parts of the economy, ultimately ends up driving up inflation, ultimately ends up driving up industrial disputation and strikes. These are amendments that, if adopted by this chamber, frankly, will help the government in terms of its legislation. Critically, aspects of these amendments would help the legislation also to be at least more consistent with what the government took to the election. So clearly, there are a number of things that the opposition opposes in relation to this legislation. We have made that very clear all along. Indeed, we fought the election over that and we had fundamental differences when it came to issues such as the Registered Organisations Commission and the ABCC. Fundamental differences. And those fundamental differences maintain, and it should be of no surprise to anybody that the Liberal and National parties would fight to argue, in particular in relation to the ABCC, that it is an important cop on the beat in the building and construction sector, that it is a critical part of ensuring that Australia, in a building and construction sector that already is full of hard-working men and women who also have a history in different sectors of having unions, particularly, of course, the CFMMEU, pursuing much pressure on building sites, pressure in ways that at times has been called out by courts around this country, pressure in disgraceful behaviour, pressure that can lead to real dilution in terms of industrial activity and productivity on those building sites. So, of course, we stand by very, very clearly our position that the ABCC is an important, a critical cop on the beat, and that without it, and instead pretending to have some little committee that oversights things, which essentially is what the government has proposed as its deal, we'll have a committee rather than a cop on the beat. Well, without the ABCC, you'll end up risking a situation where, of course, the pressure on building sites is far, far greater. And in my state, these concerns are very, very high at present, because the CFMMEU has been taken over by none other than John Setka. Indeed. Indeed, you can walk down King William Street, the main road, through the centre of the Adelaide CBD, and see the trams going up and down the main road, and guess what's on the trams at present? Big CFMMEU advertising with a picture of John Setka on it. And I can only imagine what's going to happen on the building sites across South Australia thanks to that advertising. And Senator Henderson rightly reminds me, indeed, that after some debate about the CFMMEU donations to the Labor Party in South Australia, can I play some credit that although there was an overwhelming lot of pressure that had to come to bear before Premier Peter Malinauskas did it, he did ultimately recognise that such is the appalling behaviour of that union, he gave the money back. He gave the money back. The South Australian branch of the Labor Party ultimately recognised that this union is so appalling it needed to give the money back. And so concerned.
Resume your seat, please. Senator McKenzie, Senator Henderson and Senator Cash, you've got your own side up. Could you please just keep the interjections to a minimum? Well, I'm in the chair and I'm trying to hear. So thank you. Senator Birmingham.
Oh well, thanks. Thank you, Chair. I don't need protection from my own side, but or at least not on this question.
It was about my being able to
Oh,
hear.
okay.
Thank
well,
you.
I apologise, Chair. The President actually reflected earlier this week that I'm quite easy to hear on occasion, but I will seek to make sure my voice is such that I can rise above even my colleagues behind me. So, Chair, as I was saying, I acknowledge that the South Australian Labor Premier has even recognised just how destructive the CFMMEU are, and the association between the Labor government in South Australia and that union was one that he wanted to detach, and did detach by giving their money back. But, of course, it's not about political donations. It's about a crippling of the construction and building industry.
Exactly.
And that is the fundamental risk there. The fundamental risk is that we see a situation where, without a tough cop on the beat, and of course then with these other reforms the government is proposing, the multi-employer bargaining reforms, we end up in a risky situation where increased incentive for industrial disputation, increased incentive for strike action, all then piles onto a situation where you don't have an effective cop on the beat in the building and construction sector, and you end up with more strikes, with higher costs, with lower productivity, with building costs going through the roof. And guess what that will do? Inflation goes up, unemployment goes up, job opportunities go down. These are the real risks of Labor's legislation. And worst of all are essentially a couple of factors. One is that when it comes to multi-employer bargaining, the Labor Party went to the last election saying, we won't do it. They went to the last election saying they wouldn't do it, and here we are, just 6-7 months later, as they seek to push it through the parliament in what has been some of the fastest processes when it comes to substantive industrial relations reform that this country's seen. So they're seeking to ram it through. They drove it through with their numbers in the House of Reps, and unfortunately here we are in the Senate, and tragically it appears that they have the numbers. Well, I do appeal, again, to the crossbench, particularly to you, Senator Pocock. Think again about the consequences. Think again about the consequences of the Labor Party breaking their faith with the Australian electorate, proposing industrial relations reforms they said they wouldn't do, and reforms that business organisations across the country have expressed their concerns about. So support the amendments put forward by my colleague Senator Cash, particularly those amendments that relate to multi-employer bargaining, because if you support those, you will be helping the Labor Party to ensure that they are acting in good faith with what they told the electorate. If you support all of these amendments in terms of maintaining the ROC, maintaining the ABCC, not imposing multi-employer bargaining, then you will be putting in place a situation that gives the economy the best chance to continue to grow strongly, that gives the best opportunity for us to see a situation where, with that economic growth, we get the type of wages growth we all wish to see. We all want to see wages growth, but you're not going to get sustainable wages growth in an environment where you have more strikes. You're not going to get sustainable wages growth in an environment where you have a weaker economy. You're not going to get sustainable wages growth in an environment where you have higher unemployment. To get sustainable wages growth, you need to make sure that you are driving true productivity in a strong economy, in an environment with close to full employment. The Labor Party inherited an economy with effectively full employment. The big test over the next couple of years is to see whether they maintain that effective full employment. The lowest unemployment rate, Chair, in my lifetime is what the Labor government inherited from the coalition. It's something I'm very proud of, something I know Senator Cash is proud of and others are proud of on our side, that we delivered an economy that achieved the lowest rates of unemployment in our lifetimes. And in addition to that, the highest levels of women's workforce participation, a closing of the gender pay gap, with a way to go, we absolutely acknowledge, but importantly a closing of the gender pay gap with that record levels of women's workforce participation, with that record low in terms of the unemployment rate. They are things we are very proud of. They are achievements that we left, but most importantly, they're a legacy we left that this government has inherited. And the legislation before this Senate tonight risks all of that. It risks a situation where the economy in the future faces strike action as a result of more militant unions being empowered to take steps and actions that right now there is a cop on the beat, being incentivised to take those actions because they know that if they take positions in one business, they're able to leverage it into other businesses across a different industry sector, and so there's an incentive for unions to seek to drive not just through one set of negotiations but across industries the type of action.
Oh, come on, guys. You were going to get
Senator Birmingham, can you just resume your seat for one moment, please?
Time has expired.
Time has expired.
For his contribution.
Sorry, Senator Birmingham, your time had expired. Senator McKim.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the question I'll be put.
So I'll go to this.
So no, the question is that the question be put.
The question is that the question... Oh, sorry, Senator Brockman.
Can you just confirm, Chair, that this is an attempt to gag this debate when people have contributions?
It's not a point of order, Senator Brockman. So the question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it.
Division required?
Division required? Yes. Ring the bells.
I love it. Now they're on that side, so they're completely
Lock the doors. The question, order, order. The question, order. The question is that amendments 1 to 9, 25 and 27, standing as moved by the opposition, be agreed to.
No.
No, sorry.
Question is the question be put.
Oh, sorry. No, my correction. I've made a mistake. Correction. The question is the question be put. Those for the question say aye. Oh, sorry, we've had a division. I'm actually getting my head. Those for the question move to the right of me. Those for against to the left of me. I appoint as teller for the ayes, Senator Ciccone, and teller for the noes, Senator Cadell.
Go alphabetically.
Honourable Senators, there being 31 ayes and 30 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. I put the question, which is the next question, that the amendments 1 to 9, 25 and 27 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells.
Try this one again, Tim, or keep it paper? Oh, I'm going to go to paper. So the next question is
yes.
The question be put on those amendments that have been
Yes, yeah. I thought. Lock the doors. The question before the chair is that amendments 1 to 9, 25 and 27 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair. Noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Teller for the ayes, Senator Cadell. Teller for the noes, Senator Ciccone.
Montella, hello, thank you. Everybody else sitting there.
Yes, I vote.
Kathleen O'Neill, Birmingham, O'Neill, Payne, Ryan, White, Bragg, Henderson, Grogan, David, Grogan, Kensington, Buffett, Rusty, O'Sullivan, O'Sullivan, Reynolds, Dunningham, Chandler, Riddle.
Honourable Senators, there being 27 ayes and 31 noes, is passed in the negative. The question now is that parts 1, 3, 15, 22 and 23, Division 3 of Part 19, Divisions 2, 14, 16 and 17 in item 660, and Division 2 of Part 26 of Schedule 1 stand as printed, and that parts 18, 20 and 21 of Schedule 2 stand as amended. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells. Is 1 minute acceptable to the whips? 1 minute is acceptable to the whips. Bells ring for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Order. The question before the chair is that parts 1, 3, 15, 22 and 23, Division 3 of Part 19, Divisions 2, 14, 16 and 17 in item 660 and Division 2 of Part 26 of Schedule 1 stand as printed, and that parts 18, 20 and 21 of Schedule 2 stand as amended. Those Those with the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I point as teller for the ayes, Senator Chacon, and teller for the noes, Senator Cadell.
Hello. Chisholm.
Honourable Senators, there being 31 ayes and 27 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative.
You might want to look to Senator Cash and see if she wants to move any more amendments.
Are there any other amendments to be moved? Senator Cash.
Thank you. And I rise to move opposition amendments 17 to 20 on sheet 1779 by leave together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. In relation to this particular amendment, the amendment in relation to actually removing multi-employer bargaining from the bill, it failed. So what we seek to do with this amendment is to at least give a few more businesses in Australia a chance not to be compelled into multi-employer bargaining. So these amendments would change to 200 the number of employees a business employs before multi-employer bargaining is able to be authorised. Now, why will we do that? Because what we are doing is, by expanding the figure, we can protect medium businesses, those with 200 or less employees in their business, from being dragged onto single interest agreements which the government's, and this is very interesting, the government's own regulatory impact statement states will actually cost between $80,000 and $95,000 for these businesses. That's right, the actual regulatory impact statement that the government has done itself has the cost as between $80,000 and $90,000 for medium businesses. So why do we say, though, that this change is necessary? Well, currently, businesses with as few as 20 employees could pay over $80,000 when they are forced to or compelled into multi-employer bargaining. Now, the issue I actually have in any event with this figure is obviously the way in which the department determined it. Because, as we know, throughout the Senate hearings and throughout the committee process, we're looking at actually how the department came to the figure of $80,000. They came up with a figure of $175 per hour for consultants. But the issue we then have in relation to that is they actually merely utilised a Google search engine. How much should I charge as a consultant in Australia, to estimate how much a business in Australia will have to pay per hour for this consultant that they are going to take on board. The issue again, though, I have is when you actually go to the biography of this particular person, it is quite strange, because he identifies with all sorts of things, shamans, those who meditate, magicians, etc. But the one thing this person didn't have was actually industrial relations experience in Australia. We have just made some fundamental changes, or we're about to make, to the industrial relations system in Australia. And the department, in determining the costs that will be borne by each business in Australia, whether it's a small business being compelled into the supported bargaining stream, a medium-sized business or a large business, has merely used a search engine term, how much should I charge as a consultant in Australia, to come up with the $175 per hour, which is actually what this website actually recommends. If you choose to triple your hourly salary-based wage, your consulting rate will be about $175 per hour. So that's a pretty intense formula there, colleagues, a pretty intense formula. What's even more interesting, though, is once obviously this was exposed, the department were thrown under a bus, and they had to issue a statement saying, no, we actually utilised other sources, which is a little strange again, though, because the other sources clearly were in contact with the shaman involved in this particular website, because the shaman had said to them the cost per hour for a consultant in Australia is $175. Because, colleagues, do you not find it a little strange? It is spooky that the department are thrown under a bus and told to come out with a statement that says we utilised other sources, but the problem is the source that is actually quoted in the regulatory impact statement actually does have the figure of $175, which is actually the figure that this particular website, how much should I charge a consultant in Australia? So again, magical things are happening in the chamber with the shaman, and perhaps that's just one of them. One of the other concerns, though, in relation to being compelled into a multi-employer agreement is in terms of the estimation and the impact on employers, the estimation of time spent by bargaining each day in the regulatory impact statement. They've actually gone and looked at that, the department, and they've actually come up with the time spent by staff on bargaining per day is 4.6 hours per day per bargaining period for an employer. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know what business with 21 employees has 4.6 hours per day to actually dedicate to the bargaining period. The bargaining period could be, say, 31 days. So 4.6 hours per day they now have to give up on top of everything else that they are doing. Now, that doesn't matter. 21 employees, 22 employees, 23 employees, they are all in at the moment. They are all in. What small business in Australia, A, has a cost, has $14,500, or actually in this case it's actually $80,000, sorry, it's $80,000 that they can actually just put aside, given rising interest rates, given rising inflation, given rising power prices. Apparently also they actually just have $80,000 that they can put aside for when they're compelled into multi-employer bargaining. But the money would appear to be the least of their worries, because at the same time they've got to put aside 4.6 hours per day per bargaining period for an employer. So again, this is all about recognising that it is the businesses and the employers in Australia that actually create the jobs. And all this is doing is actually adding another layer of red tape on them. It is saying to them the primacy of the relationship, negotiating at an enterprise level between you and your employee to get the best outcome for both you and your employee based on what is best for your business, so that your business continues to function, your business can continue to be productive, and you can have a good relationship with your employees, is all about to be taken away from you and handed over to the one-size-fits-all approach of the centralised wage fixer. So all this amendment does is recognise that businesses are the job creators in Australia. They have told us, they have stood united, and they have said this is not good legislation. They have said we all want wage rises in this country, we all want wage rises, but they have pleaded with the government. This legislation is not the way to do it. This legislation will only result in more strikes and less jobs. When you have more strikes, your productivity goes down. When your productivity goes down as a business, it is likely to result in people losing jobs. So when the employers of Australia stand up and say, we do want to achieve wage rises for our employees, but this legislation is not the way you do it, if you don't want to listen to them, and I accept that the Albanese government doesn't want to listen to them, but what I would say, at least then make the legislation slightly better by raising the threshold and change the number from 20 to 200 in recognition of the fact that they are the job creators in Australia. They don't need to be lumbered with this additional $80,000 cost. They don't need to be lumbered with the 4.6 hours per day per bargaining period. And on that basis, I would commend my amendment to the chamber.
Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, colleagues, multi-employer bargaining is the most controversial, the most risky and the most disputed aspect of these industrial relations reforms being brought forward by the Albanese government. It's controversial in part because, of course, they said they wouldn't do it before the last election, but it is risky and disputed because of the genuine concerns that businesses across Australia have. Now, I say in support of this amendment, say it to the crossbench, to the Greens, even to the Labor Party. If you are persuaded to give multi-employer bargaining a go,
then do this.
start small.
Correct.
Start carefully.
Exactly.
And by saying start small, I don't mean start with the small businesses. I mean start with a small part of the Australian business community and see whether the concerns that businesses have expressed are upheld or not. If they're not, well then maybe you can come back and say it wasn't as bad as they feared and we can extend it elsewhere into the economy. But if those concerns are upheld, then if you've started with a smaller cohort of the Australian economy, the impacts of your reforms will be less in terms of the detriment and harm caused. So this amendment seeks to give a pathway for that. It's a change that, in the negotiations that have occurred with the crossbench, should have been embedded, rather than the tiny shift from 15 employees to 20 employees, the tiny shift in headcount, which for many small businesses who employ large numbers of casuals working across 7 days, long hours, particularly in sectors like hospitality and retail, it makes almost no difference to shift the qualification from 15 to 20. This would ensure, fundamentally, small businesses across Australia are exempt from this risky, contested part of Labor's IR reforms. To shift it to 200, noting that it's still headcount, so this is not FTEs we're talking about. The 15 was not FTEs, the 20 is not FTEs, the 200 is not FTEs. In each case, they are headcount. And because it's headcount, it means that a young student at school who might just work one shift a week counts towards the total. You can have several of those working in a busy retail environment or a busy hospitality environment, and that's a good thing, and we shouldn't seek to discourage it. But your laws will seek to discourage that, because if I'm an employer who wants to stay exempt from multi-employer bargaining, then I'm going to do my utmost to come in below the head count. And so having a head count at a small number like 20 means you can work carefully to avoid that. Might mean you have to work more hours yourself, your family might work more hours, you of course bring on other staff, but you will deprive, particularly those young Australians looking for the part-time and the casual opportunities while they're studying, you'll deprive them of the opportunities because businesses will manage their headcount to come in under those numbers. So by adopting this amendment, the Senate would be not wrecking Labor's reforms, but safeguarding them in the way in which they could apply across the economy. And why does it need safeguarding? Well, not just because it's contested, but because of the reasons why it's contested, as my colleague Senator Cash has indicated. Because the government's own regulatory impact statement indicates the costs for these businesses of being dragged into a bargaining process that they weren't wanting to go into could be around, according to the RIS, some $80,000, according to the government's regulatory impact statement. That's just the direct costs. Of course, the indirect costs are so much more. As Senator Cash has indicated, the costs in terms of time for an employer to be dragged into that process. The 4.6 hours per day, estimated under the RIS, running over the course of a month, all adding up. If you're running a small business, time is money.
Correct.
Time is money. So you've got the direct costs, you've got the indirect costs for a process that you didn't ask to be in the first place, but that under these laws you are being dragged into. Then, of course, there's the credibility, or more to the point, the lack of credibility that underpins those costs and assessments. The fact that the government has formed these costs and assessments on the basis of analysis from a consultant found from a Google search who it turns out is a psychic or a shaman. Well, you don't have to be a psychic or a shaman to know that this bill will cause harm to small businesses across the economy. You don't have to be a psychic or a shaman to know that this bill will see small businesses more reluctant to employ Australians, especially young Australians. That's the harm we seek to avert and avoid in proposing this amendment, to ensure that young Australians aren't cut out of employment opportunities by small businesses, but are given the maximum opportunity to be employed. As you know, and as we've explained, we have concerns about the whole process of multi-employer bargaining, as many businesses have raised and business organisations have raised. We have concerns about it because it ropes businesses in to processes and bargaining arrangements that may not actually fit those businesses, for which they don't get to have a say about being roped in under the conditions proposed by the government. And by creating that type of situation, you run the risk, as I said in the earlier contribution to the previous amendments, you run the risk of seeing increased strike action across Australia, increased industrial dislocation, outcomes that of course would see weakened productivity across the Australian economy, weakened outcomes in terms of those businesses, and you weaken businesses and create those outcomes, you end up in a circumstance where you have businesses employing fewer Australians, higher unemployment, lower job opportunities, and when that all occurs, you're not going to have the type of sustainable wages growth that we all say we want, but it's misguided to go about it in this case and in this way. So trying to impose one-size-fits-all, rope businesses in type solutions is certainly not the way. Indeed, if you look at the most recent wages data, wages growth data, it is through individual agreements and negotiations that the country has seen the fastest rates of wage growth. So we know that the more granular you make the negotiations on the current wages data, the faster the wages growth you actually achieve and secure. So that's speaking facts, it's speaking to the data. It's a demonstration that far from going for a more collectivist approach to bargaining and negotiating that the Labor government is pursuing, you should be backing maximum incentive for individual negotiations. Individual negotiations, indeed, for individuals, or at least sticking to the enterprise level, the individual enterprise. A small business, as a small business, having those rights to negotiate. We are fortunate to be in a country in which we have strong safeguards and flaws that underpin industrial structures. They're called awards. They're called awards. They exist there so that if businesses don't wish to negotiate, the floor is in place. Now, of course, many businesses, most businesses, pay above those awards. They do so already. They do so in a range of different ways, but the floor and the safeguard is there, and it is not necessary to drag them into these alternate processes. So, Chair, I do implore the chamber and the government, think again about the threshold at which a business is dragged into multi-employer bargaining. If you want to give it a go at a safeguard level that doesn't expose small businesses across Australia to this experiment that your government is pursuing. Because small businesses right now are facing a ton of pressures. The energy price crisis that many businesses are facing is a huge impost on them. The inflationary pressures they're facing is a huge impost on them. The last thing they can afford right now is to find they're in a situation with extra industrial pressures, extra disputation in their workplace, unions coming through the door, demanding that they engage in processes that they didn't even want to sign up to in the first place. But if you insist on going ahead, then safeguard the small businesses of this country. By supporting this amendment, that simply shifts the threshold from the 15 the government originally proposed, the miserly increase to 20 headcount negotiated with Senator Pocock, up to 200 that would ensure small businesses of all shapes and sizes at least are protected somewhat under these reforms.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
It is evident that
got my attention before.
It is evident that this last couple of days, what we've seen is the impact that this bill is going to have on small business.
Who was it that jumped?
Now, I'm Deputy Chair of the Education and Employment Committee, and we heard time and time again. In fact, it didn't take the full 22 days. We weren't given much time. We were only given 22 days to inquire into this bill. It didn't actually take very long before we could hear and really get to see the impact that was going to be had on small business. We could see that from the very outset. As soon as we started to hear, as the gravity of what was going on was started to be felt across businesses across Australia, we started to hear it loud and clear what an impact that this bill will have. Because there's no doubt that it's the small businesses in Australia that are going to bear the brunt of this bill. But the reality is this government doesn't understand small business. They don't actually understand the impact that this bill will actually have on small business. They might understand what it means for the union movement and the access that the unions will get into businesses that they otherwise wouldn't have had access to before. They understand that. They certainly understand that. 1st of December is first day of summer. Well, guess what? 1st of December is the payday for the union movement, because we know that they're going to get greater access to small businesses. We know that with the abolition of the ABCC, the costs that were awarded are not going to be pursued by the Fair Work Commission. They don't have the power to do that. There's payday for the unions, those that were awarded costs, that they're not going to be pursued. We know it's payday for them, but for small businesses, this is going to cost them. There's going to be a big impost upon small businesses across Australia. Now, this government's been drawn into getting some amendments through. We've seen the lifting, the threshold of businesses that are included versus those that are not, from 15 to 20. Like, what do you do? 20. Like, as if the impost on business, if you got 20, apparently this lot understand that if you're a small business with a 20 head count, you won't be able to afford the $14,500 in having to hire in these consultants, these $175 an hour so-called consultants. There's an acceptance on this side that businesses with 20 headcount or less won't be able to afford it. But if you've got 21, guess what? That's all good. That's all good. You can afford it. You can afford the $14,500 that you're going to have to pay. But that $14,500, let's face it, it's pretty rubbery, wasn't it? Like, pretty rubbery. I mean, it was just based on the clairvoyant or the crystal ball or the shaman or the magician that sort of worked it out. I mean, it was a bit of a miraculous sort of thing. Maybe this lot does believe in miracles. Because see, what happened is the RIS says that it's exactly $175, yet we heard the minister come in to the chamber last week when he was asked a question about this, and he said, oh, there was actually a bit of a mistake. It shouldn't have pointed out just that one source. It was multiple sources. The Minister Watt came in here and he said that they also used payscale.com to come up with that figure. They also used the AFR. The AFR who are a reputable organisation. They came. You know, that's where they were. They're the sources that they relied on to come up with $175. Well, isn't it interesting that when you go to authentic.com.au, the exact figure that's on that website that Senator Cash was reading out before was exactly $175. Wow, what a crystal ball! I mean, can someone get that? Can someone get that crystal ball? Because maybe you could use it to predict who's going to win the World Cup. Maybe you could use it to predict who's going to win the World Cup this year. Hopefully it will be Australia. I mean, that could be a chance. That could be a chance with the way we're going so far. But this lot, I mean, come on. If it wasn't so ridiculous, you know, if it wasn't so ridiculous, then maybe we'd be having a serious think about this. I mean, this is absolutely crazy. Now, in my home state, 97% of businesses there are small businesses. 97% of small businesses in Western Australia are they're small businesses. They're going to be caught up with the impact of this bill. Now, we have an arrangement amongst us West Australian senators. Senator Brockman's here, Senator Cash here from Western Australia. We have an arrangement. We have what we call patron seats, and one of my patron seats is the seat of Tangney. Great part of Perth, and there are 6,500 small businesses in the seat of Tangney. 6,500 small businesses in the seat of Tangney. You go through places like Canning Vale, through around Willetton. Senator Brockman knows these places. Many, many small businesses. Now, I bet you the telephone has been running hot in the electorate of the member for Tangney. I bet that Mr Lim over there is getting inundated with businesses who are just trying to actually figure out what this is going to mean for his business. What is this going to mean for their businesses? People that are just busy trying to actually keep their businesses afloat. Now, anyone that's been involved in and around small business, for a short time I ran my own small businesses. I was running as a consultant. Like, it's tough. You got to work it out. Where's the next paycheck coming from? Where's your next client coming from? Are people going to pay on time? All of these factors are considered by a small business. Now, you don't want to be also wondering, you know, are you going to get caught up in some industrial relations dispute with maybe a bigger business, maybe a competitor that's in your industry, maybe a competitor that's under the same roof, the shopping centre that you're in, or the suburb that you're in, or the common interest, or whatever it is. I mean, we heard through the excellent questioning by Senator Cash last night and this morning that you know, when we're just seeking to understand what are the guardrails, you know, to actually determine which businesses are going to be in, which businesses are going to be out. You know, what's the definition? Who's going to be included in this? We just heard, well, it's up to the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. So we're just going to leave it up to them. Well, what if you're the small businesses trying to determine how you're going to make this work? And I've got no doubt that Mr Lim, the member for Tangney, will be inundated with people questioning him. But apparently this government thinks that there's no difference between a business that's got 20 people in it versus those that have got 200 people in it, or 21 even. Well, guess what? There's a big difference. There's a big difference. And when you're trying to pull it together, it's tough going. Now, my daughter, she's 16. She's only working casually for an employer in retail. And guess what? She's got a regular pattern of work because she works every single Saturday. Every single Saturday. It's a great job that she's got. It's a great job that she's got, and she's learning a lot in that job. She's getting experience. It's setting her up, and you know, when she goes on to study, it will help her through her study when she finishes school next year. But you know, it doesn't take much. It's not actually a very big business to get lots of casuals in that sort of environment, particularly in a retail workplace. So you might think, oh, 20 employees is a big business. 20 employees is a big organisation. Well, guess what? For particularly those that are in that sort of sector where you employ people for those shifts during the week when there's a bit of a surge because it's a Saturday and you want to have be able to have the headcount to be able to support the customers that are coming in there. You might hire those people just for that day, but you need them every Saturday. So there's a regular pattern of work. Well, those businesses are going to be caught into this. They're going to be caught into this. But let me tell you, running a business like that is actually really tough. It's actually really tough. And the last thing you want to be thinking about is whether or not you're going to get caught up in this union-attracting situation that's just about trying to get unions involved when you're just trying to run your business and make ends meet. And you know what? When you're a small business person, you're often the last person to get paid. You're often the last person to get paid because you know that it's tough going. But the problem is, this side over here, this lot over here, supported by the government of Australia, absolutely. I don't deny that. You guys might think I don't know what you think. You think you're just the masters of business, do you? You think you... But listen,
no, they still think they're union
supported by the Greens, supported by Senator Pocock, this legislation is going to get through tonight, and Australians know, and particularly those that are in small businesses know, that they're the ones that are going to bear the cost of this.
I'll have to give the call to Senator. Well, no, I've just read the rules of the debate, and it depends on what Sarah Hanson-Young stands to do, according to the precedent here. Senator Hanson-Young.
I'm seeking the call.
Point of order. Yeah. Yes. Okay. What's your point of order, Senator McKenzie?
Clerk is reading you. There is an order of precedence, and as leader of the National Party, I'm seeking the call.
Would the government like to seek the call? Senator McKenzie.
Thank you so much, Madam Acting Deputy President, and I rise to give my full support to this amendment. As I've said often in this chamber over the last 12 years, I've had the great pleasure and misfortune to grow up in a small business family. There was no Fair Work Commission that was looking after me as a 12-year-old on the back of my father's one-tonne truck delivering milk around a small country town in the 70s and 80s. But I learnt a lot. I learnt a lot from that experience. The importance of hard work, the stress of owning a small business, of being owner-operators and having everything on the line for the success of that small business, and the stress of Senator Hanson-Young, I can talk for the full 10, or you can let me have my say, and you can do what you need to do tonight for this amendment. But the thought that senators here who will not support this amendment think that a small business with 200 headcount on the books is somehow the fat cats, the big end of town, again just shows the failed consultation process this government has gone through to bring us to this place tonight. The fact that you're, again, your own small business minister can't name one small business she's actually talked to. She's talked to a lot of unions, she's talked to a lot of organisers, she's talked to a lot of associations representing people, but has she bothered to even walk down her main street and gone, you know what, here I am, I think she's from Tasmania, here I am in Main Street, Hobart, how are things going for you post-COVID? How many people do you actually employ? Are you a big business? How will the decisions that we're putting before the Senate today impact your ability to grow and prosper and employ more people and pay them more money? But the fact that this legislation before us is going to call businesses, with 21 employees paying over $80,000 when they're forced into multi-employer bargaining is incredible. I mean, what margins do you think these families are on? Because, we weren't the rich family in town. Most small businesses, the newsagent isn't the rich family in town. The pharmacist, they're a bit richer, but they're not the huge fat cats that you're thinking they are. And the fact that this Senate thinks that 21 businesses that employ 21 people are the big end of town is just quite incredible. Just shows how out of touch you are. But it's not too late. It's not too late. And I was really buoyed by Senator Birmingham's contribution. It is not too late for the Labor Party. It's not too late for the Greens, although given who they represent in this place, you know, they do represent the big end of town and the big unions. But, Senator Pocock, it's not too late to understand that small businesses are larger than 20 employees, and the risk of this legislation and the unintended consequences, because Labor hasn't actually talked to anyone, are huge. And particularly in the high inflationary environment we're in at the moment, the energy crisis that small businesses are facing means that people should remember the first principle of government, and it's actually to do your very best to do no harm. And the fact that you haven't consulted, and the fact that you have quite inner-city views on what constitutes a small business and what doesn't, and what level of impact they can actually bear, is quite incredible. I know Senator O'Sullivan briefly touched on the spiritual healers' contribution to constructing the figures here before the chamber. Yeah, Senator Billig, the spiritual healers. I know you don't like to hear it, but the RIS was clear, and it was disclosed by Senator Cash's forensic examination of this bill in the short time we've had and the short Senate inquiry we had into the most radical industrial relations reform for decades, was actually a spiritual healer that actually informed the RIS. I just find it quite depressing, actually, that you want to see the economy grow, you want to see workers paid more. We all do. But you don't do that by roping in small businesses with a head count of 21 to be coming up with a lazy 80 grand, because it's just not there for them. And it shows immaturity, naivety and a complete lack of engagement with millions of families around this country who actually run the joint, who have the guts to get up every morning and put the whole thing on the line, their house, their family's future, to run a small business. And the entrepreneurial spirit that they display day in, day out is incredible. I really recommend this amendment. It's a simple amendment. It adjusts the head count to a more appropriate level. There are multiple definitions that government uses on what defines a small business. 21 ain't it. And I would recommend this amendment to the Senate.
Senator Hanson-Young. Well, she's been waiting for the call. She has indicated twice. So, I'm quite happy to give you the call. Thank you.
I've got a point of order. I'm seeking some guidance from the chair, which is that that it is normal practice that senators are usually called from each side of the chamber alternately. Well, Senator Hanson-Young has indicated on 3 occasions that she would like the call, and it has stayed over this side of the chamber. So my argument, Chair, is that it should alternate. That is the practice explicitly identified in Odgers in Chapter 10, and that the call should go to Senator Hanson-Young. This side of the chamber have had Senator Birmingham, Senator Cash, Senator McKenzie, and now Senator Henderson wants the call. That is hardly fair. And Senator O'Sullivan. So that's 5 without going to this side of the chamber. The call should go to Senator Hanson-Young.
What's your point of order, Senator Henderson?
Acting Deputy President, on the point of order, I just wanted to point out that I was on my feet first.
Yes, but
Just if I could just
yeah.
those rules operated, then the chamber would obviously be very dysfunctional with people putting their hand up when they were.
That's what we have speaking lists for as well, and we're in committee. Senator Hanson-Young, you have the call.
I move that the question be put.
I have a point of order over here.
Order.
What is your point of order, Senator Brockman?
On the existing point of order, you are effectively ruling here that standing in the chamber is no longer relevant. This is
no.
Senator Hanson-Young was not on her feet. Senator Henderson and I were both on our feet. Senator Hanson-Young has flagged that she is about to shut down debate on an open-ended sitting. On an open-ended sitting.
Okay.
I would ask you.
Okay. So the point of order, I've listened to them, and they're not valid points of order from the point of view that I am required to distribute the call fairly, and that Senator Hanson-Young had been seeking the call on 3 occasions. I ask senators to take their seat while I am speaking. Sit down while I'm speaking. It is my obligation to distribute the call fairly. I distributed the call to Senator Sullivan previously when it should have come to this side of the chamber at that point in time. Senator Hanson-Young did stand and seek the call at about the same time as Senator Sullivan. The previous chair here, Senator McLaughlin, had advised me that Senator Sullivan was seeking the call, which is why I gave him the call without seeing Senator Hanson-Young. And frankly, on exactly that same basis, I can give the call to Senator Hanson-Young. I have ruled on the point of order, and Senator Hanson-Young has the call.
I move that the question be put.
The question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. You can't do that in it. Okay. What is your point of order, Senator Brockman?
I would ask for a written explanation from the President to the opposition.
Okay, I can give you another explanation now, which was that I gave Senator Sullivan the call based on him not jumping, based on the fact that the previous chair had given me his name.
Chair, with due respect, I'm not dissenting from your ruling. I'm asking for a written explanation from the President to the opposition on that ruling and whether that is consistent with past practice.
If there's anything inconsistent, the President will come back to the chamber.
I can advise that if there is anything inconsistent, you can be confident that the President will come back to the chamber.
Lock the doors. The question is before the chair. Is that the question be put? Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. Appointed teller for the ayes, Senator Urquhart. Teller for the noes, Senator O'Sullivan. Honourable Senators, there being 32 ayes and 29 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. I now put the question that the amendments on sheet 1799, 17 to 20, as moved by the opposition, be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Sorry? 1779. Yeah. Sorry, if I did, it was a mistake. It's 1779. Right. So I've now called it. Yeah. Okay. I'll put the question again. The question is that the amendments on sheet 1779, 17 to 20, be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells. Is 1 minute acceptable? 1 minute. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the chair is that the amendments on sheet 1779, 17 to 20 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint teller for the aye, Senator O'Sullivan, and teller for the no, Senator Urquhart. Honourable Senators, there being 28 ayes and 32 noes, it's passed in the negative.
Tonight. This amendment is in terms of making it slightly better for the small businesses who are not actually exempt from this part of the Act. Small businesses, the definition of small business, being agreed with Senator Pocock, I don't agree with, but 20 employees are under. They are exempt from the multi-employer bargaining part of the Act, the single interest stream expansion. They're not actually exempt from other changes in the Act. And one of the other changes in the Act is in relation to the flexibility, the rights for flexibility. So this amendment is all about ensuring that employers are not unfairly bound by a decision of the Fair Work Commission relating to workplace flexibility when the circumstances of their businesses change. Because currently, under the Fair Work Act, there are minimal ways for the Fair Work Commission to intervene in flexible work arrangements made under section 65 of the Act. And if COVID-19 has taught us a few things, what it has taught us in particular is that employers and employees are able to work with one another to ensure that they can properly put in place flexible working arrangements that actually suit both parties. This, although, actually changes under the Act, because the Act now introduces a right to arbitration. So what will now happen under the Act is, if the employer and the employee are unable to agree on a particular working arrangement, there now will be the right for the Fair Work Commission to actually intervene and actually arbitrate a decision on behalf of the employer and the employee.
17.
What is not then provided for in the Act is the ability for a business to request a review after a binding decision is made by the Commission. Because what may well happen, and at the rate we're going, if you are seeing rising interest rates, if you are seeing rising inflation, if you are seeing electricity prices literally skyrocketing and getting out of control, the decision of the Fair Work Commission made in particular circumstances and then imposed on the business may no longer be fit for purpose in terms of the current circumstances. So all this amendment does, Senator Pocock, it's a very simple amendment, is actually ensure that there is a right for the business to request a review after a binding decision of the Commission has been made. That's all it does. The amendment ensures that this becomes possible for a business to revisit a decision on flexible working arrangements. So this will actually mean that if a business suffers a change in circumstances, and businesses do suffer change in circumstances, they will have access to review of any determination made by the Fair Work Commission in relation to their business. This, I would put to the chamber, is abundantly fair, but in particular for those smaller businesses who may have less ability to actually keep a flexible working arrangement just because of the nature of their operations, but in particular if their circumstances change. As I said, it is a very simple amendment. It doesn't take away what's actually passed through the Senate tonight. All it does is just give businesses that ability to actually request a review after a binding decision is made by the Commission to ensure that the terms and conditions that they work under continue to be fit for purpose for the business that they're in.
Senator Gallagher.
I move that the question be put.
I put the question that the question be put. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. It's vision required. Ring the bells.
The only one then left is Jackie Lambie Network.
And then another one. For the no, Senator O'Sullivan. Honourable Senators, there being 33 ayes and 29 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. You ready to go? Out?
So the question is that Amendment 1 on 1756, do you agree?
Okay.
The question is that Amendment 1 on 1756, do you agree?
I put the question that Amendment on 1 on sheet 1756 be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against, no. No. I think the noes have it. Is division required? 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Ring the bells. Oh, that was lock the doors. The question before the chair is that the amendment number 1 on sheet 1756 be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Teller for the ayes, Senator O'Sullivan. Teller for the noes, Senator Urquhart.
Have a Teller, O'Sullivan, McLaughlin. Okay, we have Coote, Brown, Ruston, Sheldon, Henderson,
Smith-Mariel,
Chisholm,
Chisholm,
Ross,
Davey, Hanson-Young,
Allman Cash,
Olmocop,
Lorenzo Pocock,
Brookie,
Birmingham,
Thorpe, White,
O'Neill, Haney,
McDonald, Payne,
Green,
Lyne,
Walt, Dodson,
McCarthy,
Wong,
Brogan,
Brown,
Brown,
Willis,
Stewart,
Holly, Gallagher, Chandler,
Wilson, Shoebridge, Steeljohn,
Pocock Barbara, and Rice. Yes, sir. 32.
Honourable Senators, there being 29 ayes and 32 noes, it's passed in the negative. Next. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And I rise to move what I understand, unless the Jackie Lambie Network make an appearance, will be the last amendment to be moved tonight. And I rise to move opposition amendment 1 to 6 on sheet 1773 by leave together.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
And again, as Senator Birmingham has already stated tonight, multi-employer bargaining is going through tonight and it will go through shortly the Australian Senate. What this amendment does is in some small way addresses the concerns that have been raised by business after business after business around Australia, and it's in relation to the common interest test. When I actually questioned the ministers, the various ministers that passed through the chamber in relation to the committee stage of this bill, What I was looking for, by way of statutory interpretation going forward, is some guidance in relation to what the common interest is. The common interest, as we know, is based on 3 particular tests. It could be a geographic location, it could be a regulatory location. Businesses in the same sector or industry. But there is no other guidance given in this legislation to the Fair Work Commission in determining what the common interest is. So, for example, when you look at the geographic location, putting simple questions to the minister just to get some form of guidance for employers who may be compelled into multi-employer bargaining. If 2 businesses are in the same shopping centre, do they share the same geographical location? I would have thought I could get some type of indication from the minister, but the answer to the question was that is for the Fair Work Commission to decide. It's left to the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. So, depending on the commissioner you get, I hope you don't end up getting a different answer. Next question I put to the minister. Could a hardware store next to a hairdresser, so they're right next door to each other in the shopping centre, be compelled to bargain together under the geographic location common interest test? Again, I would have thought there was a simple explanation, yes or no. That does fit within the geographic location test. But again, the answer was that is left to the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. We then proceeded to go down a line of questioning just in relation to distance. If 2 businesses are within 1 kilometre of each other, do they share a geographic location under the common interest test? Again, that is left to the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. So then just a basic question, if we can't determine based on 1 kilometre or right next door to each other, is there a distance limit for the geographical location test? So, for example, do the employers need to at least be in the same suburb? Again, I would have thought that is a pretty easy question when asking for guidance in relation to a test that if you pass, you actually leap over a hurdle and you're 1 step closer to being compelled into multi-employer bargaining. But again, the answer was it is left to the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. Question after question after question. Could any 2 retail stores be considered as having the same nature? Another part of the common interest test. You guessed it, it's left to the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. So a butcher and a news agency are both retail stores. Would they be considered as having the same nature? Again, it's left to the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. Would 2 businesses in the mining sector be considered as having the same nature, even if their activities are substantially different? I would have thought a little bit of guidance perhaps in relation to that part of the common interest test. But again, there was certainly a theme going in terms of all of the answers. That is left to the discretion of the Fair Work Commission. So again, all this amendment seeks to do, is make it clear the factors which see employers bargain together are more clearly defined. That is all this amendment achieves. So when the question is posed, would any 2 retail stores be considered as having the same nature? A butcher and a news agency are both retail stores. Would they be considered as having the same nature? There are actually a number of factors to the common interest test that the Fair Work Commission would have to take into account. All they are is the history of bargaining of each of the relevant employers, including whether they've previously bargained together, the interests that the relevant employers have in common, the extent to which those interests are relevant to whether they should be permitted to bargain together, whether it would be more appropriate for each of the relevant employers to make a separate enterprise agreement with its employees. All we're doing is providing some signposts for the Commission in terms of undertaking what is, quite frankly, a decision that could or could not see a business in Australia 20 or more, 21 or more, roped into multi-employer bargaining.
Senator Gallagher. The government opposes these amendments. These laws are designed to give the Fair Work Commission a reasonable amount of discretion. The amendments proposed would add so much red tape that they would make the provisions impenetrable, which is perhaps the reason behind the amendments, which is what happened to the low-paid stream, so much red tape that no one could get into it, only 4 applications and none since 2014. This amendment is not going to fix our broken bargaining system, adding more and more criteria. We have designed these provisions to stop the race to the bottom on wages. We want to see businesses competing on quality, innovation and ideas. We do not want them to compete on wages. This is why we need to give the Fair Work Commission the discretion to decide which employers it is appropriate to bargain together. And on the broader part of the discussions that we've been having tonight, and I've been listening in here for hours as senators have given their contributions, the point behind this bill is Australians have been waiting for a decade to get wages moving, and we have seen hour after hour in the committee stage of this debate of the coalition refusing, and we know it was a deliberate design feature of their economic architecture, refusing to support new regulation and legislation that will allow the Australian workers to get reasonable wage outcomes, to fix a broken bargaining system, to put gender equality at the heart of our industrial relations legislation, to implement the Respect at Work report that the former government refused to act on, to place job security at the heart of the workplace relations system. The changes and the legislation that we are debating tonight will reinvigorate the bargaining system by making it easier for businesses and workers to reach agreement with higher wages and productivity improvements. All of the international evidence shows that when you have effective bargaining arrangements in place supported by legislation, that you will see the benefits flow through wages and through productivity improvements, and that is the kind of economy we want to see working for Australian workers and for Australian businesses. Only about 15% of workers are covered by interim enterprise agreements at the moment. That has to change. That has to be part of the story of why we have seen a decade of wage stagnation. We know that it was part of the economic policy of the former government to make sure that wages were suppressed, that wage stagnation became a feature of our economic architecture. But this government has made no secret. We made it very clear during the election campaign that we wanted to get wages moving, that we wanted to support particular minimum wage claims, which we did. Remember the Prime Minister saying when you all thought you'd got a moment when he said, absolutely, I want to see wages moving, absolutely. And that is what the Australian people wanted to see, because our agenda was endorsed in May. And we, when elected, we got in place, we changed the submission going to the Fair Work Commission on low wage, on the minimum wage case. When you were in government, you had a whole section about the importance of low-paid jobs. You had a whole section, year after year, you used to submit to the Fair Work Commission. Oh, yeah, have a look at the minimum wage case, but you know there's some really good arguments why you keep wages low. Well, we have a different view to that, and we are ensuring that we are creating an industrial relations system that works for business, that works for those low-paid industries where bargaining has failed them, those feminised industries, the care economy that is going to be so important to the strength of our economy in years to come. We know the services sector is going to be a key part of the jobs growth of the future, and we have to make sure we are dealing with the wages and conditions in those sectors. It's no good to have all of those workers suffering under poor wage outcomes and poor conditions. That is the point of this bill. That is the reason why we have sat here for hours on end debating this, arguing for this. We on this side, supporting this, challenging your arguments, disagreeing with them, because this is exactly the legislation that Australia needs to make sure that working people get appropriate remuneration and recognition for the work they do, and that businesses can thrive and innovate and productivity can be part of the economic conversation once again.
The question is that the question be put. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Oh, do I have to go and join them? Probably do at some point.
If nobody comes.
Thank you.
Lock the doors. The question is that the question be put. Those for the question move to the right of the chair. Noes to the left of the chair. I point teller for the ayes, Senator Urquhart. Teller for the noes, Senator O'Sullivan.
One teller. Wong. Chisholm. Lyon. Henderson. McAllister. Brown. Billy. White. Faruqi. Hanson Young. Wright. Cox. Brogan. Sheldon. Searle. Smith Mariel. Walsh. Pratt. Dodson. Holly. O'Neill. Hayman. Green. Thorpe. Ormond Payne. Pocock Barbara.
How many? 32. What'd you get? 34. No, I got 34 on your side twice, and I told Anton, and he believed it.
Honourable Senators, there being 34 ayes and 32 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative.
Question now is
The question is now that the amendments on sheet 1773, 1 to 6, be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. How long do you wish the division? 1 minute. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors.
Forward one back.
Question before the chair is that the amendments on sheet 1773, numbered 1 to 6, be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I point to teller for the ayes, Senator O'Sullivan. Teller for the noes, Senator Urquhart.
one teller.
Dalton. McCarthy. What?
Honourable Senators, there being 31 ayes and 35 noes, it's passed in the negative. I intend to put the final questions. Unless any other member has a contribution. I put the question. The question is now that the bill as amended be agreed to. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it.
The noes have it.
A division required? Division required. How long do you wish the bells to ring for? 1 minute? Ring the bells for 1 minute. Thank you, Senator McKim.
Yeah. Yeah, Sancho? Yeah. Yeah. But you've got hands now.
No, this one. No, I think that's right. Lock the doors. Question before the committee is that the bill as amended be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appointed teller for the ayes, Senator Urquhart, teller for the noes, Senator O'Sullivan. Honourable Senators, there being 35 ayes and 31 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. The next question is that the bill be reported. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The committee has considered the Fair Work legislation amendment, Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022, and agreed to it with amendments.
Minister, you're seeking the floor.
I move the report of the committee be adopted.
The question is that the motion is moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Thanks. Lock the doors. So the question is that the report be adopted. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. There's only. Order. There being 35 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Order! 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 We are not there yet. I'm calling order! 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 Senator Chisholm.
I move the bill now be read a third time.
Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. Division required. Ring the bell for 1 minute. No, it's one. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bills be read a third time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to abolish the Registered Organisations Commission and the Australian Building and Construction Commission, and to amend the law relating to workplace relations and workers' compensation and rehabilitation, and for related purposes.
You better. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2. Ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas management reform, closing the hole in the ozone layer Bill 2022, and 2 related bills. Second reading debate.
Senator Duniam.
It's a delight to be able to make a contribution on this very important debate on this very important bill, and I just wanted to make sure that my views were fully expressed to the fullest of their possible extent. So I won't have much to say, and I am drawing near the end of my in-depth analysis of this legislation right now, and I would like to commend these bills to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister.
I commend the bill to the Senate.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas management reform, closing the hole in the ozone layer Bill 2022. Ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas import levy amendment Bill 2022. Ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas manufacture levy amendment Bill 2022.
No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the minister to move the third reading. Minister.
I move that the bill be read a third time.
So the question is that the bills be now read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Management Reform Closing the Hole in the Ozone Layer Bill 2022. Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Import Levy Amendment Bill 2022. Ozone Protection and Synthetic Greenhouse Gas Manufacture Levy Amendment Bill 2022.
I call a message has been received from the House of Representatives forwarding a resolution agreed to by that House to refer a matter to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for Inquiry and Report. The text of the resolution is available on the dynamic red. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Broadcasting Services Amendment Community Radio Bill 2022 for concurrence. I call the minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities, be now read a first time.
The question is that the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Broadcasting Services Act 1992 and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is
Thanks,
leave
William.
granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Minister. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I commend this bill to the Senate.
Thank you, Minister.
I also commend this bill to the Senate. I thank the Senate for their support.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Broadcasting Services Act 1992 and for related purposes.
No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the minister to read the bill a third time. Minister.
I move that the bill be read a third time.
So the question is that the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Broadcasting Services Act 1992 and for related purposes. Order of the day number 3, Animal Health Australia and Plant Health Australia Funding Legislation Amendment Bill 2022, second reading debate.
Minister. Oh, beg your pardon. The question is that the bills be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require? Oh. Yep. I'll ask that. Does the chamber require the clerk to read the bill a second time? Thank you. No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the minister to move the third reading. Minister.
I move that the bill be read a third time.
So the question is that the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Animal Health Australia and Plant Health Australia Funding Legislation Amendment Bill 2022.
Senators, we shall now deal with the Financial Sector Reform Bill 2022 in accordance with the order agreed to.
Had a second reading speech for the Animal Health and Plant Bill, and I was standing.
Sorry, Senator McKenzie.
I was standing.
We've just.
Senator Hanson-Young will confirm that I was standing on my feet when you read that bill out. You didn't look up, and I was standing.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Madam President. I did see. I'm being very gracious. I did see Senator McKenzie on her feet. However, I do think it was at the wrong point. However, earlier in this fortnight, we already had given leave for a member to incorporate their second reading speech out of that session, and I suggest we do the same thing for Senator McKenzie.
Senator Mackenzie, the suggestion's been made that your speech is incorporated.
Chair, I rose when you read out, the clerk
Senator
read out
Mackenzie.
the bill, and I would like to make my contribution.
So, Senator Ruston, Senator Mackenzie has raised a point of order that she was on. Oh, sorry. So, yes. So the Animal Health Australia and Plant Health Australia funding, we've just done the third reading.
I was just checking whether we did a second reading on it. I heard you read out the title of the bill, and then it didn't something.
Didn't we skip the second reading?
Going to have to review, because I had advice that we weren't, that we were up to the second reading, which is why I jumped when I did, Chair.
Senator Mackenzie, we've had a very long day and we've had long sittings this week, and if we've made a mistake, then I apologise. We're all doing our best. The offer's been made for you to incorporate the speech, and you've indicated you're happy with that. Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Ruston.
Could I seek the guidance of the chamber? I would like to seek leave to make a very short contribution in relation to the bill that's under the orders of the amendment that Senator Gallagher put to the orders, which is the, in relation to the Financial Accountability Regime Act. So I'm just wondering if I would seek leave to be able to make a short statement before we move into those orders.
Thank you, Minister.
Sorry, just on that, as I understand it, the motion passed earlier by the Senate today it has this bill as part of a guillotine, so there's a series of questions that are just being put, and it doesn't allow for contributions on the bill.
Senator Ruston?
Yeah, I was seeking leave to be able to make a short contribution before we moved into that guillotine order. That was all. A very short
contribution. Yeah, 1 minute.
You've been given one minute. Thanks, Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. The Coalition will not stand in the way of this bill passing. However, we have to note for the record our deep concerns about the process around the bill. For the second week in a row, we've seen the government fly a kite on finalising the legislation to implement the recommendations of the Financial Services Royal Commission. As yet, for the second week in a row, we have seen a mad scramble, a deal with Greens and a failure to deliver certainty to our financial institutions. Tonight, the government are gutting their own bill. This is a broken promise from the government that promised to be collaborative, that promised to be pro-business, that promised to provide stability. We still have several unanswered questions from the government about the operation of this legislation. The inquiry into this bill acknowledged the potential consequences of the consumer credit reforms on small businesses in the sector and to low-income Australians' access to credit. It is critical the government get the regulations associated with this bill right and do not set protected earnings amounts that will leave businesses closing and consumers worse off in managing their financial affairs.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senators, we will now deal with the Financial Sector Reform Bill 2022 in accordance with the order agreed earlier to today. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
A bill for an act to deal with consequential amendments and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Financial Accountability Regime Act 2022 to establish the Financial Services Compensation Scheme of Last Resort, to amend the National Consumer Credit Protection Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Thank you. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by the government on sheets PM 145 and PM 146. I understand the minister has documents to table. I call the minister.
Thank you, President. I table supplementary explanatory memoranda relating to the government amendments to the bill.
Thank you. The question is that Schedules 1, 2 and 3 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe that I'm going to put the question again. The question is that Schedules 1, 2 and 3 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The question now is that the remaining amendments on sheets PM 145 and PM 146 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed with amendments to the title. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the National Consumer Credit Protection Act 2009 and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bills. Minister.
I move that the Senate at its rising adjourn till Monday the 6th of February 2023 at 10 a.m. or such other time as may be fixed by the President, or in the event of the President being unavailable, by the Deputy President, and that the time of meeting so determined shall be notified to each senator, and leave of absence be granted to every member of the Senate from the end of the sitting day to the day on which the Senate next meets.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned.